won't worship him. He'll just publicly adore him on YouTube, weirdo. Plus, there is not a single congresswoman, except Lauren Hobart, that I want to hate fuck as much as Marjorie Taylor Greene. We'll catch up on the latest with the dishonorable representative from the great state of Georgia. All that and more tonight on Late-Night Counter-Apologetics. Let's go.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got. Crazy.
It's interesting how atheists act like they know more science than actual scientists. So tell them to come and debate me.
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. Come
I think
debate
believing
me,
in God
bro.
is step one. If you don't even believe in a God, then why would we start debating like which God is the right one? I think believing in God is step one.
Yeah, I don't really think you can get to the Christian God through science idea of God you believe in. Do you want to talk about that?
They just
But
said the quiet part out loud over and over and over again.
Jerome wants to know, can we ask your guest where she's currently sitting?
Sitting in a lab. I work here every day.
Not impressed.
Taylor Swift. Oh my goodness, that was amazing. Yeah, I heard Doug had a good show, but we got to do a good show. The motherfucking real Superman is in the goddamn building. Are y'all ready to go?
Live from Sacred Death Studios in
From
Los
Sacred
San
Death
Andreas.
Studios.
Welcome everyone to Late-Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high apostle of the cult of the Flying Man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocketlocker Bundy!
I think I'm cute. No, I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Would y'all believe this shit people calling me? Hello? Hello, I'm doing it.
I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot.
I make them shiver. My alcohol's here. It's time to have communion. It's time to have some drinks. Time to smoke some weed. The U.S. champ is here. It's time to shame these fools, cause I'm a sexy boy. This is the remix. I can improvise, cause I think on my toes, Why's that? Woo!
Get your heart out, girls.
Unbelievable, folks. It is time. Set up, go.
I'm just
Woo!
a sexy boy.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy.
Sexy boy. You know the ladies love a man in a robe. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just
A man of the cloth.
I'm not your
Boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy.
I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to another midweek, mid-evening edition of Late-Night Counter-Apologetics. It is your boy, Pocketlocker, and as always, I am in airplane mode. It's not a game, folks. It's airplanemode.com. What's up, Cameron? I see you. What's up, Lena? What's up, Randy? What up, YouTube punk? I appreciate y'all.
was a party on the island.
Moment of silence.
So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a shit. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just the front, nigga.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you, Lena. Thank you. Had to grow up to quickly move.
Had my first child, got it jumping with
music.
Can't really hang with nobody who loses.
Nah.
I thought by now that you
this is my cousin.
But I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture.
Airplay, it's airplanemode.com. I'm gonna show y'all the website real quick. But I'm on the road, gotta call it back. And that's all facts. All right, folks, here's what we're gonna do, folks. I'm gonna do something real improvisy right now. Here's what I wanna do. I have been alcoholist for like the last 2 or 3 days. My alcohol just got here. I was hoping it would be here before I got live, but it wasn't. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do what you guys wanna do. I'm gonna let you see your precious Doug. I know you guys wanna see Doug. No, they want to see Doug. Look, everybody. Uh-oh. Doug is no longer live. What are you going to do? All right, here's what we're going to do, folks. I'm going to play you some airplanemode.com real quick. Check it out. I'm going to go grab my alcohol. We're going to do communion, and then we are going to get this party started.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm not getting drunk, but I got to do my communion ritual. Also, I can't leave my alcohol on the porch. There's too many fiends around here. I'm kidding.
devices should now be turned off and stowed as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems.
I will BRB.
We'll let you know when you may use it. Some items may not be used at any time during the flight. You'll find a list of approved devices in the in-flight.
He did the whole race, bro. Yeah, well. Too many cars gotta stay out the way. Especially the streets when they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case on a run on the low and he did the race. Caught a body, it ain't really shocked me. Bro been on demon time since the bottom. All the bro in Miami, we sharing mamas. I wish I could've stayed in from all the drama. Rare roof, we was really there getting money. This ain't with the place where the rain or sunny. Know my niggas gonna catch me, I ever stumble. Know my team gonna pick up, I ever fumble. Niggas ain't winning, they really punt. In that location, we coming, so we loud guardian niggas, we stayed 100 if you been on my block when we kept it coming. The plane cause I carry a lot of weight. FaceTime with my baby, make sure we straight. Breakfast with able to start my day. Chop it with Henny and talk with A. Joey crack is my dog and we get it bag. Champion South taking devil crash, and somehow I still go when I get the cash. But it ain't never been about the bag. I've been dipping in fashion, I'm about to spaz. Latest release like the sneakers app. So that don't worth more if you sell it fast. Made more off the merch than I did off rap. Made more than merch than you did off rap. Yeah. Made more off the merch off rap, and I ain't even had to mention my DJ stats. Yeah, I'm gone. I said 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 I'm gone. Yeah.
Been going and going, and shit got my main line going crazy. Going, I've been moving strong, remember they tryna play me. Said I'm wasting money doing all these songs, ain't nobody gon' play them. Now a couple months, I don't drop a tape, niggas be like we waiting. You cannot find me in Roddy, we just touching down to Miami. The way the police got these niggas on records, they all need a Grammy. It's all for the family, told my daughter how my call when I'm landing. It's all in the plan, your circle gets smaller when you start expanding. Sing, go. Where we came from, that shit made us so heartless. Fuck what they talking, I do me regardless. I'm not pulling up there without a deposit. At all. Run my money. Pull up with gang, I'ma pull up with goblins. They put in work, but them niggas is jobless. Put in that work, they be saying it's timing. Gotta trust the process. Couple niggas expired, I feel like I'm timeless. Hey, I'm still here, you heard? Do it by my lonely, I don't need no accomplice. How you on that same block, like 5 years, and it's all you accomplish. How? Going and gone. Going and gone, I'm going and gone. Going and gone. Hey, right. Going and gone, I'm going and gone. Going and gone. Going and gone. Hey, yo,
me up, man, I don't need alarm. I hope I get to where I'm going before time is gone. Just hope that even if I don't, they go and play my songs. Throw on my merch, roll some papers, hit the Henny strong. I'm past rap. Niggas steady screaming where they cash at. Meanwhile, these bookings coming in through Zell and Cash App, and that's fast. Running in them circles while I lap cats. To the same nigga pulling zips about the backpack. Shit a rat race. Get cheese still in last place. Chances I'll take. Can't wait, let's the bag straight. Been on my game, I don't lag on their ass. Soon enough, the same ones that hate, same ones that's valet. Damn right, niggas wanna see your gigs on standby. Damn right, niggas crossing over like you sham God. Swear I never gave a fuck what niggas said. Cause if you shake my hand, we 100 or I can. You my nigga, I would never take the stand on ya. You my nigga tryna get 100 grand with ya. Yeah, if you my dog, know I love you the most. Cause the ones I call bros, we done been through the worst. Man, it's dedication. Stay patient, ain't lack faith. Ups and downs, but it's a crunch time, and that's me. Did the dash straight out the lot, playing some Max B. Niggas see me grinding, top 10 and rising. Blueprint, we vibing. Blunt lit inside it, never know who
Y'all.
popping. Yeah, no, I love you the most.
Y'all wrong for that. I went away, and the audience grew. I appreciate y'all. I see y'all. I'm glad y'all holding it down in the chat. Satan's It'll Help. I see you. Tux, B.S. Lewis, YouTube Pug. What? What up? What up? What? What? I actually want that old Stone Cold Steve Austin. That what? We need that out here with these apologists because they be saying some crazy shit sometimes. And we be like, did you really just fix your face to say that? Of course. Thank you for the bot reminding me. Cool kids join the Discord. That's just what it is. I wish it was different, folks. I wish I could say something different to you. Now, y'all know I'm slick over here. I could have hit y'all with some commercials, but I'm over here doing family business, trying to promote my cousin, OG Roddy, that Lyle Guardia, unbelievably, really, really fantastic music. It's funny. I was on the phone with my mom today, y'all. My mom's a good Christian woman. And so I was trying to tell her about OG Roddy's music. Cause she loves him. Like Tahir is like her favorite person in the world. Like real talk, my mother probably likes Tahir more than she likes me. Tahir is OG Roddy's real name. So I was like, Ma, you should be so proud of him. Like his music is so good. Like honestly, he's literally one of my favorite rappers. I've been playing it all the time. She's like, oh, that's great, son. I'm really glad to hear it. I'm so proud. I was like, yeah, but you shouldn't listen to it. I was like, Ma, you a good Christian lady. Like, you should be proud of him. You should tell him you heard he's doing good, but you really shouldn't listen to his music. She was like, understood. I understand. Well, I'm glad to hear that he's doing good. It was really funny. My mom can be cute like that. All right, y'all. Let's do what I gotta do. I'm over here showing y'all craziness. Y'all are like, Jay, what are we looking at? What is the game plan for today? This is where we're going. We're gonna watch this, okay? But we're not doing that yet, because before we do that, we gotta do communion. Now, I'm gonna offend some of y'all, especially the flag wavers that think y'all know everything. Okay, look, my alcohol just got here, so y'all gonna see me get it together behind the scenes. All right, so yes, I like my reds, sweet and cold. Yes, I'm drinking cheap wine. Yes, I'm drinking barefoot. Okay? You could be mad, you could judge me, whatever you got to do. Whatever you got to do, okay? But that's what kind of night it is. Okay? Is it buffering? It's not buffering for me. Y'all should be watching on Twitch. You should be watching on Twitch with the cool kids. The problem, we try to tell you, the cool kids watch on Twitch and the cool kids join the Discord. All right, folks. So look, let's go ahead and get this together so we could do our little communion. That's somebody's in my neighborhood. I live in Michigan. So people just like to drive really loud trucks. I don't know why. It's kind of a Michigan thing. I wasn't born here, okay? I'm not a true Michigander, so I don't really get it. So I can't really explain it to you. I've just accepted that that's the reality where I live. All right, y'all. Raise your glasses. Hold on to your asses. We're about to do this atheist communion thing. Gather around the fire.
through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. I fucked that up. So beautiful. There we go. Amen, hallelujah. I feel refreshed in the spirit of doubt up in this motherfucker, folks. All right, let's get into the first order of business. We are, of course, on that radical Republican watch. A Jordan Peterson video just popped up. Really got to turn off autoplay. Autoplay is dangerous, especially for broadcasters. Let's catch up with the latest with our favorite, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
You asked me, David, do you think Marjorie Taylor Greene, the radical Trumpist Republican Congresswoman, is she really this dumb and ignorant when she says things like her rights were flagrantly violated, or that there was a peach tree dish, or that Nancy Pelosi's gazpacho
there we go. The
really this dumb, or are these
see, I can't make fun of her because I'm dumb. I can't pronounce
viral
words.
moments that are contrived and planned to get her attention.
Aldi wines are fantastic.
Or are they sort of like
choir was late today, exactly.
Trump. So let's see if we can figure it out one by one. First,
you know, we need like a worship manager or like a tech supervisor or something like that around here, because I really want to run a tight ship, but I got to extend the same grace to other people. And when I'm like on color people time, you know, unfashionably late, as they say normally, I really can't hold people to account the way I'd like to. You know, I need somebody like, we need somebody organized to help us get our shit together.
First of all, there's a new one of these. Marjorie Taylor
I have a
Greene
vision, but my discipline isn't quite up to snuff yet. I'm working on it.
Of course, the term is
people were stroking fear. Give it to me.
And paranoia in everyone, saying terrible messages ahead of time.
Right. They were stroking fear. So first and foremost, these are not the types of glitches that Trump has. When Trump has these glitches, he either is having a problem reading or he's having the brain glitch.
No more Dropbox.
Obama, I got you guys.
Exactly.
Mexico and
sure.
A rhino named Mitt Romney. Truth Central.
Obama. I got that. That was actually the first thing I added to my
Trump knows his
soundboard.
own name. That's just a verbal glitch.
Obama.
Yeah, he knows it's Barack Obama. So
see, David hit it. He knows. He knows what the people want to hear.
Gaffes squarely outside of the kind of like brain glitch Trump thing. So then the question becomes,
how big is this guy? David Pakman? He's huge. He's like in the top 1%,
so
maybe
again,
of 1% of YouTubers.
Yesterday, stroking fear.
Stroking fear and paranoia in everyone, saying terrible messages ahead of time.
Now that one could be that she misread it.
Now,
I
you know,
maybe she
honestly,
know the word
honestly, I got to be honest with you guys. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is really fucking dumb. But I got to admit, me and her, a BBC scene, you know, the right company behind it, like somebody real serious, like a Bang Bros or something like that. And I'm telling you, it's money.
Stoking.
I got to be honest with you. The hate fuck is real. It's just the hate fuck chemistry would be so on point.
If you have never smelled Marjorie Taylor Greene be flagrantly violated, then you don't know what's going on out there.
And why their due process rights are being so flagrantly and horrifically violated.
So that one's not reading. She's not reading that.
She's not reading. You know, reading isn't really her favorite thing. You
joke, which gets 5 million views.
Brazzers, yeah, Brazzers could do
like
a lot with that. What's up, Iron Chariot here?
This is her infamous.
Yeah, look at this. So you got to give her better lighting so her face looks kind of good like that, right? And then, you know, get her like Brazzers ready. Like, give us a little production value so it's like she's you know, maybe she's like giving a speech and she's like spewing radical right-wing propaganda, and then I come and I'm like, and I'm dressed, maybe I got kind of the I got like an Obama vibe going, and maybe we won't call it Obama, that way it's like we're like all good. And I'll be like, no, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm sick of this. You will not fuck the American people like this. Instead, I'm gonna fuck you right now. You know what I mean? Just kind of give us, see, a little help with the script. You know what I mean? Like, really put some money into it.
Police, of course, hoping to refer to the Gestapo.
Not only do we have the DC
Fascists turn me off, but it's a role play. It's the role play. You got to work with it.
Gazpacho police spying
the
on members of Congress,
Gazpacho
spying on
police.
the legislative work that we do.
It doesn't seem contrived. It seems like she really has.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. If America was really the land of the free, the home of the brave, whatever this is, you know what I mean? If it was really all that in a bag of chips, so to speak, to borrow a phrase from 1983, we would probably have gazpacho police. Because the truth is, soup's supposed to be fucking hot. We all know soup's supposed to be hot, right? Okay, I just being clear about that.
No idea what she's talking about. Here's the last one where she referred to a petri dish as a peach tree dish. Like, what could that
I tap her, but I have low standards.
A peach tree dish is.
You have to accept the fact that the government totally wants to provide surveillance on every part of your life. They want to know when you're eating. They want to know if you're eating a cheeseburger, which is very bad because Bill Gates wants you to eat his fake meat that grows in a peach tree dish.
A peach
tree dish.
I don't think that that's fake. I just don't think that that's fake. I think she's really that dumb, and it's nothing to make fun of. I mean, education is so her being dumb is a tragedy. Her being ignorant is a tragedy of the American education system. People voting for her
this is what
anyway,
I'm trying to get at, David. This is the thing. I don't even know.
Is that also because of the same education
fucking
system?
scary.
Or should we be saying the real
fucking scary.
crazies are the people voting for her? Like, in most countries, if someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene ran for office or something,
it'd be a joke. It'd be a
she
gag.
would just be laughed off of
You
the
might
ballot.
actually
So
think
maybe really
Brazzers
the
was like
concern is we've
punking
been
you or
saying that
something.
Trump is the people willing to vote for her.
Like, this
Let
is
me
a
know what you
gag,
think.
right?
I mean, as I've said before.
Now, here's what's crazy. Here's the wild thing. The Republican Party has decided to do this wild thing where they can't really win popular elections anymore. They don't even try, yet they still control everything. Okay? Then they basically pick like these kind of gross, like middle of the road MILF types with like no background, no experience, who are really fucking idiots to actually run for office. And to be honest, like, even though they're ridiculous and even though they're stupid, like, they stay on agenda, they vote the way they're supposed to, they obstruct the Democrats when they're supposed to, and they're actually kind of delivering on the Republican agenda, right? Then it's like they nominate judges who lie, but again, like, do their bidding. What do the Democrats do? The Democrats are like, well, we've got the ugly people because they're all serious. You know, none of our people are anything to look at, you know, except for like the Squad and maybe like Cory Booker, but like the rest of these are some toads. But we're all like, cool, because y'all are like the serious government people. So y'all are definitely like, because y'all are not, you know, fashion models or amateurs or whatever, you guys are definitely going to like go to Washington and like kick all the ass, right? And we like vote for these people, right? And then like they virtue signal about how honest they are and how, and then like none of it happens, right? Like they don't get anything done. They've got no like counterinsurgency plan. You know, we voted for them, but they still can't do a goddamn thing like any of us want to do. So it's really just kind of like, to be honest, what the Republicans are doing is like working better. You know, like they're getting results. I always say this. Our politicians promise us barely anything, like nothing, like barely passable initiatives, like, you know, maybe stuff we like won't kill them over, and then they don't deliver on it. Whereas the Republicans promise like the worst things possible, like the worst things imaginable, and then they deliver on it every time. Like, let's pay attention to that.
It's not particularly unusual that people like Donald Trump exist, or that they might.
Yeah, we're going to be transparent around here. I've known Cory Booker since I was 11 years old. I've worked for him a lot. He's like family to me. But yeah, that's my president. Okay. I'm 100% on team. I'm a Cory Booker Democrat, as they'd say, meaning I think the Democrat is fucking ridiculous, but I do have my favorite politician.
Might be narcissists and might want power. That exists everywhere. The difference is the United States had 60-something million people, I don't remember the numbers, who in 2016 were willing to vote for him to put him in power. That seems to be the unique part of the United States, because, you know, Trump could just be some CEO in a German boardroom or something like that. I'm like, okay, these people exist everywhere, but they wouldn't make him the prime minister. The chancellor of Germany.
Bot is handling business
I don't know.
tonight.
So to me, it seems that this is really more a reflection of the voters. Dumb people exist. Ignorant people exist. Marjorie Taylor Greene,
we got to whip Myron Bot into shape.
It's in part a result of the failing education system of the United States. But I don't think these are contrived gaffes. I don't think these are calculated viral moments. I think she's just this dumb. Let me know if you disagree.
Bam. I think the same thing. I totally think she's this dumb. Hey, guys, I'm going to show you some new commands I've been working on with Myron Bot. You guys can drop this when you come through to let us know that you've arrived. Of course, you can drop this one when you leave or when I leave. I got to remember to do this, and then you guys can all do it. It can kind of become a tradition. We all poof at the end of the stream. We've got BRB. If you want to let us know that you're going to BRB, we've got back for when you get back. And we've even got lurk if you just want to lurk. And hug for if you need a hug. I mean, me and Myron Bot have been getting it in. We've been going ham. All right, guys. So we're gonna get into the main event of the evening, which is me probably interrupting a lot, taking time to break down our good old friend Genetically Modified Skeptic, who, folks, don't talk about other content creators on your content. I mean, I'm kidding. That's pretty much all we ever do. But I was just talking about how, you know, when somebody's new to atheism and I want to kind of ease them into their skepticism and recommend some content for them that I think is really good, but really concise, but like really well done and friendly. You know, I kind of go to the Genetically Modified Skeptics of the world and some of the other content creators like him. I kind of am blanking on some names. That's what happens when there's a camera in front of you. But as soon as I said that, of course, I became aware of this through Nathan's stream, and Nathan kind of broke this down. But I gotta be honest, like some of the other people said, I really couldn't get through that stream. It got kind of lame to me. It's kind of boring. This is kind of how I get when things get too philosophical and whatever. But I was interested in responding to Drew because I definitely had some thoughts to what I was hearing about Drew. I haven't gone through the whole thing, just seen little bits and pieces of it. So let's get into this and see what's up.
Jerusalem really got me thinking about the biblical stories I learned as a kid.
Sorry, I cut that off.
My recent trip to Jerusalem really got me thinking about the biblical stories I learned as a kid, many of which I still cherish deeply. While Israel is...
All right, that's like a thing. Now, I know he's only 8 seconds in, but like I said, it's a 15-minute thing. I'm going to stop it a lot because you guys are mostly here to hear my thoughts, not his. All right, but like... my overall kind of suspicion going into this thing is that a lot of atheists really are kind of like Christian-like, even though they're now not believers. And to be quite honest with you, I fit into this. I very much fit into this mode, just in a very different way, right? And so I don't want to be completely hypocritical here. Like you guys, a lot of you guys know, I am like an atheist worship musician. Before COVID, you know, I was still playing on a worship team twice a week. The only reason I stopped playing on a worship team was because of COVID. And as soon as I'm like comfortable being in a room with like 200 people like yelling and singing, like I will be playing on a worship team again. And I spent a lot of time with my church friends. I'd like go to Bible studies and go to retreats and like conferences. And for me, I would just tell people like, yo, I'm about that cult lifestyle. But the truth is, as an evolutionary biologist, I just found it to be an incredible opportunity to engage with people who think differently than I do, who in many cases like don't accept, you know, sort of the reality of what I do for a living. And there are definitely people I would not get to engage with in the classroom, right? Because they're not going to be at, you know, a public university enrolled in like my Darwin's Law class anytime soon, which by the way, I think my teaching advisor is up for streaming. So look for that. For safety and like academic considerations, it's going to have to be on its own channel. So I'm going to have to create another channel. I'm hoping to call it Darwin's Law because that's the name of the course. But yeah, look for that. Hopefully I'll be streaming my evolution class this semester. Starting August 31st, I think is our first day of class. So we'll probably start the stream in September. But yeah. I participate in the lifestyle. I think it's fun. Obviously, also just playing drums in a worship team is a ton of fun. Lena said she loves the religious lifestyle. It's such a genuine way of communing and for being based on so many lies. Yeah, it's really tough that I just don't agree with the fundamental, propositions of the faith. And I've found a way with most of my Christian friends to really just explain that as I deal with doubt. You know, a lot of people have their different sin struggles that, make it difficult for them to walk in the faith. For me, it's my lack of belief in the core propositions. But with that being said, right, I'm like a particular type of church dude. I'm like the worship team, like wants to hang out and like be a part of the community and like do fun stuff and go on trips and like all that type of stuff. I'm totally like lifestyle. And then like worship service for me is really just about rocking out. And, I'm a fucking YouTube counter-apologist. So clearly I have some interest in like the bigger picture and the grander scheme. But as I've started to make this content, I've started to notice that a lot of you atheists are motherfucking Bible nerds. There's just no two ways about it. And the truth is, you just love that Bible. And I'm going to give you a perfect example. MyOneBlack Friend, my co-host on a hot program. Like, he's awesome. He's one of my favorite people on the planet. But there's some things that we're very different about. It's actually, I think, what makes the show interesting. You never know if we're going to like agree on something or if we're actually going to have some sort of interesting, nuanced difference of opinion. And this is one of those things. I'm a person who thinks there's so much madness and nonsense and ridiculousness and just awfulness going on in the Bible that we need to absolutely take the Bible off of its pedestal, stop being so excited about the Bible, stop venerating the goddamn Bible so much, okay? But some of y'all fundamentally disagree with me, okay? And so my off the rip impression is that we're finding out that Genetically Modified Skeptic is still a motherfucking Bible nerd.
It's technically foreign to me relative to my home here in Texas. It felt familiar, like
what up, Jefferson?
I have some kind of roots there myself. Given my upbringing, I think this is understandable. Being taught biblical stories early in my childhood is one of the ways I learned about morality.
Satan's Little Helper. I just think
Later,
there's better
as
sources of
biblical wisdom
lore
literature helped me learn
and
more
mythology.
complex
I agree.
values. I've learned to think more complexly and independently from it as I've grown up, but this literature is still important to me. When I stopped believing in God several years ago, I wanted to distance myself from Christianity and find myself apart from its influence. I'm glad that I did that, as it was the right thing for me to do at the time. I'm at a point now, though, where I have control over my own life, and the socially enforced Christianity I knew in my youth is really no longer a threat to my autonomy. I can now engage with Christian ideas without having them forced on me or associating them primarily with Christians who have...
Now hold the phones, folks. I'm in kind of a bad position here with my camera, so bear with my transition here. But I think this quote is important. He said, "I wrote and recorded this before Roe v. Wade was overturned in the U.S. Christianity is still not a threat to capital, all caps, my autonomy, but it all caps is a threat to others, especially now." This to me is like telling on yourself on YouTube, okay? Because the fact that you have to put something like this in is a real red flag of you loving this book so much, right? To be like, these stories mean so much to me, and you know Christianity is no longer a threat to me. Hold up. I know Christianity is fucking up the whole world right now, but you know, as like a pretty well off YouTuber white dude in the atheist community, like I'm still good. I'm still good, right? Like, Christianity ain't really threatening me, you know, so I still love the stories. Oh, you guys who it's like threatening your wombs right now? Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But let's talk more about how much I love Jesus, right? Like, bro, this is a bad look. Also, I left a comment on this video, so rather than, you know, repeat myself, I'm going to just go ahead and let's see if I can find my comment. Oh, I didn't leave a comment here. I left a comment on Nate's video. So I'm gonna go ahead and show y'all that real quick, because that actually is relevant to this. Let's look up my man Digital Gnosis real quick. This was the video I couldn't get through. Y'all see I made it about 20 minutes in. I said, caught this late. It's interesting Drew starts with Christianity isn't a threat to his autonomy. Then he has to overlay the whole Roe v. Wade thing. Yet somehow, I guess restricting his wife's reproductive choices is not a threat to his autonomy. Again, apparently, if they decided to get an abortion and his wife was prohibited from doing so, Drew could step in and say, "Bae, don't worry, I'm a man. I still have rights. I'll go get an abortion for us." This is always my joke about how abortion is about everybody's reproductive rights. Except that isn't how any of this works. Sorry, Drew. So yeah, that's my thought on this, having to go back and editing and overlay the fact that Roe v. Wade has fucked up the whole world. But it's not just that, right? We've seen public prayer, you know, gun, you know, is there a spate, a bunch of spate is the word or whatever? Is there a bunch of mass shootings happening? We must protect the guns. We must protect the guns. What about the school children? We must protect the guns. So again, it's just like, it must be really nice to be in this position where all of this shit can go on and it's just not a threat to your autonomy, so you're cool. And the rest of us should really just appreciate the deeper value in these stories, which we will get to, trust me.
I've used scripture to abusively control me. Now that I'm in this state, I've found studying the Bible critically to be one of my favorite pastimes.
Oh, you want to join the show, Jefferson? Yeah, when I get through this, I'll take callers. And I'll go, give me a minute, I'll have to set up the restream on my other machine. But yeah, I'll take callers. And if that doesn't work, I'll take them through Discord. But yeah, let me get through this and then we can have a conversation. I'd be fine with that.
Through this.
Also, I want to address these questions. Lena, what do you think about towing the line strategy to reel in the indoctrinated youth who likely make up his viewership? Is there merit to being sympathetic to religion as to not be off-putting? You know, I don't know. I think that's for other people to decide. My kind of take on it is that for most of us, there's a progression. We talked a little bit about this last night on the after show, but basically, I think that what happens is when you first start off, right, you are in a place where you're either just coming out of Christianity or maybe you're even still in it full time, and you do need a gentle off-ramp. Like, I think there's merit to that. And so I know that that's how a lot of people feel. And again, like, that's why I brought up his content before. I still feel very genuinely about that. My argument was this: when you first are in that phase, right? First off, you're not going to consume some long-winded podcast and format. This stuff that's 2 hours, 4 hours, you could forget that. You're not watching any of that content because you can't fit 4 hours of atheism into your normal, more or less Christian life still, right? You're just trying to get that. So you need this stuff that's like really concise, right? And it's nice if it's really well produced by somebody who's not off-putting and doesn't use strong language and isn't like attacking your religion, but is going to sort of like gently critique it in a way that is going to like encourage you and give you some reinforcement as you're trying to like think more critically. I totally think that's valid. At the same time, I'm always wondering more and more and more, is that just juvenilizing the person? And like, part of the problem is we're too gentle about it. Like, that's the problem, is that we're not creating enough urgency by really calling out how bad this stuff is. I mean, come on, guys. It's like virgin birth and dude was reborn, resurrected after 3 days, and you're born a sinner deserving of hell, but without the grace of Jesus, but thanks to the grace of Jesus, you can be saved. I mean, like, really? And think about what they're saying about you, right? It's like, why do I have to treat someone's worldview that's fundamentally an insult to my existence as though, hey, that's a really nice thought of you, Bob, but maybe we should have a deeper conversation about some of the implications of your worldview. Like, maybe that's just for somebody else to do, and I'm just the like, nah, go fuck yourself, I'm not here for it type of guy, right? But at the same time, like, to be honest with you guys, I'm not this way with my Christian friends, nor would I be, and it's probably because, again, they're real people in my real life, and they're my real friends, and I very much am much more like, hey, we should just think about this. I'm very much more like Drew, right? Also, when I'm talking to people and having conversations on Hot Program, I tend to be much more gentle and try to be like productive. And of course I teach, right? And a lot of my students that come into my evolutionary biology class are Christians, are actively engaged in ministry. And I don't act this way or try to say anything off-putting to them. Very gentle. But I do feel like those are situations where my relationship or commitment or role in that community or in that setting puts me in a very particular type of role that's just quite frankly different than how I actually feel. What I say here when I'm kind of like, go fuck yourself, you think you're the chosen people, and I think that's bullshit, and I think you need to grow the fuck up and stop thinking like a child, that's actually much more how I feel about the issue. I'm just being honest with you guys. That's really how I feel. It's just other times I go, hey, I'm an educator right now, I've got different goals, and I'm going to talk to my students a different way, or my friends, or whatever have you. So I don't know. I really don't know. And I wanted to address it because I think it's a great question, and I just don't know. My answer now is, fortunately, there are different people taking different approaches, and you can find different content to kind of like what you need at the time. Pine Creek was angry at everybody, I especially liked when he went off. Yeah, a lot of that stuff, you got to remember, that's what appeals to me. Like, I can come back on screen. I really like the entertaining, more irreverent stuff. I also progressed to a need where I needed less of the content creator and more of the community. A lot of what draws me now to this is like you guys and engaging in the chat. I started by engaging in the comment section and then progressed to the live chat and then to like calling in, and now, like doing my own show where, I can talk to people and kind of have the conversations I want. So to me, that just felt like maturing and progressing and going from, needing to watch these like 10-minute videos that are really encouraging to actually needing community and like wanting to meet other people and needing friends
and getting kind of bored of like sitting around talking about the arguments and the philosophical stuff all day. I was like, I kind of want to just meet some cool people and have fun. Speaking of which, this Sunday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Hot Program, we'll be interviewing James Apperson. And that's something I'm really excited about. That's exactly the type of thing we had in mind when we started Hot Program. Obviously, the type of thing like our interview with Rebecca on the theist side, and then over on the atheist and skeptic side, you know, finding people that are active in our community, that our community kind of knows their name and kind of recognizes them, but would love to hear more from them and actually have like a sit-down interview with them and a real conversation and figure out more about, you know, how that person got involved and what the community means to them and all that stuff. So if you're into that kind of thing, that's kind of what we want to do on Hot Program. And so look forward to our episode this Sunday at 3:30 with James. Yeah, he lives in, just trying to catch up with the, I think we're pretty good. Appreciate you guys in the chat. Appreciate you guys having conversations with each other. I feel like our community is really growing. Definitely happy to see, you know, 10, 15 people in here. Really awesome. We have a great time when there's just 3 or 4 of us. But I think this makes it a lot more fun and engaging for my regulars. So appreciate you guys.
Study, I've realized that, surprisingly, I still find myself rather enamored by many of the biblical ideas.
Stop the tape, sorry. Somebody said, Tangelo, what do you want me to send a link to? Oh, to the Restream. Yeah, I don't have one up, but I'm going to send one after. I'll send a link, and you guys can join in after. We'll have an open dialogue. Sorry, just trying to catch up.
Allow me to discuss a moral
welcome, Otangelo. Good to see you, man.
Show you what
Good to see you. No name. What's up, bro?
That you're watching right now.
I'm going to open this up after the window. Please join.
For about 4 years now. Something I noticed as I came to better understand earning money on YouTube was that videos that include mockery, stoke internet flame wars, or create overly inflated moral outrage against a specific person or group are definitely the most profitable for tons of creators on the platform across genres. They're easy to make, they drive tons of engagement, and somehow give the viewer the impression that the creator making the video
you can make
is some
enough
kind
of that to do this
beacon, a white knight who crusades against evil, and that tends to drive.
But no, stop the tape. This is something I find really interesting about this conversation, because I think he's totally right about this, right? And this is this bigger conversation we've been kind of having even as we've been watching this, right? What is the value of sort of, you know, turning down the temperature a little bit, being a little bit more religious friendly, theist forward. To be honest with you guys, one thing I really love about doing this is, to be honest with you guys, I started this really because of Hot Program, right? The opportunity to do Hot Program with MyOneBlack Friend. I'm fortunate enough, I've had a bunch of people approach me about doing different podcasts, because I have a lot of interest in, like, I studied to be a dating coach. And so I used to start television shows where me and a female co-host would like give people dating advice. So I've always wanted to restart that show. People like my dad have always wanted me to do a show about politics and like my take on social issues. As you guys know, I've been getting into that a little bit more. We just did some Marjorie Taylor Greene. But the thing that really got me to finally bite and say, yes, I will do this show, was my one black friend suggesting that we do something. And I was like, man, when am I going to ever get the chance with like another black guy that I really respect and admire, who I really like the way he says, like I really like his ideas, and he's also like an atheist. Like, when am I ever going to get this chance again? Like, you need to just do this. And so a lot of this other stuff that I started doing on my own, it was really to like do practice. It was like to get myself talking and like put some more content out there so I could essentially promote Hot Program and also get myself more comfortable doing the podcast and doing the counter-apologetics, because it is new to me. And so the reason I really brought this up was to say I really celebrate this, because now it's like I get to have that range where Hot Program, in case you guys can't tell, even though the name is Hot Program, it is deliberately intended to be more theist friendly, right? I'm not singing and dancing. I'm not, doing any of that stuff. I do normally wear the costume now or whatever, but that's kind of the extent of it. I have much more serious conversations, and we want that to be a space where if you're a theist, you will watch, you will call in, you'll be a guest. We try not to like tear down people's belief. We try to just really understand them. And so I really enjoy getting to like have Hot Program be the kind of friendly space. And then when I'm doing my own stuff, I'm free to just be as ridiculous as I want to. And then do other stuff like I got coming up with Rodrigo and some of my colleagues where I'm going to be doing more evolution stuff, getting you guys much more into like what I actually do for work and professionally. And so I really enjoy having the range and slowly but surely building a community that gets to see the range. But to speak to it, man, I really do think that, that's a big part of Drew's branding. And it certainly now is probably a big part of how he makes his money. But the thing that this made me think of when I first heard it was like, bro, first off, I love the algorithm. And I think that that's just what it is. Like a lot of my latest broadcast, I'm trying to make the titles more engaging. I'm trying to find other content creators to respond to that you guys will be interested in. I'm trying to find issues and topics. And so it's kind of nice to be in his position where you are able to make a living at this and you are able to really be critical and reflective about, how you want to present yourself. But it is a reality that a lot of us smaller content creators have to deal with, which is like, we're just trying to become relevant to people, poke up on their notifications or on their sidebar. And yeah, we do have to, massage the algorithm. And I'm trying to have fun with it, right? Just to, make it so our communities grow so that our content is more engaging. But also, I think you should not mistake the genuine outrage. Part of my motivation to do this stuff, and when I say these things and when I go off on these people, I'm expressing real anger and real rage that I have as a person that spent over 20 years in this faith, and the unbelievable impact that it's had on me and my relationships, that it continues to have on the society I live in, that it continues to be a strain on my relationships with my own family, a lot of my own friends. And so just to say, not all of it's clickbait.
Bribe donations. This strategy, provoking outrage for profit, is how many popular social commentators...
I am really an angry ass, bipolar, fucking skeptic, atheist, evolutionary biologist. Yes, folks. Yes, I'm really pissed off, angry, black, crazy person. For real, in the flesh.
...and even politicians really make their living, and it's incredibly harmful. Once I understood that, I realized that I was at a crossroads. I could stir outrage in my audience, severely hurt this discourse, and make enough money to do something crazy, like buy a house in Austin, Texas. Or I could stick to my original goals of making helpful, informative videos and be content with the money I could make ethically. I did my best to choose the latter course of action. Being morally accountable as a content creator is an ongoing process, of course, and biblical values, which I was taught as
angry
a kid,
black man alert,
have become
exactly.
all the more precious to me considering. The love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. One cannot serve God and money. Of course, I don't actually believe in the existence of gods, so when I read this, I take it more as one cannot conduct oneself ethically while making money their highest priority. Further, Jesus' parable about the Good Samaritan is deeply meaningful to me as a lesson on not letting one's own...
All right, pause the tape because he might move on from the root of money thing. The love of money is the root of much evil, as I always understood the quote to be. And this is the type of shit that pisses me off about Christianity. Number one, let's put it to you like this. That is really not that profound. I get really sick of the Bible and its believers taking all this credit for wisdom
that isn't really that wise. I call it kindergarten wisdom, right? Like most 5-year-olds can tell you that being a selfish prick and just doing everything you can to make the most money is not a good pro-social strategy and is not going to lead to happiness in your life or other people. So it's ridiculous. Yeah, Satan's little helper. First, second, it's also totally hypocritical because give your money to Jesus, get rid of all your money and follow me. Give us 10%, give us an offering. You know, it just seems to be like, the church seems to perfectly be in love with money. The other thing is, I think it undermines some real aspirational things. Again, it's almost like the thought crime of telling you you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife or your neighbor's goods. Sometimes coveting your neighbor's wife and your neighbor's goods is what makes your ass further your education, get back in the gym, start dieting, and get it together, okay? And sometimes the love of money, like when I think of my own mother, right, my life is possible because my mother loved money to be like, I want to make a better living, like I want to get up out the hood, like I'm gonna get an education, then I'm gonna go like into corporate America. And she did a lot of things for the money. Like she don't run call centers for free or for fun or for shits and giggles. She does it for cold, hard cash, right? And me being able to go to a private school and grow up in a gated community as a black person was the alternative. Was I could have been growing up in the hood where it wasn't safe for me to walk back and forth to school alone. I end up getting a full academic scholarship to college, to go to Penn State. I've been on academic fellowships. All of that can be traced back to her ambition and her love of money and wanting to provide. And then what about people like myself who don't love money enough, who quite frankly aren't, disciplined about money enough or don't invest well enough? So not only is this kindergarten wisdom, but to me it doesn't even hold up. It's not even really solid advice. Amongst further investigation, it turns out the love of money can be the root of much good. So like most folk wisdom, it's grossly oversimplified. And it turns out you could do a lot of good with money, So it's just kind of one of those things that just irritates me. That again is the right thing to do, to continue to pretend. Like when somebody tells you, like, oh well, Jay, the Bible tells me that the love of money is the root of much evil, and you just go, oh my God. Wow, Jim Bob, I never thought of it that way before. I never heard that. That's so profound, Maybe I need to reconsider my position because, man, that Bible's just so wise. You just get so many words of wisdom from it. Like, no, bro. Nah. You got to come harder than that.
Tribalism get in the way of caring for others in need. His charge to care for the poor, even at the expense of the rich, is an idea which I carry into my politics. Moral lessons which I originally learned as a child through the teachings of Jesus still greatly impact my thoughts and actions today. Certain careful viewers of mine have noticed this and left comments asking a valid question. Why then, Drew, don't you consider yourself a Christian? This comment isn't meant to ask why I don't believe in the supernatural elements of Christianity.
Yeah, thanks for the sub, Randy.
If you're interested in hearing about that, I do have other videos addressing that. The question asks, rather, why I don't consider myself a follower of Jesus.
Is Jim Bob a real person? Because I just be making up names, and I realize sometimes they might be the names of actual people in the community. So Jim Bob, if you're out there, I just like it because it's a funny sounding stereotypical name to use, nothing personal.
Jesus, the man, given that I hold dear many of his teachings, as well as those from the Hebrew wisdom literature which he so often drew upon. It's a good question.
Yeah, I am charioteer. Seth Andrews has a great book and video about religion made me say stupid things.
Giving a few reasons I don't follow Jesus, even though I still deeply cherish certain stories and ideas attributed to him. Now, if we're talking about the historical man Jesus here, I must conceptualize him as credible historians do. An inextricable feature of Jesus' character was his preaching of apocalypticism. This was the view that evil spiritual forces such as demons and principalities had taken over the world, causing all the suffering we experience and all the wrongdoing humans commit. Any day now, though, God was to come to earth, drive out these evil forces, judge the righteous and unrighteous, and establish his utopian kingdom on earth.
All right, stop the tape. I want to do something that I really like to do when I want to really draw some more attention to something. I'm actually going to roll this back, and I want to listen to him summarize his understanding of Jesus's apocalypticism one more time. And I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I won't mind the extra opportunity to check out these graphics, because some of these images, something I do appreciate about Christianity is the motherfucking artwork, right?
Apocalypticism. This was the view that evil spiritual forces such as demons and principalities had taken over the world, causing all the suffering we experience and all the wrongdoing humans commit. Any day now, though, God was to come to earth, drive out these evil forces, judge the righteous and unrighteous, and establish his utopian kingdom on earth. Keep this in mind as I'll reference this idea throughout the video. Evil forces.
Yeah, you gotta give me a lot here, Drew, because I'm always trying to get people to understand that this is why I don't fuck with Jesus anymore. Like, if we're to take the historical Jesus seriously, this motherfucker is some crazy apocalyptic rabbi who, in our current understanding of the world, makes no goddamn sense. None. So when we can find so many sources of knowledge and truth and stuff that we can all share and stuff that we can all measure, that we can all agree upon. This, 2 + 2 = 4. This is how long a foot is. Why do I need this pathetic wisdom? Why do I need this motherfucker who's going to say, betray your family, forsake everyone you know and follow me? Just so he can offer me some parables and shit, right? When at the same time, what people are always pointing to with Jesus and with the Bible is the bigger picture, the grander message, the moral of the story, so to speak, the takeaway message that you're supposed to get. You're supposed to ignore all the little historical mishaps, all the little details they got wrong, all the little contradictions and conflicts, right? All so you could pay attention to the bigger picture. This is the bigger picture. This Hebrew apocalypticism, Hebrew blood magic is the bigger picture, and I'm not with it.
Are not to blame. The first reason I'll give for not following Jesus is that I don't believe that suffering or wrongdoing.
Yeah, we touched on this last night.
Much less spiritual forces. Behind all experiences which
substitutionary atonement is immoral.
System. This is just a part of our biology which evolved to help us survive. Damaging various body parts, breaking social ties, and losing members of our tribe can lessen our chances of survival, so organisms which reacted in ways which caused them to avoid these things were naturally selected for. We are the descendants of these organisms. Suffering is little more than an evolved response to a universe indifferent to us. It's not a result of evil or an intentional spiritual attack. I don't think spiritual forces must be invoked to explain actions we'd consider wrong either. Humans are perfectly capable of harming others on their own, but even still, I don't consider such action. Stop
the tape. Yeah, Flying Man Disciple, we're reviewing this because most of us couldn't make it through the digital gnosis thing because he had a apologist on or whatever. I don't know, it just got boring. But yeah, this is just so weird. It's so weird to hear him kind of work his way through all the problems with it, but somehow in an effort to tell us how it's all good and okay. This genuinely feels like a Christian apologetics video made by a very well-known atheist. It is some weird shit, right? It is easy. It's why it's easy content, because you see this shit and you're like, is this really happening? really? Like, I would have never even thought in like a fairy tale to like make some shit up like this. Like, hey guys, I made this video where Drew from Genetically Modified Skeptic sounds like a goddamn Christian apologist. But here we are. Roll tape.
Evil, or a result of a corrupted, immoral nature. People don't do harmful things
Sam
just
is
for the
an
sake
atheist.
of harming others.
I don't understand why people don't understand being an atheist is so easy. My dog can do it.
Consequences, fearful and defensive, or neurochemically imbalanced. Willful evil, whether it invokes spiritual beings or not, is a primitive myth that oversimplifies the complex psychosocial process behind antisocial behavior.
Right. So tell us again why we should care about the book that teaches us this.
Justice. Simply punishing those who harm others just creates more harm and doesn't address the actual root of the problem. This is the kind of justice which Jesus' teaching, whether taken as apocalyptic or not, invokes. In this view, wrongdoing comes from the corruption of one's nature, so justice can only be done if the wicked, the corrupt, are destroyed. Rehabilitation and restoration by natural means are therefore impossible. In my opinion, this view has caused one of the most
B.S. Lewis, I want to react to that convo.
Time, the mass incarceration of criminals entirely capable of rehabilitation. Millions of lives are destroyed because we refuse.
Yeah, it does sound like he's whitewashing it. And you know what? It's so interesting because, like, I think like in this community, I always feel like it's always weird because it feels like it's so easy for this whitewashing to happen, but I always feel like I'm watching it amongst white boys, right? It's always like, man, these guys are so comfortable, like, you know, getting all cozy and comfy with the Christians. And then I realized it's like, well, I feel like that's because they're coming from a position of privilege, right? But I've also, to critique that position, realized, hey, that's just the demographic of who happens to be creating content in the particular community that I choose to watch. So maybe that says more about who I watch. But also, people can't help who they are. And interestingly enough, I've been watching this black content over on like Sainter Studios and some of this stuff. And these guys do this like peace and black power to everybody, and they call everybody like brother and sister, and they put the like Hebrew Israelite cult like up on this pedestal of being deeply philosophical and having a lot of profound wisdom, and they like pervert the language, like they pervert the English language. So like it almost feels like they like blackwash stuff, if that makes any sense. Like they're just like, you know, if we say peace and black power and like wear like really black looking stuff and like, you know, like rely on people like, you know, wanting to like be positive and like make us feel smart because we're black and shit. And I'm like, nah, this is hot garbage. Like this is awful. Like this is just as bad. Like it's just as bad. So I don't know. I guess we're all just doing what we can within our cultures to like, you know, do whatever our culture does to resolve cognitive dissonance.
To put away the myth of willful evil.
Roll tape.
Regardless of the mercy and forgiveness he displays, Jesus' teaching rests firmly upon this ignorant view. And I simply cannot follow
it's so weird. It's so weird. It's the black Hebrew Israelites. I want to do more on them.
Impedes social progress.
They are interesting and entertaining, at least.
The idea that Jesus was a perfect moral teacher, non-Christians will sometimes point out Jesus' toleration rather than disavowal of slavery. In the Gospels, he tells several parables that mention slaves, yet never in his ministry did he ever say that one should not
pause the tape. Yeah, I really think that's important. Like, you gotta call out the groups that you're a part of, right? And so it's like weird for me because I'm more like, you know, being in like all black in groups is actually new and always feels a bit foreign to me. But I'm trying to, you know, do that a little bit more. Like when I was on there, I appeared on Sainter Studios once, and I was basically trying to say, like, look, I really think as black people, we got to leave this alone. Like, it really bothers me because I feel like, just like so many other things, right, that if you're more educated or more middle class, like you have more security. And I feel like that gives you a lot more freedom and a lot more tools and a lot more resources so that you're actually more likely to to like leave, engage the counter apologetics and maybe leave your faith. And you can kind of afford to, right? Like, being like leaving the social structure isn't gonna like, cripple your ability to like feed your family. And, there's a lot of these other layers that come with it. And so I do really feel like some of these groups where religion is not just a faith thing, but it's also deeply tied to the ethnicity and the community identity, they seem to be light years behind in terms of like the critical thinking and stuff like that. Like just to be honest, like they just don't seem to be there. But at the same time, I feel like it's really important because if only certain demographics, like, people who are educated, white and middle class, get counter apologized to, then like those are the only people who actually reap the benefits. And I think there are a lot of benefits of, having your faith challenged. So we are out here trying to diversify a little bit, but there's no fucking roadmap on how to do it. So realizing that as I go.
Another human as property. As it's usually intended, I think this criticism is valid. However, when we recognize Jesus as the apocalyptic preacher he actually was,
Satan's little helper, they enjoy the smell of their own farts, definitely.
Absolutely crucial to his message was the idea that the world as we knew it was about to end. What would be the point in calling for any restructuring of social hierarchies if God was about to just overthrow all human governance anyway? On this view, it only makes sense to encourage people to do that which will win them favor with their soon-to-be ruler,
I'll do more black Hebrew
Whether
Israelite
slave
stuff,
or
guys.
Free, rich
Good
or
idea.
poor, your highest priority shouldn't be improving this world, but gaining admission into the world to come. Since the world didn't end and we have no tangible evidence for another realm of existence where ultimate justice is done, Jesus' moral teachings are woefully inadequate to address injustice and suffering.
Right,
in the
Drew.
real world.
So please get to the part where we should love this for some reason.
The poor is an incredible act of kindness, but it doesn't get us closer to long-term solutions to poverty. In order to find such solutions to poverty, disease, and social injustice, we must think long-term with the assumption that if we don't solve these problems ourselves, they will persist. Counting on something or someone else to solve our problems one day will only prolong our suffering. Various versions of the view that ultimate justice will be done at the end of time or at the end.
All right, yeah, I agree with so much. I love this chat, man. This is so engaging. I really do. The comment about the Black Hebrew Israelites being like Nazis, man. This is what I mean about being light years behind. I was kind of taken aback by some of like the openly homophobic and anti-scientific and just the weird distorted history comments I was hearing. I was like, wow, this is really bad. And so there's like an element of truth to somehow this sort of self-righteousness has shielded like this gross inability to keep up with the mores of our time, right? Gin and Truth on YouTube talks about this, guys. Like, Gin and Truth on YouTube is probably actually currently my favorite YouTuber. And he talks about how, you used to couldn't go to like a stand-up comedic show back in the day without somebody saying faggot like 90 times. And, people, we all laughed at that type of thing, right? And then we learned, like we got better. We learned like that's not cool. And we got educated on why we shouldn't do that. And for the most part, most of us have like changed and adapted and got over it. People slip once in a while, and mostly they say, oh, my bad, or I shouldn't have said that, or I didn't mean to be insensitive. And we all go, yeah, we get it. And you know, people are tolerant. Because even most people like who have like some sort of marginalized identity, like people slip and they say something fucked up around you once in a while. But you know, a person's like intention normally, and if they're cool or they're a friend, or you know, they didn't mean it, or you know, they come from some kind of background, people say shit and they let it slip once in a while around you, go, hey, dude, it's no big deal. Like, you know, but Gin and Truth is my favorite. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, thanks, YouTube Punk. Yeah, like that's I love the recommendations you guys give me. But yeah, I really I just love the way he I just love his content, right? I just love the way he's like dead on it. And I feel like the way he says things as flagrant as he sometimes is, it's like that speaks to my heart, because that's what I'm raging inside. So yeah, appreciate that. But yeah, all right, let's rotate.
The end of our lives.
We're doing good, guys. We're knocking this out.
Oppressors for centuries. Don't worry about suffering now, rulers tell the oppressed, because God will give you peace in the afterlife. Or as one of my favorite artists, the father of Afrobeat, Fela Kuti, put it in his song Suffering and Smiling.
Suffer for once, enjoy for heaven. Christians go the yard.
And the reason why Islam and Christianity is spread all over Africa, we know, is to exploit the people. All Christians think like white, like European, like English and Americans.
Right.
And all Muslim people think like Arabs. So they're just diverting the African minds from their roots, that's all, you know.
This mentality prevents people from rising up and finding solutions to their problems, which is convenient to an oppressive ruling class.
Yes.
Personally, I can't follow a teacher who assumes that justice will be done regardless of human action, when it's clear that only human action has ever solved human problems. Okay, at this point, you might ask, why don't you consider yourself Christian?
So now this is the problem that I see the most. This is, and I think you guys are right on it, chat, that there's definitely seems to be this correlation between poverty and religion. It's part of the reason, you know, Doug's little thought experiment, I don't think would work, right? His little thought experiment the other day of, hey, I got a way to solve a bunch of problems. Let's just make it so poor people can't have kids. It's like, the thing is, though, Doug, human nature and all the statistics that we have on it seem to show that the poorer people are, the more kids they have. And why would that be? Well, because when you don't have money, your actual security comes from having people to take care of you. And if you're poor, you also have a less chance that, like, each child you have will, like, live or, you know, be successful enough to like have enough resources. So this is why, sort of as an insurance policy, poor people have a bunch of fucking kids. And this correlation is like well known to people who know this type of stuff. So it's kind of just really sad, right? And with that being said, it's like why I think this whole thing with religion is so tragic. Because poor people are the people who can least afford the faith healing. Like if you've got the best medical care in the world and, you know, the best doctors, and then, you know, you want to throw a little money at Benny Hinn, you know, on the side to like see if a little prayer and holy oil will like, you know, help out, you know, why not? You know, go for it. Knock yourself out, right? But for the lower you go down on the economic scale, though, the more that becomes an either or choice, right? And it's like people are saving up their little pennies and stuff. And you know, if they travel to go see some faith healer, like, you know, they may not see a doctor or for whatever, right? And then plus you got the mental resources, right? Those people are more likely to be all in one or the other, right? So they might not even, if they're into the faith healing, they might not even buy into going to see the doctor. So there's all these other, you know, because again, you're dealing with combining normally a lack of economic resources with then all the consequences of that, like a lack of education education, a lack of access to healthcare, you know, a lack of fucking positive and knowledgeable social restraints, right? A lot of us are fucking dumbasses, but like because of our, you know, indirectly because of like the birth lottery and being born around decently educated people and well-to-do people, we just get advice along the way, and like we can't get too far off course before somebody who knows better kind of sits us down and is like, hey man, you should like really do this, this, and this instead of these last couple things you did. And you're like, oh yeah, I probably should, right? We don't take account of that stuff a lot, but those are huge differences in terms of social resources, like who's in your network and all that type of stuff, right? I might not consider myself that brilliant, but I know some brilliant motherfuckers, right? And that's a privilege in life, to know some really, really, really brilliant people that you can get guidance from. Not everybody has that, right? So yeah, it's just very interesting to think about this stuff. Do I like Cult of Dusty? I don't think I know Cult of Dusty's stuff well. It sounds like a channel that No Name has talked to me about. That's what No Name knows a lot more channels than I do. And so I think Cult of Dusty is one of the ones he's talked about that maybe I've like pulled up a video or something, but I'm not remembering right now. Satan's Little Helper mentioned Maslow's hierarchy needs. Absolutely.
Christian in a looser sense. Lots of Christians already don't strongly believe in the supernatural parts of Christianity and still follow a more idealized Jesus rather than the historical Jesus. If you like Christian stuff so much, why not just join their ranks?
Yeah,
That's
we're
tougher
wondering.
to answer, but I'll give it a try. Narrative and identity above all else. Stories are excellent ways to teach moral lessons, as they're more captivating, emotive, and memorable than any alternative. As I said earlier, I learned many of the moral values I still cherish today by learning biblical stories. Now that I'm an adult and can reason for myself, though, I don't maintain those morals because I cherish those stories. I have deeper reasons for my moral values, which I came to on my own. In fact, the reasoning I've done on my own, moral and otherwise, has led me to stop cherishing many Christian stories. Jesus working miracles to show his power, his teachings about marriage, and his apocalyptic parables are a few examples. I've observed a pattern among religious people, conservative and liberal, traditional and progressive. Say someone develops a new value, like pacifism, vegetarianism, or affirmation of non-traditional gender identities. They then contextualize their new value within their religious view, saying that their new value naturally stems from their pre-existing religion. If a Christian, they might say, Jesus was a pacifist, or Jesus taught us to be compassionate, and I think that he would extend that to animals too. Or Jesus said that we should love everyone, no matter what, so that means affirming queerness. I don't think this is necessarily a problem, and I wouldn't care to argue with someone who believes that their religion supports ideas I hold myself. However, I don't think that this contextualization, at least for myself, is necessary at all. Why must we tie our values to our cherished stories so closely that we reinterpret those stories when we come to believe something new, effectively treating our cherished stories as if they're as morally relevant as our values themselves? Well, I can't think of one reason to do this: maintaining one's group identity or tradition. Again, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I do think a lot of people get so caught up in protecting their group's stories, identity, and traditions that their values become secondary. When that happens, our tribal minds usually slide, without us really noticing, into thinking in-group good, out-group bad.
And see, this is where I'm at with it. And to be honest, gang, this is like where I think my family is. Like, I think that they put Christ and Christianity above all, and they're so hooked on the idea that it must be good and it must be great and it must make them holy and righteous that I'm like, y'all, Christianity is like the grossest thing you could possibly do right now. Like, it's probably like, to me, it's like not really that moral of a position. It definitely isn't that like truthful of a position. It like gets in the way of you being an honest person. It like saddles you with a bunch of belief that make it hard to be on the right side of moral and political issues and social issues. like, it just feels like a bunch of baggage, like so much baggage, but it's an addiction. Like, they can't let it go. And if you challenge it, it's like they jump into, like, again, defending the identity, defending the narrative. And eventually you just feel bad. Like, you get worn out by sympathy. You just go, oh, this is a person who is not ready to let go of their imaginary friend. I think they're kind of childish when it comes to this thing, but, you know, this is their toy that they want to play with. And, like, you know, I probably don't want to, like, jeopardize this relationship, you know, just because, like, I think their toy is silly. So I'm just going to, like, you know, like, go along to get along. But, man, I'm telling you, it's fucking weird. And I love having this space to vent because, like, it gets very isolating when, like, you feel like the core of your family and the core of your social circle is really, like, hooked into that because it makes you feel like such an outcast in your own life. Like, an outcast in your own life. That's what it feels like, for real, for real. Roll the tape.
That is a problem. It's an
Hey, Satan's little helper, don't be getting sleepy to my voice. I'll throw that whiny in there on you. Trust me, every significant other I've had has known this dichotomy, the soothing radio voice and the motherfucking whiny, don't you dare do that to me voice. You gotta learn how to deal with both of those. Roll the tape.
Really simplistic, self-centered view, which serves as the basis for most human conflict. For that reason, I'm extremely cautious with anything that might make my thinking.
Asshole, read me a book.
I greatly admire the teachings of the Buddha and live almost according to his eightfold path, incidentally.
Yo, pause faces
My
are the
favorite
best. They're
Greek
like taking a
philosopher
picture
is
while someone's
Epicurus,
sneezing.
And ever since I discovered him as a teenager, I've sought to live a tranquil, well-analyzed life free of unnecessary desires, as he taught. I love the work of Carl Sagan, greatly value the scientific skepticism he taught, and have even shared his teachings in several videos on this channel. But I don't call myself a Buddhist.
Oh, I gotta add you guys to the approved
as I'm wary of
users.
falling into a similar pattern of tribal thought once these labels become so attached to my identity. Besides, I personally get all that I feel I need from these figures' teachings without wearing them as an identifying label. I wouldn't want to say that I'm a follower of Christ, affixing that to my identity, and then slowly come to place greater value on the story of Christ than on the moral values he taught, which are defensible in their own right. And, you know, to be perfectly honest here, maybe I wouldn't be so concerned about this happening were I to identify as Christian specifically if I hadn't seen it happen so often in others. That may very well be a product of my experience and environment, where Christian practice often creates highly insulated groups in which unchecked tribalism gives rise to antisocial attitudes and behaviors toward the outgroup. I mean, I grew up in the American South, so I think you know what I'm talking about. If I lived in a part of the world where Christianity wasn't linked so closely to radicalization, perhaps I'd be more comfortable wearing the Christian label in some limited cultural sense. Even with that comfort, though...
Stop the tape. Satan's little helper, we had to put some moderation in place just because we had too many penis bombers on this channel. I'll probably make it a little bit less strict as, you know, most time goes on. But I added you to the list of approved users on Pocketlocker86. Just let me know, and I'll add you guys to approved users because we know who most of you guys are, and then the bot should leave you alone. Let me know. All right, thanks.
I'm not sure if I'd really feel the need to do so. So, because I personally find it pointless to contextualize my values through the teachings of Jesus, and I see many people doing so in order to preserve their group identity, something I'm wary of, I can't call myself a Christian. I'm perfectly content to love Jesus because I first appreciate his morals rather than following his morals because I first love Jesus. I want to hear what you guys think, though.
Wait a second. I need to hear that again.
I first call myself a Christian. I'm perfectly content to love Jesus because I first appreciate his morals rather than following his morals because I first loved Jesus.
Because I first appreciate his morals. Bro, you just spent this whole thing telling us how his morals aren't inadequate. His teachings are no good. Yeah, this is just some, oh, how I love Jesus. Come on, where's my tambourine at, y'all? Oh, how I love, wait, get some tambourine. Oh, how I love Jesus because he first loved me. That's what this felt like. Is that not the vibe you got? Yay! Yeah, we got a tambourine. Y'all don't know. The game around here is serious. But that literally, I think that was literally 15 minutes of Christian apologetics from an atheist. But the funny thing is, he did the apologist thing. Like, he self-owned, right? Like, he spent the whole time being like, well, yeah, these stories mean a lot to me. All right, so yeah, the stories are no good. Here's some really mundane teaching from this one thing. Yeah, the morals are really no good. The stuff is problematic. Sorry about Roe v. Wade. Like, sorry, literally apologizing. And then at the end be like, well, folks, hope it makes sense to you now. I just still love me some Jesus. Bro, this is weird. Weird. All right, folks, let's figure out how much technological difficulties we're going to have trying to get the call-in going. We'll open up the rooms. We'll see. Let's see here. First, what we want to do is we want to set up our little game capture. All right, that looks like it's working. All right, hold on. Hey, if y'all want to stay tuned for the after show on Pocketlocker86, I'll be playing some of these games you see in front of you. Let me switch my television over to that monitor so I can see it. Actually, first I need to disconnect the one in front of me so that the computer doesn't put stuff on it. But so far, so good, guys. It looks like I'm actually going to be able to do this. It looks like we actually... so far, the technology is cooperating. Keep your fingers crossed. All right, let's disconnect that one. I think that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's what we wanted to do. Good. All right, so far, so good. Then we're going to go over to the other computer. This way, everything's a little smoother. It's all for you guys. You know, I got to use my second computer. That way I keep everything smooth and really, really velvety. All right. So, hang on. Let me get this thing out of my face. All right. I'm about to send y'all a link. Oh, yeah. No name. I'll add you, bro. Of course. All right. And also, I'm about to drop a restream link on y'all. Let's see here. Let's use Brave, maybe. There we go. Look, the restream pops up automatically. All right. There was that awesome stream from Rebecca the other night. Y'all should check that out. Hey, Atheist, it's fireworks from the 4th of July. That was great. Let me see if I can add myself without causing a ton of... all right, we got to get the audio working over here because... let me see. Oh, no, it should be working because I'm already over here. And that's going to go to restream. This should already be set up. Let's see. I just need to do, 3, 4. There we go. All right. Who's in here? Oh, the Most High Apostle. That's me. All right. So let's get rid of that. Don't know why that's here. That's probably some other room where I'm like logged in. All right. Let's invite some people. That's not the right control. This is the right control. All right, now we got the thing. There's the chat. I can drop it in there. All right. So Tux said he's in too. So Tux, see if you can come in the studio. You can promote our new content by showing people how cool we are. Also, there were some people who said earlier they were coming in. Otangelo, No Name, and hang on, I'm looking for it. You guys know who you are. You guys know who I'm talking about. Why am I having a hard time? Oh, because it's not showing me far enough up in the chat. That's why. Okay. But yeah, guys, go ahead and join the restream if you wanna chat. We can do that. And then let me change. I can change what screen the rest of you guys see for now until somebody calls in. Let's see. Laptop too full. We'll do that. Oh, not that one. All right. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Bonus content.
Okay, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I think the fine-tuning argument for God is trash.
First impressions, I love it. I agree. Let's cut through the noise. I'm taking the gloves off. Let you in on a little secret. I think the fine-tuning argument is a bunch of hot. Oh, hold on, folks. We actually got a guest. We gotta do YouTube pervert things. Let's see if this actually works. First off, I should add myself. All right, let's add me. All right, let's put this down. Let's put that back up. All right, do a little cut. All right, Lena, can you hear me? Hello. Lena, can you hear me? No. Apparently not. It says I'm making noises. Tux, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I don't know why Lena couldn't hear me. Lena, you can hop back in. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Bro, what's up with your boy, Genetically Modified Skeptic?
Well, the simple answer to that question is, I think he's a Christian in an atheist clothing or something. Actually,
really,
that's my first impression. My feels about Drew is that he, I don't know. I can't quite put it into analogy what is going on with Drew. I met him about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, what did you meet him at?
Better Conference.
Better? What is that?
It was an atheist convention in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
An atheist convention in Fort Wayne, Indiana. You know, I'm new to all this, so I don't know about these atheist gatherings. You know,
there's going to be one in the end of August, not far from you, on just the other side of Port Huron.
Oh. Let's make this camera better.
Whatever the Canadian side of Port Huron is. I can't remember the name of the town. It's called Baja Con.
Baja Con. What is Baja about this area? Not a goddamn thing.
It's something like it's an acronym for the amount of Great Lakes connections to the area. It's something like Blue Water or something. I don't know. I don't know what the acronym meant.
Hey, Lena, I don't know. Can Lena not hear us or something? Hang on, let me add her back. Lena, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Great. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, and who else is this?
This is Tux. This is one of my co-hosts.
Hi, Tux.
Hi.
The lead pastor of the First Church of the Flying Man. Because the most responsible thing I could do for the church was make somebody else responsible.
Well, very good. I pay my respects.
What do you think's going on with Genetically Modified Skeptic?
I think it's good. I don't know. I came from the...
Yeah, you're on the Be Friendly side?
Well, I watched the Digital Gnosis stream, and so they were like... They were annoyed with him that he wasn't enough on the Christian side. So I was like coming from that.
All right, explain that to me. Explain that to me. How is that not?
Well, I mean, I definitely didn't agree with them. But, you know, I mean, I don't know. There's definitely some teachings that I think have, I mean, yeah, you call it milquetoast level, moral teaching. Like toddler level, but some people don't get taught that. You know, some people grow up without a good education, without a family. They learn the laws of the jungle. They have to survive. They become pieces of shit by nature, and they have to kind of be worked out of that. And religion offers that for a lot of people. You know, a lot of people. The church is the only place where there's like actually like somewhat decent like people. At least on the surface, you know, they don't know that the priests are having their way with the little boys. But
Lena, hang on 1 second. Danny, what's up? And if there's Christians that want to talk to me, definitely have them come in. I dropped the link before, but you can feel free to share that link with anybody who wants to come in. And please let me know if you know who they are, because if not, we put them through the penis protocol. So, but yeah, Lena,
you know what I'm saying though about the poverty aspect, you know?
Yes, definitely. And also, I do think that religious teachings can be really good for people, right? And I'm with you on people sometimes don't get that education elsewhere. I guess I'm more in it's something I feel like I wish I heard content creators call out more, right? Like when you're like talking to somebody, you know, and maybe they've suffered like with an addiction or they've lost someone in their family, and you know, Christianity helped them get it together. Like I wouldn't be like, oh, hey, dude, you know, those teachings of Jesus, those are just, you know, kindergarten fairy. You know what I mean? Like that wouldn't be
that's like everyone though. Everyone's got trauma. So like most Christians, it's a pretty serious part of their life. It's like a personal relationship on a status above any other family or friend.
Yeah,
really. Like
I think that's what
imaginary best friend.
I think that's what I struggle with, right? Is because it does seem to be that like It's almost like I've sort of accepted the fact that I don't know if there's a nice way to do what I'm trying to do, because of the fact that it feels like for so many, if I'm going to you know, treat them favorably, it's like I think they're true believers, right? And if you're a true believer, then this is like the worst thing, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to take them seriously. Even the abortion stuff, right? I'm like, look, y'all, they think this is murder, right? And I don't agree. I don't think they're right. But if we're going to take them at their word, then their position on this makes sense, right? From that perspective. And so I'm basically agreeing with you. I really do think that there's a lot of value in trying to be effective. I hate admitting that. You know why? Because it feels like manipulation. My sort of background is in like training to be like a dating coach, right? And to me, I always tried to distinguish a pro-social way and an anti-social way. Like in some level, like I think people who really get down to this say like it's all manipulation, but there is a like, hey, you wanted to make friends with me, so you like, you know, found a game I like and asked to play it with me and like offered to like, you know, take me to a bar and buy me some buffalo wings. Like I'm cool with that. Like I know you're trying to make me like you, but I like your approach. You see what I'm saying? And then there's another way where like you do all the same stuff and really you just like want me to like buy something I don't really want or need, and you're trying to like sell me something. You know what I mean? And then I'm like not okay with it. And so
I see where you're coming from. I try coming at it just from an angle of like open-mindedness. It's like I'm trying to improve my own understanding, but also like push the agenda that I want. Like I'm upfront about my bias. You know, I want to get rid of Christianity because I think it's toxic and preventing a lot of the progressive policies that I want to push. But I'm in agreement with like Aaron Raw and you know, Matt and all the others who say we need a spectrum of atheists. You know, we need the firebrands, and then we need the soft and cuddlies that they can run to. And I think genetically modified skeptic serves the milquetoast atheist role pretty well.
I actually agree with that. Go ahead, Danny. I gotta admit, we're a little starstruck. We're a little humble little channel over here. We're not used to the big timers like yourself rolling through on the regular. But how you doing, sir? I can't hear you.
You're muted, Danny. This is why we can never have a nice thing.
No, we have Danny, but we can't hear Danny. Well, Danny, you're looking good. People, Danny's here. Look how cool we are. let's just use him for clicks. Run, go tell all Danny's fans that Danny's here.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
What's up?
Okay. No, there's this Christian channel that wants to talk to you, Jay.
Yeah, sure.
But they want you to go over there. They have more viewers, they said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm down to do that.
Okay, I'll give you the link. How do I give you the link? Private chat. Okay.
Yeah. Give me the link.
All of y'all are invited too, and y'all can come in too.
Yeah.
Okay, here's I put it in the private chat. Do you see it?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go see what's up there.
I'll see y'all there.
All right. I'll see y'all over there. All right. I'm gonna go over there, and then if it gets after we talk, or if it gets boring or whatever, we'll reconvene here. All right. Let's let's go over there and see what's going on. Actually, I'd like it if you all join. Let's see how many of us we can fit in there.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go as a crew. Let's go. We roll as a community. All right.
You don't have to post is there a link?
Yeah, it's in the private chat. So let me know, because I want to make sure you guys all get it pulled up before I switch over there. Yes. If you guys want more redemptions, go to the Pocketlocker86 channel. The J Bundy store needs to be updated. All right, I think everybody's got it. Did you get it, Tux and No Name?
I am entering right now.
All right, cool. I'll see you guys over there. No Name, you good? No Name, I can't hear you for talking.
Yeah. Can't hear me either.
Maybe he's over there. All right, I'll keep this open for a minute. I just need to let it... I need to turn my camera off and stuff. Oh, he left. All right, we're good.
Overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Allow. Let's see if you can do my camera. Let's quit this. C92. All right. My camera might need a browser restart. So let's try that. Whoa, did it just go back to the same place? Yeah, good. All right, actually, I want to adjust that camera real quick. We were making a video, so it's got the background, I guess, the virtual background. No, we don't want a virtual background right now. Yeah, we want to check our framing, and you got our framing all screwed up. All right, it's fine. It's fine. Who cares? All right, let's do this, y'all. Let's get in here and see what's going on. Let's check our audio settings. Audio. See, our audio settings are not right. This is why we check these things. This is why we check these things. All right, no echo cancellation. Stereo. Yeah, you can adjust the volume. Camera's good. All right, let's go. Myron the Flying Man. Nope. Let's go with Most High Apostle. Heartbreak. Let's go Pocketlocker86 so we can do a little bit of promo because we're YouTube perverts now. PhD X2, baby.
Liberal, so I'm thinking he's more like, centrist.
All right, here we go. What's up? How you guys doing?
We're all right, man. We're all right.
What's up?
Now, Jay, I'm gonna sit this one out. I'm okay.
Danny, actually,
You're gonna sit this one out.
Danny, can you actually moderate?
I need an Evo, bro.
Yeah, Danny, can you actually?
No, let's have a conversation. We don't need a moderator, bro.
Okay. All right, we don't need a moderator.
What's this Most High Apostle, bro? Talk to us, man.
The cult of the Flying Man. I'm a religious atheist.
Oh, do explain.
Should I? All right, so there's a guy named Doug. He has a YouTube channel called Pine Creek. You should check him out.
He knows it.
Oh, you know Doug?
Yeah, we've had discussions before.
Yeah, so I like the. Have you done the Flying Man with Doug?
Nah.
All right.
I mean, at least I don't know that I have. I've talked to him a couple of times.
All right, so Doug sometimes does a thought experiment called the Flying Man, where he basically describes having an ancestor who flew unaided over the Grand Canyon for our sins. And he'll ask his interlocutor, do they believe in this ancestor who flew over the Grand Canyon? And they'll usually say no, of course, because that sounds ridiculous. And then he'll layer on all these layers that sort of mirror the evidence we have for Jesus. So, what if there's 4 diaries from his friends? What if the prophets hundreds and thousands of years ago foretold that he would fly over the Grand Canyon for our sins? What if, some of his enemies came to believe that he flied for our sins? And for the most part, a person is just unmoved. Just nope. And so then the question remains, well, then why do you believe it in the case of Jesus, right? And so for me, it's like I'm actually an educator. Like I'm I'm an evolutionary biologist. And so in our class where we review how sometimes ideas like intelligent design creationism are not actually scientific theories, we talk about other examples, examples of other sort of naturalistic creation narratives or maybe other religious creation stories that obviously most people would not want taught in the classroom. And so I sort of realized that this sort of Flying Man was sort of like the atheist YouTube community that I was a part of. That was like our own version of like a really effective counter-apologetic that we kind of could build a community around.
So is the flying, is that in the analogy supposed to be equivalent, or is saying the rising from the dead? Is that the outlandish claim that you're comparing it to?
Yes, yeah.
But he realizes that there's 2 claims, right? That Jesus rose from the dead and he actually also flew. Realize that, right?
You mean
Jesus ascended.
You mean in the sense of the ascension?
Correct.
Do you think that that's a fundamental thing? Do you think everybody believes like in a physical ascension?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
I would say I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to say yes. I don't think that there's any Christian that would deny the ascension. If you did, then you would have to deny not only that his body, which he talks about when the disciples tried to grab a hold of him or touch him. He's very specific about what's happening, right? So he was in front of them, and it is described that where he says where he's ascending now, he'll come back in the same place, and he was caught up, he was taken up. So yeah, you have to. It is a fundamental, but if some folks have a different theory as to what that looked like, okay, well, I'm not going to get into that. But
I'm just curious as to how far he ascended.
What do you mean, how far do you ascend?
How far up?
Well, to the heavens. You want feet?
Right. So are you a flat earther? Or
no, do you want altitude, Lena? Is that what you want?
Well, so are you a globe? Like, are you you believe in the globe model?
Lena, I already can see that this conversation is going to go south.
No, I actually had a similar question, which was like, does that?
Let me do it,
sure.
Let me do it, Lena.
Sure.
Lena, do you want feet? What is it that you desire, Lena?
I just want to know where he ended up.
In heaven. There you go. All right, Most High. Let's go.
And how far up is heaven?
Oh, so I just asked you. Do you want to know feet?
Bro.
You said
just
where
like relative. Yeah, sure. Give me the feet. Why not? Give me the feet.
All right. We don't know. Answered your question. I like the conversation with Most High here. He's an open gentleman, open-minded. You're trying to be condescending.
I think Luna is polite. No, all right. So my question
is for any perceived condescension. Honestly, I was curious.
So well, if you were asking literally feet, bro, you got to kind of catch up with the conversation that no Christian can produce feet, nor do they claim. But anyways.
All right, but I was kind of wondering, right? If you are, so because to me, I struggle with the physicality of these things, right? I am like right, and so my thing is like, okay, so and I think that's fair, right? So would you say you don't know? Because I asked the same question, like if he physically ascends into heaven, does that then commit you to a cosmology where there is literally a heavens that are somehow above, the world that we experience?
Yeah, and I'm open to the idea of where it's above. It seems to be that way. Scripture does sort of point that direction. But if you said, no, it's just outside, it's in some locale. It is a location. He is physically there, ascended in his body. Okay. That's where Jesus is, where God the Father is. Now, where that's at, again, I wouldn't get caught up with that. I don't think that would be something that I would call the essential that Christians even would fight about. But I could see where that statement that you made, which this is where I kind of want to wrap it back to you, because I find this very interesting. The reason, honestly, that we invited you in here, because Danny let us know, or that we figured out, I guess JP has seen you before in his streams, that you play drums at the church.
Yeah.
But you're an atheist.
Yeah.
I find that fascinating, man. How does that work?
I think it's.
I know you're a good drummer. I already know that.
Yeah, that's to be honest, that's part of it, right? They've got to value what you do, and so you got to be prepared. That's 100%. And honestly, I think for me, it's easy because I grew up a Christian, right? And so I've played drums in the church my whole life, right? So it's just, it's more like taking something that's really important in your life and saying, oh, I can still do this. Right.
The Lord bless this man with these talents.
Yeah. And then kind of what I was explaining too is like in genuine relationship with my Christian friends, right? Most Christians that I encounter struggle with some sort of sin. Now, whether they want to tell me what it is or, get up and talk about it on Sunday morning, I'm not really here for that. But even just that statement, like you probably as a Christian struggle with sin, they're like, yeah, cool. Right. So everybody's got their sin struggle, right? According to that worldview. And now, like Christian me just sees current me as just a doubter. It's just like you're the thing that's stopping you. Like some dudes, like we really believe they need to stop touching their pee-pee. Other dudes are like selfish pricks. This other guy's over here beating on his wife. And you cannot fundamentally believe the claims of the Bible. Like you struggle with doubt. That's what's keeping you from God right now.
Wait a minute. But you're saying that's the perspective of believers to you, but what's the actual reality?
That's my way of trying to relate to them and say like, hey, I'm not so different than who I used to be. I just doubt now.
Then you are saying you're an agnostic from that point of view.
No, I consider myself an atheist, but I also, so I tried to explain this the other day. I think that both terms apply to most people, right? And what I mean by that is, I mean, not most people, but most people in the agnostic atheist space. And what I mean by that is most people who are not believers in God, right, would say that they don't currently actively believe in a God. So a lot of people say that makes you an atheist, because when I ask you, do you believe in God? I want to know, yes or no, do you currently believe in a God? And if it's I don't know or I'm not sure, I'm putting you in the no camp, right? Now, other people who say, if you held a gun to my head and asked me, well, are you 100% certain that there's no God? Or do you think it's impossible that there's a God? You know, I'd be like, no, you know, I acknowledge that it's possible that there's a God, right? And then you go, well, you're not really sure, you're an agnostic. I go, okay, sure, I'm an agnostic, right? So I don't struggle really with either word.
No, and I completely agree 100% with everything you just said. I totally agree. But shed some light on this. I don't know the terminology, guys.
Sure,
Danny, does atheist mean anti-God? Or am I wrong?
Casually, atheist means you don't believe, but like philosophically speaking, it's like the negative position.
So it is no God.
That's like within like philosophic academia. For the purposes of this conversation, atheist can just mean non-believer. Or non-theist is fine if you want to do non-theist.
That's what
Theist
Most High
versus
does.
non-theist is usually less.
Now I'm also
people get squirrely about the A word.
Yeah.
Oh, his name is Jay.
Yeah, you can call me Jay. You can call me Jay. Yeah. Pocketlocker86 is my channel. So also, I got some viewers, so they're wondering what channel this is. I'd love to plug you guys if you let me know.
Just Pray NYC, bro.
Say that again.
Just Pray NYC.
Just Pray NYC.
Oh, okay, NYC. And if they look that up in YouTube, you'll come up?
I'm the only one, yeah.
I'll post it in the private chat for you, Jay.
Oh, great. No, in the can you post it in the stream chat so that the viewers can follow?
Yeah, in your stream.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did on my stream. I'll do it. Yeah. Thanks. I just want people to be able to follow.
New Yorker?
Yes.
I'm from East Coast too. Yeah.
I'm West Coast, but that's all good.
Newark, man, like right over the bridge. Newark, New Jersey.
We got Montana right here. Mark, you're from Montana, right? You're muted, bro.
Yeah.
I'm out in Michigan now. Now, the Mauler, the thing I was going to mention too was like, I'm actually an anti-theist, right? So that to me puts me in a weird camp amongst atheists. We were actually just talking about this, right? Some atheists out here I actually think are like kind of undercover Christians, like they still got a real soft spot for Jesus. Like they might, you might see them in church as just a regular, pew fuller soon. But me, like I'm a person who thinks that in a lot of ways we got to just let this whole God thing go. It's just really holding us back. It's not really doing us any good. And I'm to the point that I'm like, So
Danny dropped a couple of ideas of what you mean by that, and I was interested. So we have to drop it. He pointed to, I guess, more psychological reasons, maybe spiritual. I don't know if we go that deep. What are the reasons?
I would talk about fascism, but we can address that later.
Yeah, I mean that's one of them, right? I think. Go ahead.
You had to mention, it's pushing us back. Well, I read a report on the Heritage Foundation that said that, they found that, when religion is in a nation, particularly God, when he's introduced to a nation, there is more, and the country generally does well.
So I think I don't really think that's true, right? I don't think they do good research, but I said I don't think they do good research. But beyond that, even if it were true, right, the issue is let's assume it is true. It doesn't make the thing true, right? And so to me, those two things have to be wed together.
Because a friend who gives me false consolation is not really my friend to me, right? So to me, I need us to do better and to be building what helps us do better on what's true.
Well, describe what you mean by false consolation.
So to me, like, I don't think I don't think you can live forever. I don't think Jesus can save you. And I think that these concepts fundamentally are almost incoherent. Like, if it wasn't for growing up in a culture where that was the norm, if somebody just walked up to you off the street and said, hey, dude, I don't know if you know this, but you were born into a state where you actually deserve, eternal separation from the favorable presence of God. But wouldn't you know, I happen to have the answer for you. If you believe in my main man Jesus, who 2,000 years ago died for your sins and rose 3 days later, God will just save you. He'll wipe away your sins, and not only that, just the very act of believing in Jesus, as it says in John 3:16, will grant you victory over death. You will have eternal life. You will live for, I just literally don't think that's true.
I don't know. I would agree that what you're saying requires faith, but I wouldn't say that it's incoherent, because you realize I can caricature your position as well. Hold on, Jamie. Okay? I can caricature your position as well.
No, I don't. Sorry, I don't mean that as a caricature.
For you to deny that once you die, nothing happens after, and that this whole universe came into being from nothing, and we don't know what the cause is. Whatever your position is, I could do the same thing.
Yeah. Sorry, and I may have used.
And even if you use the word incoherent, I wouldn't agree with it. But let's do this though. I want to get to your specifics. You talked about psychological. It's not doing any good. Describe that, because I think you're getting that from your experience being in the church, maybe in a Christian family. Because here's what I'm going to tell you, Jay.
Go ahead.
I completely agree with you. Maybe to the extent of what you're going to say, I don't know. But that in general is absolutely a fact, that within the church, within belief in Christ and the Christian community, there is a lot of psychological issues. And there's a lot of things that don't get addressed. And it is not necessarily due to their belief in Jesus, but it's due to their lack of obedience to him. That's my premise. But go ahead, you tell me what you think.
Yeah. Also, I didn't mean to caricature your belief.
No, I wasn't getting offended.
Okay. I just also what I meant by incoherent was, to me, there's like a fundamental thing. Like, for instance, I'm a biologist, right? So what it means to say something is alive means certain specific things, like it's respirating, it can reproduce, whatever, on and on, whatever the definition is, right? When something dies, that means life is over. So to me, when you fundamentally propose, there's this concept of you can live, you can have life after you've died. I'm like, whoa, that fundamentally violates my understanding of what the words life and death actually mean, right? Because I think death is that final transition that there's no way to avoid. And once you're dead, you just stay dead. Like that's what dead means, right?
Well, then let's just, right there, I'm just dividing.
Right, yeah, go ahead.
If you made the assumption there is a creator, okay? Let's just say for the second you're going to entertain that idea.
Yeah.
Then if there is indeed a creator and he created all life, and he's the giver, the author, and he can end, or he could allow you to live forever, technically.
Yeah.
If that is indeed, there is a God.
Yeah.
So it's very easily dispelled. I understand from your point of view, it doesn't make sense from a biological standpoint, but there's some things that biology and science don't answer.
Sure.
You could agree that it doesn't.
For sure.
You're just going to speculate, right?
To be honest with you, I think the theological stance, and I felt this way as a Christian, and to be honest, the more and more I think about it, I'm starting to feel this way as an atheist. I think the theological stance answers the question. Like, and I sometimes, this is my thing. Like, I think if you really stand firmly, especially on the sort of Christianity that, as I understood, sort of God's all powerful, all knowing. Also, he has like the ultimate sort of arbitrary will. Like, he does what he wants for his own reasons, and he has reasons that we don't know. Like, I actually think you're good, right? You're good to go. Like, because if he's a creator and he has power over life,
then he just does, right? And he could make it look like evolution, but it's not really evolution. Maybe it is really evolution, and that was his method. We don't really know. He hasn't really explained that to us. And then it could be such that, like, there really is life after death in heaven where Jesus ascended to, and God has morally sufficient reasons for making sure we can't possibly know that, because if we did, then we probably wouldn't take it on faith. Or, again, I'm just speculating. God has... He would have better reasons than I would have, right? And so my thing is, like, I actually think if you take that seriously, this is something my teaching mentor taught me this year. I kind of resent him for doing it, but he's trying to improve, my ability to teach, and I really respect him for challenging me. He's like, no, and he teaches our students this. If you take someone's theology seriously, you need to seriously grant them these propositions. Because just because you may not believe it doesn't mean it doesn't explain. It is an answer, right? And if you think it's not, then you're just not taking their theology seriously, right?
Real quick, just 1 second. Moeller, can you continue this conversation if I get out of here? You know how to end this and everything? Because I can stay for a little bit longer, but it's 12 a.m. out here for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, we'll I can end it. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I can come back. You wanna? Yeah,
I was gonna say we set something else up, but just on this point that you're saying.
Sure. Go ahead.
Grant position and the fact that the person told you, I understand that, but if you are a scientist, right? I'm assuming you have a degree, right?
Yeah.
Science?
Yeah.
So you as a scientist, then you would grant that we don't know everything, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
So matter of fact, I got to tell you this. I always tell people this. That's that's the basis of doing science. I cannot write to the National Science Foundation or the NASA Institute of Health and say, hey, there's this thing we already know, please send us money. I fundamentally have to say, there's this thing we do not know, send us money so we can get a clue. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a little science magic trick. We're going to be like, hey, we got a little bit of a clue, but actually we just figured out there's all this other stuff that we don't know. Send us more money. That's how it works.
Right.
So it's perpetual.
Well,
I don't know.
At least you're being honest. So all I will do, again, in the sake of time, because I've been on it for 3 hours, is just point this out. Then if you are a scientist and you are true to science, which it does sound like you are, because I have spoken to a few that are not, and doctors as well.
Me too. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Pretty bad. It's sold out. So with that being said, then it is possible that we don't know anything about conscience, or at least, the study of it truly. We don't know anything about whether there is life after death. That's not something that we know scientifically, and I don't put it out of the realm of possibility that we could find some kind of scientific evidence that would maybe convince you to go, that's interesting. But you leave that it is open to possibility, that it is possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, but I don't find it probable. And I think the thing that I find frustrating is that I find that if you were to genuinely look at the Bible, right, and you were to genuinely say, I find this evidence really compelling. I believe Peter's testimony, and I believe, Paul, and I buy the whole thing, and I think they're good people, and why would the apostles die for something they didn't truly believe, and the whole nine, I would go, okay, cool, right? But if you were to believe that evidence, then to me, if you were to take a genuine, cold, hard look at the scientific evidence for this stuff, you would realize that we have viable models that have so much evidence to support them that you gotta at least grant that it's reasonable. Like for instance,
models for what specifically?
So for let's say evolution, for instance, you would have to say, oh my God, the evidence. If I believe these eyewitness testimonies and the appearance before 500 as good evidence for the resurrection of Jesus, then I gotta believe the testimony of these thousands of fossils in geology, in genomics. Like, I gotta believe that really is also pointing to something that I gotta believe and accept too, right?
Yeah, and I would grant you that, but you gotta understand that there are people that believe there is some sort of process that we don't know, so they don't necessarily negate. Now, I'm not in that camp.
Right. Now to speak directly to that, I would say it is possible that there's this, like,
other element that we haven't figured out, and that's what's really going on. But right now, the evidence suggests the model works without that. And to me,
you could say it works, and I'll grant you that. But if you grew up in a church, the question that you're going to come to is why?
Right. And my response is that's not a scientific question.
No, it isn't. And that's where I know that you're a true scientist. Because you've already granted the idea that these questions that we're going to deal with, if we do in a longer conversation, they're not scientific questions. Right. And if they're not scientific questions and they are psychological, moral, spiritual questions, then those questions have to be answered in light of the evidence, whether you call it evidence or not, how folks live and what the purpose behind what they do is why what they do, and so on and so forth. But here's what I do want to, next time we chat, we can
for sure.
Jay, I believe that you probably have some pretty unique experiences in the church, probably growing up in a Christian family.
Yeah, lots of different types of faiths, for sure.
Stories. And that's where I find it interesting, because we probably have a very similar background that I could tell you some of the wackiness that I've experienced in my life that honestly some folks would say, why are you a Christian?
Yeah, man, I'd love to trade stories. That'd be fun.
It's just crazy how we didn't even get to the politics, because I heard that you were
I'm super. I guess I'm super liberal.
We could talk about that as well sometime.
Yeah. Where can I leave my contact information?
Danny can give you my number.
Okay. Yeah. And then I'll have you guys, I have a couple shows you guys can come over, we can chat. I actually love having these conversations. So thanks so much for having me on, and I'm glad you guys are interested.
Did you go to a black church, or is it non-denominational?
Both. So I grew up in a non-denominational church. I come from 5 generations of Pentecostal ministers on my mother's side. My dad went to African Methodist Episcopal Church. I grew up in a Catholic school.
That's the teaching.
I grew up in a Catholic school, and then I play at like a white evangelical church.
You play for a white
all-white evangelical church. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I've really been exposed to like a wide spectrum of Christian beliefs.
But that Pentecostal preacher thing that you're mentioning, I think that's the teacher in you.
Maybe. Yeah. That definitely was one of the early things. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel a hint of it. You know why? Because teachers are not necessarily good communicators.
That's facts. I'll grant you that. We're always something we can always work on. For sure.
All right, man. Well, we can end it here.
I have an actual question.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead, Jaden. My bad.
So you were talking about, like, I was thinking of an article I had read where it was talking about what the world would look like.
Jaden, turn your camera on, bro, unless you're in the dark. I get it.
Sometimes it messes up people's audio.
Okay. So you had spoken about how a world in atheism would be sweet and nice, and progressive,
yeah,
et cetera. Well, then I thought to myself, well, golly gee, that's actually sounds sweet, but in actuality, it's not, because of the fact that there was a world where Christianity wasn't formed yet. According to this article I had read, I was thinking of an article I had mentioned.
Sure.
And I got to it. And it says here, before Christianity, the idea of human dignity and value were arguably non-existent. 1 in 4 people in the Roman Empire was a slave. And the ancient Greek philosopher and scientist Aristotle writes in Ethica, the slave is a living tool and the tool of a lifeless slave. Slaves were property, and therefore owners could sexually exploit female, male, and child slaves with impunity. Do you, in an atheistic world, right?
Far less slavery.
How, if there's no moral definition?
Because there's whatever slavery would exist in the world, minus the biblically and theologically mandated slavery. But the thing,
mandated slavery.
Yeah, like dude, the Bible gives instructions on how to enslave, who you can enslave.
Remember, it was cultural. And also, 2, they weren't allowed to.
So then the question becomes, why didn't Christianity fix that culturally, though, right? Like our ancestors were enslaved under the guise of Christianity, and Christianity was introduced to our slave ancestors as the religion of their slave masters. So I don't see how Christianity gives us human dignity.
If you wanted to put someone in bondage, what would you do?
If I wanted to what?
if you wanted to hold someone, if you wanted to take advantage of someone or keep them in bondage, what would you do?
Convince them that it was their righteous, holy role, that they will be rewarded in heaven for being a good slave. That's what I would do.
Manipulate them and scripture, and that's exactly what these slave masters.
All right, go ahead, Tux. Go ahead.
Let me answer that with biblical narrative. You find your dad drunk and you do something to him, either sexually or covering him. And that's how you create slavery. And you would put that person in bondage.
No, you don't.
Yeah, those are the rules.
That's the rules. That's where it is in Genesis, right at the very beginning. There's no morality to back it up. It's right there in Genesis.
Genesis what?
Yeah.
I believe Genesis 9.
Within
Go ahead,
We're already going to the chapter and verse.
Within Christianity, I don't know which book it'd be, maybe Exodus or so, it condemned slavery where there's kidnapping involved. There'd be the death penalty for something like that. And so where we see slavery historically, where there was kidnapping going on in Africa and then they would sell them off as slaves, well, that would have been strictly forbidden in scripture. I just want to mention that. And then one other thought would be, I think it's Christopher Hitchens wrote a book, Religion Poisons Everything.
Yeah, I'm doing a review of it on my channel. I'm doing chapter by chapter because we need to put more atheist book content out there. But there's the essential point, right? Like from a humanist worldview, check it out. We just go, it's immoral to own other people, and like that's it.
Play button guy, because I know
in an atheistic world, they were owning slaves.
Hold on, Jaden. What's Genesis chapter 9, verse what? Because I am curious to what you just said.
Oh, that was Tux. Go ahead, Tux.
I'm looking for it, but basically there's an area called the curse, Noah's shame and Canaan's curse. So this is enslaving his son Canaan due to he drank of the wine, he became drunk and uncovered himself inside of his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers outside. But Shem and Jephthah took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders, walked backwards and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were turned away so that they did not see their father's nakedness. When Noah woke from his wine, he knew what his youngest son had done to him. And he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants, he shall be to his brothers."
All right.
So there you go.
But that's how you become a slave.
One of them.
And that was
saying, cursed be Canaan, a servant shall be to his brothers. Okay. Okay, got it. So you were talking about the servant, not the nakedness.
Just talking about that's how you become a slave, yeah.
Okay, got it.
Is that metaphorical, or do we know what kind of passage?
It depends on the translation, but servant can be in the, I don't know what the HCSB is, but
like
its translation is
he said about something else.
Canaan will be cursed. He will be the lowest of slaves to his brothers.
Yeah, this could be talking about like the actual
in the NIV, it says the lowest slaves he will be to his brothers. So it's an enslavement or some sort of servitude that is started in Genesis 9:25.
Okay, but you're talking about Genesis, you're talking about Noah, you're talking about one family. You're shaking your head. You're shaking your head. Don't shake your
head. The question asked.
Let me finish.
The question asked.
Just let him finish.
Stop talking, bro.
Apologist
Let me finish. Let me finish stating what I'm stating. You're talking about a culture and a time when there is one family. You realize there's families today where the brother serves the other brother still today. It's the same concept. It's called the farm, man. So I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go.
Farm?
Correct.
Farm.
It's a farm. Yeah. Where do you live?
I grew up on a farm, but I currently live in the Chicagoland area.
Okay, so you have grown up on a farm. Have you ever grown up on a farm in, let's say, a third world country? Do you know how those work? Currently, today.
No.
Farm in Mexico, Central America, South America.
Let's not get off topic here.
There's slavery in the world.
No, this is literally on topic, Lena. So stay with me. I'm having a conversation with him.
All right, go ahead.
Okay? So do you know how farms work today in Mexico, Central America, South America? Do you know how they work?
No, go ahead, tell us.
Okay, so that's how they work. Literally, families produce make money off the land, and that labor serves other labor. So there's laborers, which is the oldest son, the younger son serve it. And if you're an outcast and you leave the family, you have cut out of that inheritance, that farm, you're done.
Yes.
So in this particular case, there's something that didn't like was done, and he says, you're going to serve your brothers, and you're going to sit here and tell me that that is god-awful evil?
We're just telling you.
I wasn't referring to evil. The question at hand
wait a minute,
was
slavery's not
the
evil?
basis was the
Slavery's not
basis
evil?
of morality.
Slavery is not evil?
All right, then we're good, right? So then a book that gives instructions on how to do that is like bad, right?
No, he said, no, I'm following his logic. He said that servitude, slavery. I'm asking him to confirm because he said I didn't say anything about evil. So now I'm asking, do you believe slavery
Yes,
is
there's
evil?
also a translation that translates it to slave. So the Bible says this is how he became a slave. Is it our
But I
fault
just
for reading
explained to
that?
you, right now you can go to any farm.
I get that there's an explanation, but that's
So my point to you is simply, is slavery evil? I'm asking.
yes, I think slavery is evil.
Okay, and then and your definition of evil is what?
I think the evilness of a great many things, but the context of the question and Jaden's statement has nothing to do with evil. It has to do with the basis of morality.
Okay, but
and
if
that the morality
tells
that
us
he
what
was
is
referring
good or evil.
Let me finish.
That's what it is, correct?
Go ahead, Tux.
That's the basis.
If you're going back to good and evil, I believe the Bible is a referenced book in Genesis 3:1 that you're not supposed to eat from, called the knowledge of good and evil. So the whole book from Genesis 3:1.
I'm asking you.
So yes, anything in the Bible, I believe, is a practice that you are conditioned psychologically to believe in.
Right.
That is an evil, so evil that everyone thinks is good.
How do you define evil?
The Holy Bible.
Literally, like that's it.
So you define the Bible as
This is what anti-theism
or does the Bible
is.
define
Yes.
evil for you?
Yes.
You have been conditioned to believe that everything you do is good and that the Bible is good. I'm telling you, it is an
You're talking
evil.
to me? You're talking.
It is
Wait a
an
minute. You're talking to
evil,
me?
so evil, everyone thinks it's good.
That's his opinion about the Bible.
Yeah, real.
He just said
evil.
he's talking to me.
I also share that.
I have been conditioned. So I have been conditioned.
Is it the Mauler?
Yeah.
Is that your, what was your name?
Can you read the screen, bro?
No, I'm sorry. It says the Mauler for me.
Hold on, I'm still talking to your buddy over here. He said that I've been preconditioned. Let's not do that, bro. You don't know who I am.
Well, I was about to point out what you were just saying. Like you're kind of proving a
I
point.
understand you're pointing it out.
You're comparing farms in South Europe to slavery. That demonstrates the evil in Christianity.
What he believes is evil is where I'm at. And he said the Bible is evil.
Yes.
Where do you get your
I said that.
definition of evil? Where do you get this from?
Listen to what Lena. Go ahead. Just say it again.
No, he's doing good because I believe he's saying what he actually believes.
The Holy Bible is the knowledge of good and evil. I believe you are taught psychologically, systematically, that the Bible is an evil practiced by the Christian, by the Jew, and even an extension to the Quran. When soon as the Esabas is made into a tempter, you are taught from the Holy Bible to practice evil. But
Okay,
everybody thinks it's good. Everybody thinks it's good.
I want to know what you're taught, what you believe. What have you been taught? How do you know what is evil? Where do you get this knowledge from? Because I'm just going to point something out. Probably the device you're on, the device you're speaking into, the headset there, that is in some way slave labor. If you say anything's made in China. So you're culpable as well. But we'll negate that fact. I want to know how you can tell me from your booth right there how evil is evil.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think these type of conversations are distractions. I mean, if we're gonna sit here and actually
hits the nail on the head, bro.
no, but look, let me ask you a question. Do you honestly think that somehow I have some philosophical worldview where I fundamentally
don't have an objective source of understanding good and evil such that I don't know what it means to say that I think slavery is evil because I think it is wrong to own another person. Please, let's have an hour-long conversation about what I mean by evil and how I recognize it. Like, what are we talking about? We are talking about slavery. If we don't agree that slavery is evil and that the Bible defines how to practice slavery according to God's will, then we're just not living in the same reality.
No, the question still stands. How does he, not you?
That's a nice speech, bro.
How do I know what evil is? Just read the Bible.
So remember who is distracting.
Just read the Bible. I believe deception is evil.
All right, let me see if I can rein
How
it
do
in.
I know deception is evil? Is because I've been fooled. I've been duped. I've been frauded.
Okay, so your personal experience.
I have personal
He
experience. I know
answered.
what's right and wrong because of various reasons. But my headphones in the studio and the microphone, slave labor or whatever you're referring to, doesn't have anything to do with the Bible.
Okay, so
somebody designed
yes,
them,
it
somebody
does,
made
because you
them,
said it
and they put them in
defined.
my hands through
Hold
an
on,
exchange
you
of
said it
currency.
defined. You said the Bible defined it. So if it defined it as wrong and evil, right, and your feelings, your experiences in the world is how you've devised and come up with your own definition of what evil is, but you say the Bible seems to be a main source, then by default, anything that you do to contribute to slavery, you're culpable for. That is the law.
Okay, sure.
That's how the law.
All right. Well, on a spectrum of say 1 to 10, how culpable am I for buying these headphones in London, for instance?
Still guilty. I'll put you at a 2. You're still guilty. You're not at a 0.
I'm a 2 for contributing to.
No, you're an 8.
The
You're an
evil.
8. You're an 8. You're an 8 now because this is what I feel.
All right, but here's
actually now you're a 5. Hold on. Now you're a 5.
I get
lost.
this. This is fun.
Yeah, you get it. You get it.
Because it's subjective. It's subjective. It's whatever he feels in the moment.
Here's what we'll do. Since everybody's got it here, and everybody does understand it, and I know Jay has an explanation as to why he believes something is evil. I totally know that. So to answer the diatribe you threw, which I appreciate, I do believe, Jay, you have answers to these questions, and I do believe you've come to conclusions. However, I can make the same argument to you, is that your past experiences, maybe being in certain churches, maybe being around really weak Christians or really strong atheists, has formed your belief, and it's still just a belief.
But man, if you could meet the Christians in my life.
Bro, trust me, if you could introduce your Christians to the ones that I know.
No. You miss what I'm saying. They're the best people. This notion that my grandmother is some kind of weak Christian. Listen, everybody who knows the Christians in my life say if they're not going, but even the people in my church, they're wonderful. I invite all my atheist friends. Do you know why I play drums? Why I can play drums at a church as an atheist? Because they're no, they don't pay me because they're super nice people. Because they're yes, it's a wonderful ministry. They do great work in the community. They do great work with the elementary school. They do great work with our college students. I buy into the vision. I just don't believe the claims.
No, I understand, but I believe they should pay you if they can afford to.
I also agree they should, but they don't pay any of their musicians, and so it's just something we volunteer to do. But I do agree with you. I think churches should not take advantage of their musicians. I completely agree with you.
Two things real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Mark Ryan, I know you wanted to say something, and then.
Hey guys, this was fun. We're new to this. We're trying to get some experience. I appreciate this. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff.
You guys, but why do they look like purple? I don't know what it is.
Oh, it's just the theme, purple haze. That's one of my alter egos. So, I go with purple lighting and stuff like that.
Mark, anything you want to say?
Just matches my style.
Yeah, I was going to ask first off, would you consider yourself a new atheist then? Because I thought I heard yes, then no.
Yeah, I'm like a total, it's, for me, like I'm literally going through chapter by chapter Christopher Hitchens' audiobook because I feel like atheists haven't been exposed enough to like my actual intellectual influences. Like I spend a lot of time talking about I don't believe this, I don't like this religious idea is no good because of this reason. But I wanted to say, here's who I do like. Here's who I've really learned a lot from. And Christopher Hitchens was at the top of that list. So I consider myself like a dyed-in-the-wool Christopher Hitchens person.
So you'd agree with him in the sentiment, God is not great, religion poisons everything then?
I mean, I think some of that is hyperbolic. He's trying to sell books and be provocative. But I do think his point is one I take well, which is similar to Tux's point, which I really do feel like there's... The thing that I think religion has done the most is made us not see what we're actually doing. It has given us this thing that we put as a consideration before the actual effect our behavior has on the world and the people around us. And that, to me, is a fundamental problem. And to me, you see this with all of the examples of, even let's say I'm 90% responsible because I'm a dumb consumer and I can't make YouTube videos without all this stuff around me, and all of this stuff is produced by slave labor, and I know that and I buy it anyway. That's true. But nothing about my worldview says that that's a good thing. Nothing about my worldview says I have to defend that or make excuses and say that, oh, you instructed people to do that 2,000 years ago. Well, they just lived in a different cultural context. I can say, nope, it's wrong today. It was wrong then. We shouldn't have done it then. We shouldn't do it now. And it's really easy. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's exactly what the Bible says, Jay. That's exactly what the Bible says.
It's not.
No,
yeah, you don't know your scripture.
Let's allow Mark.
Go ahead.
I have a scripture.
There is the immutability of God, and so what is right is forever right. What is wrong is forever wrong. God does not change in light of morality. But what I wanted to go to was that text in Genesis 9.
Oh, hang on a second. Can I just interject real quickly? I actually think theologically you guys are right. Like, when I was a Christian, I would just say, look, the Bible is an example of a perfect message delivered by imperfect human authors. So if this scripture right here says that, hey, you can enslave these people but not these people and do it like this, well, it was just wrong. And like that scripture is like not one we should really pay too much attention to. Clearly God, being the all-loving, by definition, creator of life, wants everybody to be liberated and free. And so in the name of Jesus, we should work towards that. Now, I just don't really see the value in continuing to try to double down to make the Bible become the human thing we want it to be instead of just doing the human things we want to do. But I get that that's a totally valid way to believe.
So, like, specifically, let me just point something out, Jay. The scripture that he's mentioning doesn't mention servitude and slavery. So as an accurate point of view of scripture and reading it in context, that's inaccurate. So my point is, even if you have other verses and other points, we've already started off with one that's incorrect. And I can prove that to you because he's read it the way he's read it. And in context, doesn't matter what translation it is, it's not slavery.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know. He doesn't know to go to a better verse. There are better.
Beyond that, though,
you give me a break, Mueller. Come on. Give me a break. It's in the middle of the conversation of the Ten Commandments when they talk about slavery the most. They talk about the Ten Commandments, then they talk about slavery in Exodus 20 to 21. There's no context there. It's in the middle of what God wants.
Creating slaves. You better watch what you're saying.
I'm telling you, it's in the middle of the conversation between Moses and God when they talks about slavery the most. It goes exactly Exodus 20 about what God wants, and then it goes to slavery. Slavery. Read Exodus.
So you're wrong.
I'm doing you a favor.
Read Exodus 20, then read Exodus 21. You tell me.
I'm doing you a favor, bro. Genesis 9
I'm doing you a favor. It's evil. It's evil. It's evil. It's evil. It's evil.
It is.
Justify evil. It's justified evil.
Serve their families and they're placed in that servicing position. You realize that you're pissing on third world countries all over the place because you're sitting here with your slavery headphones, your slavery mic, in your position and trying to act like you're moral, but you can't define how you know evil. Bro, this is the world you live in. You have no clue what you're talking about. No clue what you're talking about.
Delicious microphone.
Guys.
All right, yeah, let's schedule round two.
It has nothing to do with the Bible.
You're ignorant.
Tux is my co-host. I'll bring Tux with me. We'll schedule with Tux too.
Yeah, we do that, bro. All right, Jay.
All right. We're gonna say something.
Lena, well, I wanted to say
Jaden, you can go to his show. Jaden, you can actually go to his show.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay live. You guys can come to my.
okay,
You guys can stay on my. Hang on. Let me. Give me a minute. Let me grab. Let me make a link. Let me make sure there's a restream set up here for you guys.
I've been eating my popcorn already.
Real quick, let me just make a couple of.
Go ahead. Yeah, go for it, man.
Hold on, because I'm gonna exit out. Send that link on the. Oh, you sent it already?
No. Give me 1 sec. I gotta get it set up here.
All right, so that's the Discord link over here to the Discord. I'll be getting interviewed by Mark on Wednesday. Make sure to check out his channel, Montana Biking. He'll be interviewing me. And these atheist guys, they'll be on here some other time in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I just dropped the link to my restream in the private chat. I'm on Pocketlocker86 if anybody wants to come over after you end your broadcast. Appreciate being a guest here. Definitely would love to change interviews. Yeah. And go ahead and join the restream if you guys want to chat. Thanks so much for having me.
Danny's going to give you my number so we could just talk directly.
For sure. Looking forward to it.
Jay, I thought I had your number, but I looked for it and I didn't save it.
I put it in the private chat. Danny, I'll send it to you again. It's no big deal, man.
Yeah.
Okay, Jaden, you just have to click that link in the private chat, Jaden. You see it?
I'm already on it.
Do you see it?
Maul, are you going on?
I'm gonna switch over to Disco for a sec.
All right, yeah, switch over. All right, I see you, Jaden. All right, I'm gonna let this go so I can start up my camera on my restream.
Can you send me your YouTube link? Text me your YouTube link. You should have my number.
You said text it to you?
Yeah, because Danny, give
me my text number. Me and I'll text you the.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'll send it to you. Yeah. Appreciate you. All right, man. See you later.
I'm gonna be watching.
Pocketlocker86, man. Check me out.
All right, man.
All right. See you in a little bit. Thanks so much, Danny. All right. Let me. Hey. That was fun. All right. Well, that was what we get into the counter-apologetics game for. Oh man, that was fun. All right, hang on. Sorry, I'm still.
Jaden in there.
Yeah, Jaden's here. I'm muted. Let me get my settings right here. All right, I should be good. I should be good to go. Let me turn my camera on. All right. Yeah. All right, y'all could come back on camera and everything. Yo, the chat loved it, man. The chat was live. Yo, chat, appreciate y'all. I was trying to stay focused on the conversation. I'll get my Rebecca skills up. Rebecca's able to like call in, be on a show, right? Be in the voice chat. Yeah, you sound good. You sound good. You don't hear me? You have me muted or something? You sound good. It says you have audio.
Yeah, I don't hear you.
All right, come back in. You should hear me. I don't know why you don't hear me. You might have me muted. Also, it says no names in here. What's up, no name?
Can you hear me, bud?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
No name. I cannot hear
no
Jay.
Name. No name. Can you hear me?
Cannot hear.
Yeah. I can hear Tux and you.
All right, Tux can't hear me for some reason.
I'm not able to hear Jay. Why am I not here?
Tux, I don't know why you can't hear me. You probably did something with your settings.
Lena? How do you?
I can hear you, Lena.
Lena.
Yeah.
Lena. I do not hear Jaden.
I'm gonna drop the link in the
Actually,
chat.
I don't even see Jada to enter him.
He's figuring it out. He's got all types of restream controls over there that he's working with. He's got fancy co-hosts.
Tux, can you hear me, Tux?
I can hear you, no name.
Okay, is it possible you still have your StreamYard from the NYCs?
Windows closed.
Still
Jay's
open?
Frozen. Oh no, he's back. Jay, talk.
All right, I closed my StreamYard.
Yeah, make sure your StreamYard's closed.
Yeah, I closed my StreamYard. I got the right settings. Jaden, can you hear me?
Refresh the screen.
I can. Yeah.
All right. So everybody can hear me except Tux. All right.
Jaden, you're really low for me. Is there a way to turn you up?
I can turn them up.
Thanks, Jay.
All right. Go ahead, Jaden.
I'm only gonna be here for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that should be better.
Not to mention.
At least for 5 minutes, I'll be able to hear you.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, thank you for being the reasonable one.
You had mentioned the Bible condone.
Tux, can you hear me?
I can now hear you. I did a refresh and I'm good.
Okay, yeah. Also, Tux, you might want to change your name because we're both.
I know. I'm changing.
You're both Jay.
Yeah.
And Jay, try turning Jaden up just a little bit more.
I got him all the way up, so now he's maxed on.
Oh, he's all the way up?
Yeah, he's all the way up.
I think you should be good as long as
Let's
everyone else.
read this comment. Like,
All right,
you
go
have
ahead.
mentioned-
Yeah. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah, you have said-
Thanks for bearing with us.
I hope you will make long speeches and allow us to have it back and forth.
Yeah, sure.
You had mentioned how in an atheistic world there won't be slavery, not as much as the Bible, but yet the scripture says that the abuse of slaves it's not condoned. Also, turn to Colossians 4:1. It tells masters how to treat their slaves.
But it doesn't tell you not to own slaves in the first place.
Again.
Yeah, why doesn't it just say, hey, instead of me giving you all these rules on how to conduct slavery, I just say don't have slavery.
Because of the culture.
Well, okay, so God has to work through people's culture, but he can tell them not to eat shellfish.
That's under the law.
But that's also culture, right? Like we're talking about the direct divine decree of God, right? He couldn't have taken a little time.
All I wanted to say is that you can look at the scripture verse Colossians 4 in chapter 1 and Exodus 21 and 20. And that's it. Have a great night, guys.
All right, have a good
night. Thanks for letting us know how the Bible tells us how to own our slaves.
We're good.
No,
I'll treat you real good when I own you as my slave. How about that?
Yeah.
Come on.
Not acceptable.
Guys, let's
unnecessary comment. Don't take the jab.
Jaden, what I honestly think though.
Well, I mean, I can't help it.
What I honestly
you've got a book with rules on how to treat people when you own them.
The Bible tells us to have self-control. Have it.
But we're not.
Well, I mean, you can't, but you're not exhibiting that either.
Jaden, here's my thing.
If I wasn't exhibiting that, I would have talked down on you.
I'm not. Right, but I mean, my point is that to me, you're insane, right? Because you claim knowledge that this being exists, yet you defy his will. You do not live his will on a daily basis.
I do.
Right? So no, you don't, because you haven't given away all your possessions, and you haven't gone from home to home teaching God's word with only getting paid in food, right? Did you give away all of your belongings except for your cloak and your staff?
That scripture verse.
Then you did not. You are disobeying Jesus' direct command to you.
Out of context. Typically.
That is not out of context. It's Christians that do that when you cherry pick verses. When you cherry pick verses on how to own slaves, that's not taking things out of context. But when I give you chapter and verse, it's always out of context. I have to give you the 10 passages before and the 10 after. Right? I was a Christian for 26 fucking years. I know all your tricks, okay, buddy? You're a kid. You're dumb and you're ignorant. Learn some shit. Give away all of your belongings. Give away all of your belongings and serve me, and that is it, right? But you are not doing that, so you are in direct contravention of God's law.
Are you God?
Yeah, it's like we're on the same screen.
Yes, I am. Actually, I'm God.
Have a great day. I'm not.
Yeah, you too, bud.
Take care.
Yeah.
We're good.
I'm as much God as your God exists, which is not at all.
You're dead.
I can speak to you. Can your God speak to you?
You die, sir.
What?
Okay.
Get out.
Yes, we all die.
Just get out.
Yeah.
All right. Now I got.
When you stop turning a pump, what happens? Does the ghost of the pump go off to heaven? No, it just stops pumping.
You're not talking about
Bro, how fast did we go to straight death threats? Like.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's the death cult. That's what it is. It's a death cult. And it just shows how un-Christ-like they are. They don't exhibit Christ love, right? I was a Christian for 26 years. I know what Christians are supposed to act like, right?
Right.
And I think that this is what's been pissing me off all day. So let me get this off my chest. Once I get it out, once I get it out, because everybody's been pissing on Drew. Right, from Nate to you, pretty much all day long. He's not being a good enough atheist. He's being too kind to cultural Christianity. When you are, in fact, a cultural Christian, you call yourself a Christian atheist all the time. Like the hypocrisy knows no bounds, right?
No, I started, but No Name, to my credit, I started by saying that. You probably missed it, but I started that broadcast by saying
I may have.
I said before I do this, I gave the whole spiel about I go to church and I'm on the worship team and I'm culturally a Christian. And I said the fundamental difference is I'm a clown on him for being a Bible nerd, whereas I'm like the rock and roll Jesus. Let's all have fun. So I do like.
Okay, I did miss some.
That doesn't mean I'm not being a hypocrite. It just means I acknowledge.
okay. It's like, what? But it's like it's basically like you said. Well, with all that being said,
right.
Let me piss on Bruce more, right?
Yeah.
And it's like him or not, like I don't care one way or the other. I don't like obsessively watch his stuff. I like him. He's a very moderate, centrist, voice out there in the wild, so to speak. But I don't know. It's like people expect him to be some kind of like anti-theist, like hardcore.
Yeah,
like Telltale or something. It's like, why? Like that's not everybody's shtick. That's not his.
I agree.
Why have that expectation?
No, I don't have that expectation of him, and I actually agree with Lena, and I think she was quoting, Aaron Ra and Matt Dillahunty and others that we needed a spectrum. We need a spectrum of atheists, right?
Yes, exactly.
And he's on the spectrum. And to be honest, the reason I did it is one, I've been trying to pay attention to the YouTube perverts and figure out how to get better at making content. And one of the things they were is like, hey, you need to figure out the people and the issues that your community pays attention to and try to make content about what's going on in it. And I was like, oh yeah, all right, here's a thing. Because I had just been talking literally about that, about how I think there's this progression. You and I have talked about this, right? When you first start, you need little bit-sized content. It needs to be really highly produced. It needs to be really friendly. You're not going to watch a 3-hour stream. You're not going to jump in a live chat with Pine Creek. Something like Genetically Modified Skeptic is perfect. So I was literally just mentioning how when people are starting, I actually recommend his stuff. So then it was kind of funny.
Oh, yeah.
So then it was funny to me to tune in today and have everybody being like, oh, great, he just did the whole pro-Jesus bit. And so I was like, let's have some fun with this because people are sending it to me, which is great. Our mods send me stuff. So, but no, I actually agree with you that I shit on people because I need something to do because I get bored.
Yeah.
But I don't think what he's doing is really that problematic, other than the fact that for me, it doesn't do what we just did, which you guys mostly did, which is, look people in their face and tell them what they believe is evil or tell them what they believe is stupid or crazy.
I was rooting for you, Tux. They wouldn't let me on the show, but I was rooting for you the whole time. And when he said you were ignorant, when Mahler said I was dying. I was literally gasping for air. If I'd been on mic, you would have heard a man wheezing and choking and shit. Because you had me cracking up.
You're actually casting out the heathens from our church.
My question is how do you go from a vineyard, your dad getting drunk, covering you up, to slavery? And
I'm just trying to figure out how they got a vineyard going right after the flood. Do you know how tricky it is?
Yeah, microphones and headphones have nothing to do with the analogy. No matter what context that he comes up with, it does not justify that there is some sort of indebted servants in servitude immediately following the flood. This is the most righteous man that's available at the time.
You're Tux, you're 90% responsible indirectly for sweatshop slavery in China because of your headphone purchase. But God is not responsible at all for slavery by endorsing it, condoning it, and setting out rules and regulations, of how to do it, how to practice it. So with that, what do you think? Do you think he's a little biased?
No, I know he wasn't threatening No Name's life. It was just weird.
I know, but you're gonna die. It's the Kent Hovind argument. He ends every debate with, and one day you're going to meet your creator, your maker, and when you stand in front of him, I gave you every opportunity. I told you that he was real, and all you had to do was believe. Yeah. And it's okay, that's your argument, and basically, is one day you're going to die.
And here's the thing that I think Jaden didn't want to hear when he was asking me about, how could I say, there'd be whatever slavery there be in the world minus all the religiously induced stuff, right? Look, people are shit. Not only am I an evolutionary biologist, before that I got a master's degree in anthropology. You know what that means? My job was to study people. People do awful things. You know who they mostly suck. You know who they mostly do terrible things to? Other fucking people. That's what we call human nature. But even most Christians would believe this, or most people who practice Islam would believe this, which is take all the other religions that you don't believe is true, which is pretty much, if we're going to be honest, every single one except for yours. Now ask yourself, have people ever done really stupid, bad, awful things in the name of that religion that you don't believe in? So if you're a Christian, forget Christian slavery. Take that off the table. Ask yourself this. Have people ever done Muslim slavery or Hindu slavery or any... Has there ever been... Right?
They have an alternative history. They don't know any of those.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Well, in their opinion, only Muslims practice slavery, right? Like, I mean, I've talked to Christians about that, and they say, well, that's the difference, right? Is it Islam at its core is a religion of slavery, right? You submit yourself to Allah, you are a good slave for Allah. So culturally, the idea of slavery is not as repugnant to them as it is to maybe Westerners, right?
Name. I got another question too. What do they want me to call Jesus specifically?
What do you mean?
The L word. There's like a particular name they like to use.
The L word?
The L word.
Lord. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking lesbian for some weird reason.
There's a lot of stuff. But is there a lot of free people?
I've watched Scott Pilgrim too many times.
You know a lot of free people who use that term on the regular? You know?
Yeah.
No,
no, dude. I live in Alabama. I hear people say it all the time.
I'm like, to me, like,
I mean, it's usually at the beginning of a sentence, like, Lord of mercy, it's hot out here. Lord, that girl's, look at the tits on that girl, stuff like that. Lord,
exactly.
Lord is often used as an exclamation.
It's in the process of taking the Lord's name in vain, you mean?
That's the irony. That's the irony is that all these good Christian people do it all the time, and they don't even realize they're doing it, right? They'll say God bless as if they think they're giving you some kind of benediction, when in reality, that's what the scripture meant about using God's name in vain. You don't go around blessing people in God's name. That's bad. In fact, we're going to take two things, bad and wrong, and put them together and call it badong. We're going to make a new word. It's going to be called badong. I think that word is abomination is actually what that word is. But anyway, you don't say God bless, right? Because you're taking liberties.
Right.
You're taking God's name in vain. You're saying these plates are blessed by God. I'm selling shit at my stall and I'm blessing them, right? You can't do that's bad. You don't do that. Holy things that are set apart are not everyday items that you just, you don't eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on your grandma's fine china. You bring out the fine china, at a nice dinner time. It's Thanksgiving. You whip out grandma's china.
Right.
And it's the same way with that kind of sanctity of the divine. It's separate. It's outside. You don't cheapen it. But every day, 2,000 years later, out of context, people do it. And then when you say, God damn it, they go, wow, you take the Lord's name in vain. It's like, no, actually, if you look in the Bible, it specifically says several times that prophets of the Lord damn people in his name.
Right.
It even says God damned Israel, his chosen people, his favored nation. So that's actually a good thing, ironically enough. And that's I think, ultimately, Tux, what I think you're saying, my interpretation when you say that something is so evil that we think it's good is that Christianity is inverted or subverted our notions of good and evil to 180 degree, to such a degree that we get it all or they get it all completely backwards.
I just want to say that you do a lot of these things on the flight of the seat of your pants. They're like, oh, Jay, they want you to go in there. You're like, fine, let's go. Then you're like, you know what? I'm bringing the crew with me. I'm sorry. I didn't realize your name that you didn't get in. I wish I would have been able to do something about that.
Oh, it's all good.
But
it's all good. I was having mic issues and cam issues at first because I was trying to go from Restream to StreamYard, and I couldn't.
Yeah,
the guy asked me to get on cam. and it crashed. So when I came back in, I was like, hello, I got my cam working, and he never responded. So.
Got you. So I was just like, I didn't know if, how much they were going to let Tux get in there for a while. I noticed they were mostly kind of focusing on me, but man, Tux got in there. And he got just like a great pastor, he got straight to his no good and evil bit.
Straight to it.
And it just killed. And the chat was going crazy. And there was like tons of fire and bomb emojis going off. And it just,
I hate that I missed that.
Yeah, it just killed. It was so good. It was so good. And it was so direct. Like you simplified it. Like you put it in terms they could understand it. You were like, yeah, it was. I try not to even do it. When it comes up, I go, look, only Tux can do it. It's Tux's bit. But go ahead, put yourself back on the big screen.
Well, I just wanted to say, if you can't see it, Bowtie bless you, no name. Bowtie bless you.
Did I get it right? Bowtie bless you too.
Yeah.
Is my interpretation accurate or on point?
I would like to say that the atheist quoted chapter and verse, read chapter and verse, and the Christian responded with farm practices in Mexico and third world countries.
Yeah,
and shouting you're ignorant
to justify his Christian belief. And anybody who says that's just Jewish actions. You can't tell me ever that nearly once or twice on a Sunday every week in Sunday school at the preacher's pulpit that there isn't a mention of Noah and the flood. Noah and his righteousness.
It's so the core, everything. And they were like, oh, that's just one family. Like, bro, it's the family. Get the f out of here. But you know what? There were so many of the things that I'm learning this now, right? Like the brilliance of, this is what I was going to say too, No Name, about Drew. Is, to be honest, when I heard him do his whole bit, I was like, oh, this is fun because I'm going to make fun of him for being a Bible nerd. But what it really did, and I said this at the beginning of the show too, it just reminded me of my one black friend, right? It's not like I hate this dude for him.
I was like, how can you make fun of somebody for being a Bible nerd when you hang out with me, Tux, and my one black friend?
That's what it was. That's what it was.
We're constantly quoting scripture and picking the Bible apart.
No. This is my chance as the drummer to like clown on all the Bible nerds, even though I'm actually a Bible nerd too. It was just a little. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was definitely my.
You're like my buddy. You're like my buddy in high school. He was a 6A state wrestling champ, like heavyweight class, big dude, hell of a football player. I got him into playing D&D and Magic the Gathering when we were kids, and he would totally clown on that shit publicly, and then next thing you know, he'd slide up into the game, and you're like, you're a fucking nerd too.
That's me.
Like,
so not only look, this is how hypocritical.
They come in all shapes and sizes.
Not only am I like voluntarily playing on the worship team, right? I was literally voluntarily going to Bible study. Like I would actually go to Bible study with them. Like I tell people again, it's just you should doubt your doubt. If you believe me, you're not doubting your doubt enough. See?
I don't believe shit you say personally,
I'm such a fallible
I try to take you with a grain of salt the size of Lot's wife.
But no, that's but yeah, so what was really funny there was one thing I've noticed from my one black friend that's really brilliant, right? Is be theist forward, give them the space to say what they really think and feel, because they will give you everything. They'll just give it all away, and you don't have to fight them to get it. And I mean, these guys just got triggered, and the yelling started. I mean, at one point I was like, Tux, he's yelling louder than you are, so you're wrong. Just let it go.
I don't think I was yelling.
You weren't yelling at all.
No,
but
not
he
him.
was.
He was.
Yeah.
I knew I had him because I knew I had his ass in a sling, man. And then I was going to pour it on because I was like, if it's out of context, just start reading. All you have to do is, if slavery wasn't God ordained, all you have to do is read Exodus 20. It's a conversation about the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
What is more godly than the 10 Commandments? Christians love themselves and
notice
10 Commandments. And if you read the conversation surrounding what the 10 Commandments are going to be, and then it goes into slavery, it is a tell of what context really is.
Exactly.
And it's
yeah.
And then I feel like his approach to me was, hey, Jay, I got a lot of respect for you. I could tell you're a real serious science. You probably got some degrees. Yeah, more than I'd like to talk about. You know, more time in grad school than I care to mention, if we're going to be honest, and more student loan debt to go with it. But you know, it's like, okay, and then, you know, a few minutes later, where are we at? But Jay, you just don't know. You can't read. Basically, we go from I got a lot of respect from you as a scientist to you can't read though. You know, honestly, if we're just being honest, you guys read the Bible. It said slavery. You morons thought it meant slavery. You know, it said go massacre these people, and you guys thought it meant you should kill them. No, it meant murder them spiritually. It meant teach them the love of Jesus so much. To love them so much it feels like a homicide.
Yeah, I meant for you to dominate them rhetorically, right? Like I wanted you to stab their babies in the belly with an argument, not a literal sword. That was all metaphor. How did you get this so wrong?
How did you guys miss that?
Well,
especially when they go and they murder a bunch of people and they come back, right? And they talk to God, and God says, "Did you kill them all?" And he said, "Well, I killed a lot of them." He said, No. Did you kill them all?" And he says, "Well, no." He says, "Well, go back and kill them all." Like there is no interpretation there. There's no maybe God meant that metaphorically. No, he got really pissed off at his people. Like he told Moses to kill 30,000, and when Moses didn't kill 30,000, he got really mad at him. So that tells me that no, in fact, God is a murderous warlord. Like it's not a nice person. He's not gentle and kind and merciful and loving.
Here's the boil it down to the ultimate conclusion, and then I'm probably gonna have to go to bed because it's midnight my time.
Yeah. You've got
here's the thing.
Things to do.
When you ask a Christian, do they believe in Jesus? All right, they're gonna say yes.
Right.
Do you believe that Jesus has a father named God or Yahweh or Elohim or some variation? The answer is gonna be yes. Do you believe that they have a Holy Spirit? Yes. Do you believe that there's a devil, a Satan? Most of the time they're going to say yes, but not every time.
Right.
Not every time. So we are required to believe in 4 supernatural beings we have 0 evidence for. All right.
Right.
Now, there's sub-supernatural beings that are going to be like your angels, you know, the destroyer that was sent to kill all the firstborn at Passover. The angels that were sent to communicate with either the prophets or some variation of do some more killing, like David's census, or even the thing. Thanks, BS. Where was it? Oh yeah, like Michael defeating the devil in Genesis 12. I'm sorry, Revelations 12. You know, we've got these sub archangels. Supernatural beings. So we need around 12 to 16, depending on the count.
Oh yeah, mostly. Then you got to mostly throw in Mary and
for everything to be true in the Bible. Everything that has to be true in the Bible, we need these supernatural beings to exist.
Oh yeah, you need a couple of them to roll the rock away from Jesus's empty tomb.
We need no named angels to assist Jesus' resurrection.
We need tons of them.
We need 100. How many do we need?
10,000.
How many supernatural beings do we need for the Bible to be false?
Oh, and Tuggs, you left out the other supernatural. Well, it's not a being, but it's a thing that we have no evidence of. A place that we all go. A couple of places.
Heaven,
a couple of places.
Oh yeah. Right.
Maybe even purgatory.
This is why I tried out something that I've honestly never tried out that particular tactic before, where I said, okay, cool. If you want to tell me that you believe all that and that we've got evidence for that based on the testimonies and there was 500 people and why would they die for this, right? Then you gotta give me that with science, right? Because that's the thing where like you actually have the thing where all the people from all the different cultures come to the same conclusions.
and you get, the testimony of thousands of pieces of independent evidence. And so they hate if you grant them like I've honestly never even tried that before, but I kind of felt like
and
that
Callie made a good point about zombies. Tugs. We have to amongst the supernatural critters, we have to include zombies.
Zombies.
Because we had the 500 zombie apocalypse.
We have
Bel, and
we've got
Lazarus
Bel and Beelzebub and
Moloch.
Molech.
demons.
Molech.
yeah, Rebel Nazarene, just break those up. You're good.
Oh yeah. Oh, Rebel had a question for you in the private chat, Jay, and I meant to ask you this. I'll wait until Tux leaves though, because he said he's got to go.
All right, yeah, go ahead. And what I'll do is I'll turn off the long message protection. I'm still trying to figure out what's useful and what's not. I'm just trying to keep out the perverts.
Oh.
So I am so whenever I see you online, by the way, Jay.
Yep.
I'm going to try to come in the background and manage things without forgive me if I do screw it up. And then I also want you to check your Discord, our private message in Discord.
Okay.
And I want to put you on the big screen and I want you to read it silently and I want to see your reaction.
You want me to do this now?
Yeah, do it right now. Look on your Discord, my private message to you.
Okay.
Oh, you need to put this in the thumbnail. First time reaction.
Yeah, first time reaction.
All
and
right.
I want you to
let me get a. I mean, I guess I'll just open it here.
He asked me a question about 4 or 5 days ago, and I said I have one, but I can't remember what it is.
All right, let me pull it up here.
Don't say it though. Just read it and then react.
So wait, I'm not supposed to say it out loud. I'm just supposed to read it.
Just read it, and then we'll work on it.
All right. People are gonna see on my Discord. Oh, luckily yours popped up first.
Is that perfect or what?
It just. Yeah, and it's a problem. Like, oh man, that's a good one. That's a good one.
So to fill everybody in without saying what it is, because I'm not ready to release it to the world, but Jay and I have been working on getting No Good and Evil and New Good and Evil going.
Yeah,
and we wanted to call it a podcast type of name that's got a quick little jib, and I think that works.
Yeah, I do too.
I think that works.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, let's get together over the weekend and talk channel stuff.
All right. Well, tomorrow, do you want to do the Friday stream?
Yeah. Let's do
if we can.
Let's do tomorrow at 11. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be good.
Yeah,
PM or AM?
PM.
PM. I'm
okay.
working. I got a 9 o'clock work schedule, so.
I got you.
Yeah, I got time, so I'm just
My
gonna be
factory
working
shut
on
down
stuff.
for
I think
the
everything's good.
4th of July week. So.
This serves as a good test. We got people calling in, but yeah, let's. I definitely also want to make sure Lena and BS Lewis get in here if they want. But yeah, when Tux heads out, no name, you can ask me that thing or whatever. Also,
sure.
Let me go ahead and turn off the what is it? Paragraph protection. All right, I'm gonna turn off paragraph protection. And I'm going to modify the word protection because there's like a...
Oh, yeah. I hate it when I'm in a live stream and I'm trying to send somebody a long-ass message and I run out of characters.
So I guess I'll take damn off the banned words list.
Oh, yeah. Damn, that's like a comma. What are you talking about?
It's because some people, I don't know, I was trying to find... you know what it is? I get a lot of these bot messages and I sit there and I read all of them and I try to make sure I have a word on the ban list that will filter every message. And so the cleverer they get, the like more down the list of things you don't really want to ban, but you start to have to. Like I banned Tinder and
nipple,
Hot girls,
and,
triple X,
and boob, and XYZ, and yeah.
So now I gotta type in like titties, but I had to spell it like TIDDIES to get around the filter.
I just took boob off the Pocketlocker86 ban list just because you asked, but
Okay.
it's still. I'll keep Jay Bundy pretty.
I'll spell it boobs, just to be respectful. I'll spell it BEWBZ.
Yeah, there you
right?
go. There you go. But I should.
And I want to give a shout out to the channel Flying Man Disciple, by the way.
Oh, Nano. Yeah, Nano's great. You should have seen the intro.
Nano.
They're crazy.
Nano has a video on called Bread of Wife that knocks your socks off. Let me tell you.
Wait, I don't know. Is that one in our? It's gotta. They should mostly be in the Discords. Here.
He dropped the link in the live stream. It's good stuff.
Oh, did he?
My goodness. Yeah.
All right, let me click on it.
Let me see if I can. Can I? Let me share my screen. Will it play? I think.
Yeah,
mine will play.
It should if you share your screen. Try it. Yeah. Do it from your screen. Let's we need to test out your screen sharing capabilities.
Yeah, you're a producer.
And what I'll set up for tomorrow is it's actually better. Normally, I have the restream on like my second screen so that you guys don't see all this behind the scenes stuff. But it's kind of fine. We've just been going on the fly. I wasn't planning to. I was just planning to do a content reaction, but this has been a great stream. It's been a lot better. Man, I love this.
Well, this is content you can react to.
Yeah,
'cause
seriously.
You haven't seen it.
It's also fun
Nano.
when the stream totally goes in a direction I did not intend it to. Yeah.
Dude, that's what I tried to tell you like months ago, right?
I like when
biggest lessons I learned as a DM is you prepare about 30 minutes of material, and then you just let it go where it goes.
Yeah. I think that's what I think I've moved towards that, and also we started doing a little pre-intro that lets people know what's coming up on the episode. So hopefully the beginnings.
DM, is that Dungeon Master?
Yeah. Oh, no name. You know what I was gonna tell you, bro? You're gonna laugh at this. I literally have put magic on pretty much all of my devices so that I can learn.
Oh, I gotta send you my arena tag so we can play directly.
Yeah, you can hopefully school me. Yeah, I'm realizing.
Yeah, I'll make some bait. I'll just use the starter decks that the game gives you, and we'll just play those so you can learn.
Yeah, I'm realizing that a lot of like I'll always keep a console, and I'm having a lot of fun with my PS4, especially with my club and with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles right now. But I'm realizing a lot of the like Android gaming and stuff will be easier for people to like game along with us because it's easier. Like, oh, you could just get this game on your phone and play with us if you want.
Yeah. Oh, and there's some I can turn you on to some great arena content creators. You were talking earlier about being like a black atheist content creator in a space that seems kind of dominated by white people.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Which is fine.
And there's this
most
buddy.
of my life is. But guys,
yeah. Well, that's generally going to be the case when you make up 17% of the population or something, right?
Right.
All right, you ready?
So it's like me being, left-handed. It's like I know I'm always going to be in a minority.
Yeah, I'm left-handed too. I totally get it.
For real. Hey, that's right. Sinisters unite. But there's a magic content creator who kind of has the same kind of issue, right? His name is Power Dragon. I think you really dig.
Yeah. No name.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Hold on. Tux wants to play the video. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
You can hear the audio.
We heard
I
a
can't
little
hear
clicking.
anything.
Yeah. What was that?
I heard a click.
No audio.
All right. Go ahead. Play it. Let's see if we hear it.
Let's do it.
We just see a black screen.
You just see a black screen?
Yeah, we saw Rebecca at first. We were seeing Rebecca, but we don't see Rebecca anymore.
Try. You don't see Rebecca anymore? No.
I've tried the MTG game. Magic the Gathering they had on some Steam. When I see MTG, I just think Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's a bad.
And being in that world more, I mean, a lot more. I'm the opposite. Every time I see MTG,
you think Magic the Gathering.
I think Magic the Gathering. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good I spelled their name out then, huh? Because I was thinking about that today, and I was like, no, I gotta not use the acronym because people don't know.
I don't know if you start putting the MTG. Like, I know some content creators with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, man.
Magic the Gathering people. All right, Tux, what happened? I don't know what you. This is why I wanted to do this so that we could test your screen sharing capabilities.
He's Jimmy the Failure.
All right, so sometimes I know there's the thing between sharing an app and sharing the screen. I always prefer to just share the screen.
All right.
Yeah, all right. And then let's go ahead and see if we can hear it. Do something else. Wait, before you play.
I see a face.
Yeah.
Right click on Wedge Wednesday and see if we can hear Doug. Like, use something else as a sound check. That way we don't see it before.
Wedge Wednesday? What do you...
Like, click on the Doug video. Like, scroll down. Now play Doug's video so that we can see if we hear sound first. And then if we hear sound with Doug's video, then we know you're good. Yeah. See, I can't hear anything right now.
You can't hear anything?
Nope.
I can see him. No sound.
See, that's why I told you to play another video. See, this is
one
one of the guys. This is one of the behind the scenes tricks right there. If you got a video and you don't want to premiere it, you want to check everything out first. You just play another video. You make sure the sound's good, and then you go live. That's also why we play those countdown videos at the beginning of streams and those intro clips. They allow me to test the stream behind stage and make sure everything sounds right.
I do have a suggestion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who?
There you go. I put it in the chat.
All right.
See if you can do it.
Did you change your name to Tug's Bowtie Bless You No Name?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I want you to. I want you to do it. That way we can figure out how you can share content.
Well, let me try it in a different browser. How about that?
All right. Did it tell you like that weird Chrome thing or something?
No, that was only
StreamYard.
Live StreamYard.
Okay, and then otherwise, I don't know. I guess I've never really seen what it looks like from the guest perspective. Oh, I guess you can, when you add it, you can mute it or something. I don't know. Let's check it out. Let's see what happens. Because it would be a lot better if you could share stuff when you want to.
Let's see if I can get
No name.
I have a suggestion for the countdown.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. So
actually, I don't control it, so keep that in mind, and maybe you want to send it to me in the Discord if it's like a production thing.
What?
Like a production suggestion for the stream?
No, it was just a kind of a jokey thing.
Oh, go ahead.
Like for the last couple of seconds of the countdown, just use a clip from the song "It's the Final Countdown."
Oh,
nobody uses it.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think it's a waste.
Probably because it'll get every video you do demonetized. But
well, I mean, you don't care about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say all our videos get demonetized anyway. But
yeah,
that's probably
might as well. Might as well have fun with it.
That's probably what people who care about money do. See, that's another example of where the love of money is a little bit better. All right, let's go ahead.
YouTube Bunk, you missed everything.
Nope,
I mean, there was hilarity. There were boobies. Yeah.
There's just been a static.
No sound.
Pause it.
How about now?
No.
No sound.
No, Tux, this is not how you do this. Play a different video.
So there's no audio then.
Why? What do you mean?
I'm not able to get you audio no matter what I do then.
Oh,
I don't know
really?
the setting.
Can you go to audio settings and see if you can change where it's outputting the audio?
Oh, maybe not if he doesn't have like a manual mixer or anything like that. If it relies on the.
Yes, YouTube, you missed boobs.
It's probably showing a screen, but it's not showing the audio.
Yeah.
selected.
I did just
But
change
with
the
a
setting.
Z.
All right, he changed the setting. All right, go ahead.
Let's try this.
But wait, play a different video. That way, if it doesn't work, we can hear it.
Can you hear anything?
Nope, still can't hear anything.
No.
All right, I'll do it. What's the? Did you send it to me in Discord?
It's in the private chat.
All right.
Nano is saying we also have chat text on both sides on the screen. I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, you
on
do.
Restream.
Here, I'll take it off the overlay. One of them goes away, the other one doesn't. But all right. Now, where is the? Now I've got the video. Let me do the same thing, which is to play something else.
Did you post your FetLife in the? I just noticed that. I made one of those a long time ago. I forgot about that.
I just figured it's worth a couple gags. That right there just made it worth it.
I'm surprised I caught it. I was just seeing it scroll by, and I was like, FetLife, you kinky bastard. I knew it.
Oh, man.
We go check it out. Jason DeVore. What?
All right, hang on. So now I got to do this, and now I got to try to share my screen with you guys, so that you guys can see it too. I guess this is fine because it's getting me used to streaming off one screen. Brave tab, Bread of Wife, YouTube. Yeah, let's share this. All right, cool. Do you guys see the Rebecca thing now?
Yep.
See Rebecca.
Yep.
Except that Paul doesn't.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's working.
Okay, great. All right.
And some echo though. We'll try it again. It may have been.
No, it's got some staticky at the start, so.
Okay. Also, let
built
me
into the video.
make sure that. Okay.
Nano
Also,
Premiere.
make sure you've got the stream muted. You might be hearing it twice because if you hear it in Restream, it's going to play in both.
Except that Paul doesn't say any about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials in Philippians 3 and Galatians and Romans.
Well, sure he did. As persecuting the church, right? As persecuting.
Guys, where are we going with this?
Nowhere. Where you going? Nowhere.
This I don't need two Christians in here arguing, guys. This is
I'm
just
not sure.
over this stupid thing. I'm sorry. This is a stupid disagreement.
I agree
Paul
with
had
that.
a revelation from heaven. That's the end of it. I don't want to hear any more about it. Seriously, this is absolutely
Yeah, I agree.
profoundly.
No, it's connected to the statement that was raised, Rebecca. You raised it.
Yes. Can I get an amen, Kenny?
This is a threat
Amen.
to our system. You know, for instance, Corinthians,
Paul was talking about.
Paul was, you know, the women should remain silent. Doctrinal standards. The women were over talking the message. Standing up and saying, "What does that mean, preacher?"
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
The woman can't speak over me. And so there's an order.
Sparks are
So then
coming.
how-
Sparks
how
are
do you-
coming.
Oh, we gotta clip that. We gotta sound clip that.
Unless you're planning on going into my kitchen and slapping some ham between two slices of bread, this conversation is over.
That was so wonderful. Great job,
Oh,
man.
Nano.
Unbelievable.
That was worth it. That was totally worth it.
Unbelievable
very-
editing.
Very good job.
It's badass.
Oh,
That was fantastic. Oh my goodness.
we got a sound clip. The part where Rebecca sounds like an air raid siren.
Woo!
Yes.
Yeah.
That's got to be
Yeah.
some kind of like announcement
Yeah.
alert. You know,
That's better than the air raid, you know, like having having a Rebecca instead of a Rebecca siren. Dude, the editing is
shit. I want to see if I can rig up my car alarm to do that.
Yeah.
That reminds me of the opening scene for the movie Blind Date. It's Rick Dees doing a James Brown auto alarm.
Yeah. Also, no. Go ahead. I was gonna say something totally random. How good was the Can I Get an Amen, Kenny, that night? Like that was.
that was Doug Brilliance right there. And I don't know if I should stand up and cheer or if I should.
I just think it's so funny that they're having a conversation about women keeping silent in the church, and they're being told by a woman to shut up and stop arguing about this. The fact that you got these Christian men, and the irony is just not lost on them. I mean, or is lost on them.
Even today, I hate to say it, but we were having a conversation about morality and the Bible, and these guys are talking about living Christian, and they won't stop yelling over Lena, no matter what she says, no matter what she tries. And I'm like, I'm just gonna let it.
Interrupted. When was that? Who was that?
During the conversation, like every time you tried to say something, they just started yelling. It was really funny.
Oh, I was trying to cut in, but I think it was too late by that point.
Yeah,
I think he was already like too triggered.
Yeah, they were not. They were just not.
Oh, I had a lot I wanted to say about like the meta-analysis of the discussion, because like personally, and I don't mean any offense to anyone. Like I agree with all the takes you guys have been bringing up. The anger is justified. I get all that. But just to be completely honest, like that stream and largely like both streams have just been completely unproductive. Like I don't see that doing anything for either side or for the viewers. Like we want to come to some sort of like common ground and then work out where we disagree, stick to one topic, and like actually be charitable and let them hang themselves. Like you'll notice when I brought up my question about the whole ascension thing, he didn't start yelling at me that I'm like ignorant and stuff. Like he got triggered, but then he like went off and like actually think about it because he didn't have an answer.
Right.
I kept wanting to ask him. Is heaven at the Carmen line? Like exactly, because you did ask about how many feet, or no, you asked how high, and then he said, you want to know how many feet? And I wanted to respond, yes.
Sure, but like I just want to give you the chance. Like, yeah, I mean, and I think there's a problem with gish galloping so many different points in at once. Like atheists do this too, right? Like, oh well, then how does this work, or how does this work? And it's like, come on, like just try and be charitable. Let them answer one thing at a time, and let's have a real discussion here. I'm actually an educator too, Jay. We
for sure.
Somewhere in that. I used to teach the after school chess club for middle schoolers. So the great thing about chess is that one of the rules is there's no talking. So when I have when I had this unruly class, the first thing I'd have them do is if they started talking, I'd kick them out of the class and have to walk back in quiet, right? And so immediately that was kind of established as one of like the precedents for the class. Right. And so I think we as atheists need to do the same thing when we're just like randomly hopping into some, creationist
and by and large, I didn't try to get on top of them when they were like yelling. And when I did have a chance to like talk to them, like you saw, I was trying to ask constructive questions for the most part. But then,
you did great. You did fantastic. But I think before we start even like addressing their different questions, because they want to get right into it, and that's I commend it. But let's establish what we're going to talk about, how we're going to talk about it, right? Like let's get the question first.
Yeah, and I appreciate the feedback because I'm totally new at this, right? This is like, oh, they want to talk to me now. Sure, let's do it. Let's, so I'm halfway worried that things aren't even going to work, or like I'm not going to get in the restream or something, right? But yeah.
Well, the problem was that Mahler guy.
Yeah, he just got totally triggered, and I don't know and I didn't really know what to do. But to your point, even in that situation, like when Tux and you guys were trying to I was trying to say, like, just, let them go off the rails like this, because I think it kind of speaks for itself.
I think that
here's the thing.
Shtick.
Sorry, go ahead, BS.
What's that?
Well, I think that Mueller guy, I think that's kind of like his shtick.
You don't think he was being genuine in his
No,
irateness?
I mean, like his name is the Mauler, so come on.
Yeah.
Like,
he's a debate bro. Yeah, he's a debate bro, right?
Yeah. He probably just goes around and yells at people, and everybody's like, oh, you got owned by the Mauler.
Satan's little helper said she could probably moderate. Yeah, that'd be appreciated. Also, I think at some point they asked Danny to moderate, and then kind of to you guys' point, the Mauler was like, "No, we don't need a moderator. Let's like just have a conversation." So that was probably had I known better, right? Like, you know,
you definitely need someone with a mute button. That's for sure.
Yeah,
what's that?
For sure.
I said you need someone with a mute button. You need someone to be able to like reel it back in and get it back on track.
Yeah.
Although it's funny, Jay said he was louder than Tux. In fact, to me on my end, he was quieter, right? Like Tux was talking in this very moderated tone, but like with good audio and coming in loud and clear. Whereas the Mauler was like yelling into his phone in the background is what it sounded like to me. Like he was too far away from his mic.
Yeah.
And so it just sounded like he was impotently yelling in an empty room is how I pictured it in my head. He's just this guy going, you're ignorant, but kind of like from far away. So it wasn't impactful at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. It was humorous. And I kept imagining that scene from South Park where, Michael Jackson is telling Blanket that they're ignorant, right? Like he's telling you, "Oh, Blanket, they're ignorant. Their minds are full of poop." And that's it's all I could think of.
Something to speak to Lena's point is I gotta watch it because sometimes like I honestly will go into like the sparks flying because even like to think about say like Rebecca's stream, right, where there was a lot of kind of funny stuff happening, probably wasn't the most productive stream that she's had. But I just thought it was fun, right? And I was here for the sparks flying, and also I was definitely there to flame Rob because Rob is if I have a favorite content creator, probably Gin and Truth. Least favorite content creator, Rob.
Is Rob the real long-winded? I don't know if he's Australian or English.
He talks very methodical and enunciates
like an NPR host.
Is he the long beard?
Hang on, hold on.
Does he have a beard? I don't think he has a long beard.
Hold on, hang on.
My memory is.
That's what he does. Every time you ask him a question, hang on, because he's got to go look up some obscure reference.
I
gotta go go cherry pick some paper from some journal nobody's ever heard of.
Oh, that's an interesting point that you brought up there. Let me tell you about the time I read Aquinas, and you're just like, dude, is that necessary? Yeah.
But right,
hey,
I like when stuff happens, right? And so sometimes I do err on the side of like, you know what? If some Jerry Springer stuff is about to happen, let's do it because in my heart of hearts, I'm trash, right? But
Jay, you say that, but I'm pretty sure that I'd be swinging a steel chair or folding chair at some theist before you would. I'm that kind of atheist sometimes.
Yeah. So go ahead, Lena.
This does about the optics a bit, though, right? Because, like, on one hand, you're a biologist, and you want to come in it from that angle, like, oh, you're educational, and you're like, but then you also want to just be able to be edgy when you want to be.
Right.
I don't know. I see. I think as long as you clarify how you're responding and like which kind of role you're taking it, and like it's an assessment of how good faith they are too.
Right. That's totally and I think that's kind of a thing too. Like I think they got to a place where that was just kind of nasty and whatever. And also like
but I don't think it hadn't gone that way. Like I think the Mueller again, like maybe that's part of like his, and he was like just initially hostile to me at least, but like I feel like you could have a conversation with that person if you slowed it down, if you like removed all of the egoism to it and just like really got at like trying to come to an agreement.
Totally.
Like,
I feel like the problem is removing the egoism part.
But like I could see my being in like the same church as him, and like I could see him like being like totally like a bro to like the in group. But then, like,
yes, to the in group. But did you notice his knee-jerk apostate reaction? Like when he heard people say, "I'm a former Christian," or "I'm a cultural Christian," or "I'm an atheist, but I go to church," or "I play." His knee-jerk reaction was always very hostile.
And they've done something bad to you, and I don't know why.
Right, and then he said the reason you're not a Christian is because of the Christians you hung out with. Right, like his assumption was always the cliched, this is why you're an atheist.
But I had kind of talked about this earlier,
and so
too,
his world, instead of approaching the conversation from a, well, what made you lose your faith, or why don't you believe? He was like, now I know why. It's because you were hanging out with weak Christians. You know, you need to come to the Jacked. You need to come to the Rock Christian church where we work out and talk about Jesus.
I think, like, I'm trying to come to a place where I should expect an apologist is going to apologize, right? And so they're going to do that stuff. And one thing I'm noticing, even in the lots of dick waving, but I've noticed
that's why I'm saying, like, how do you remove the egoism? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, Lena, you make a great point. I'm not dismissing what you're saying, but it's just like saying earlier about the finding common ground and Tuck's bringing up the, well, I got to believe in at least a few dozen supernatural beings with no evidence. How do you find common ground? Right? Like there is.
No. Well,
to me, it just seems that like a very difficult place.
My solution is it's all made up. Go ahead, Lena.
I don't know if you actually want the answer or not, like as to how I would go about that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I maybe it did sound kind of rhetorical, but yeah, go. Yes,
it was like if you're just like, oh, I don't see how we could do that, and like you don't think there's a way, like that's.
I don't, but yeah, that is baked in that assumption. True.
But like, I don't think that there's any. Frankly, I don't think Christianity is that extreme when it comes to like the cuckoo, evil sorts of like ideologies that people can get caught up in. Like, yeah, it's one of the worst. It's up there, but like I don't know, like these people.
What's your baseline? What's your comparison? I don't.
Lena, meet Greg Locke.
I mean, there's
that's just like it's like an example. He's an extremist.
No, I mean like actually like other groups that like are about harm and like violence and stuff. Like these people, I think they genuinely see themselves as like loving and caring, and like they see Christianity as that to a large extent. And so like when it comes like these guys aren't apologists. Let's be real here. These aren't William and Craig.
No, they're evangelists. Yeah.
No, I just mean in the sense of the arguments they made were typical apologetics. But yes, you're right. They're not sharpened like professional.
But let's meet them
Christians.
Where they're at, right? If they're gonna be meatheads of a sort, right. let's come at it from a place of humility, a place of like I don't know.
Yeah, well, you're taking from their worldview and you're giving an internal critique. You're saying, well, like I was to Mahler in the private chat. I don't know if anybody saw it, but the whole time I was just making little snarky comments about his Christ-like behavior.
That's great.
He's so Christ-like, but he's just a debate bro, right? And sure, like I'm. In an in-group, like you said, he could probably, if the whole world were Christian, maybe he'd be a better person, but I doubt it, right? Like even then he would find out groups, you're not Christianing right,
Yeah, you misunderstand why I brought that up.
Okay.
It's because he has that capability with it. Like nobody is a set kind of person. No, we're not.
No, I'm not saying he's like evil, like he's
right. We're all products of our environment.
What I'm saying is that he suffers from the kind of brainwashing that Tux was kind of talking about. I
agree.
And his knee-jerk reaction is typical of people who kind of have a belief that is so dear to them that when challenged just sparks this knee-jerk reaction, right? And it's like me as an Alabama fan. Well, if you're telling me that the University of Alabama's men's football team is not, in fact, the best football team in the United States in their division, well, I would say you're objectively wrong. Like, that's just factually incorrect, right? But I'm a little dead inside, right? Like, I'm not a knee-jerk triggered kind of guy, right? But I know Alabama fans like that. If you tell them, well, in fact, there are teams with better programs or winning, better winning streaks or better records, they will have this very emotional response. But to a fellow Alabama fan, they're the nicest people in the world. You walk up to them, you say, "Roll Tide," and they give you a hug. But if you're wearing an Auburn t-shirt, they'll punch you in the face, right? Like that. That's a dichotomy. That's, you're holding good values and bad values, right? And I'm not saying that Mahler is Dr. Evil. I'm saying that he is brainwashed, and when those ideas are challenged, I think his bad qualities come out.
Well, you're in agreement. Your assessment's accurate, but what's your solution? Like, that's where our disagreement lies.
Smack him in the face with a steel folding chair and own him. And I think the idea, Jay, is to make Mahler into a wrestling character. Nano has his tagline already: "Get mauled for Christ," and then you just beat his ass in the ring. Because unfortunately, to someone like that, the only way to make them reassess their position is to humble them. Right? They have to feel deep in their bones. They have to feel deeply ashamed. Like and like, forgive me for sounding like Freudian, but that's how you get some people. Like, that's how you manipulate some people. And people look at manipulation like it's a bad thing, like it has a negative context, and I understand. But when you're trying to reach someone at a deep emotional level, which to target their deeply held beliefs, you have to get them to go through an emotionally cathartic moment that allows them to start letting doubt in. And that's how you approach a narcissist.
But that's not.
So, I mean, like,
Lena's tell you,
that's my approach.
No, you got to listen to Lena here, because you got to listen to Lena. Listen.
I was just answering.
Yeah, but you're not getting.
It was a very long answer. I was agreeing with you the whole way.
Right.
Like, we're both on the same page here. I don't need the whole book.
I'm sorry. I don't assume you're psychic.
No name.
And I'm high, so I'm a chatty cat.
No name. You gotta listen to it out, because what Lena's trying to say is there's an ultimate conclusion here. You got to boil it down to its ultimate conclusion. What?
Well, you're spot on, right? Like, we want that emotional response. We want to humble them. It's just a matter of who did it more effectively. I don't think that your approach humbled him at all. I think he walked away from that maybe pissed off, maybe like, in that debate, bro, yelling, "You're ignorant" a bunch of times mindset. But that's not the sort of mindset that's going to get him to actually reevaluate his positions.
What it is, Lena, is when he goes back. Hold on, real quick. When he goes back to Clubhouse and he gets beat on by Tone Loc and people. I'm sorry, bye, Tuck.
Well, who's going to beat on him?
People like Tone Loc and Jay Robin, his in-group, right? Like his debate bro crowd. So people like him, he'll unite.
So my thing is, I don't know, right? I just see that there's a lot of space, and my thing is there's room for range. Like, I think like there's room for like we talked about, there needs to be a diversity of atheists. Like, for me, I take a diversity of perspectives, and part of that is my own interest. Like, I'm not a type of person who can be the type of content creator I want to make and make one type of content. I just would get bored too easily. But what I like is that if he were to come on Hot Program and sit down with me and my one black friend, it'd be super friendly, trying to find common ground. I would say to the point of bending over backwards to be like, listening charitably. Good night. I don't know who I'm saying good night to anymore. Good night, Cameron. I
think BS said good night, and I think Cameron was saying good night.
Yeah. All right. So, but I also, I've seen a lot of those conversations, and to be honest,
I don't think they go as well as the atheists think they do. Like, part of my frustration with those conversations I feel like the Christians often take advantage of the charity, right? They take advantage of oh, well, you said this is reasonable, or you admitted you didn't have an answer to this, or like I've seen so many of those things where it's like everybody goes and they listen, and the theist sits down and the atheist sits down. They spend a couple hours really being nice to each other, and at the end of it, they pat each other for listening and pat each other for, being nice to each other, and then they walk away, and it's like nobody came in with anything at stake. Nobody left with anything at stake. Nobody influenced one another. Two people just heard each other out and then congratulated themselves for doing so. It's actually why I got sick of like listening to atheist versus theist debates, because I got really sick of seeing Christopher Hitchens do what Christopher Hitchens does, which is be like top-notch A-list debater, and then no matter what apologist he's up against and what kind of nonsense they sit there spewing for hours, it's like, oh, let's thank these great minds of equal magnitude for having this great equal discussion of two wonderfully. And I just get when you have
Dinesh D'Souza on the same stage as Christopher Hitchens, and you have somebody say, give them equal weight, and you're like,
no.
Well, one's a convicted felon.
And so, but at the same time, right, like there's a way in which, right, like if people just see, I've dealt with this even in like an acting class. Our acting coach was like, she was like, nobody's gonna watch people suffer. Like I was trying to overact the suffering scene, and she was like, no, suffering's never good viewing. Sorry, I don't know what you thought, but we gotta come up with another way to communicate that, right? So if people just tune in and they see a bunch of bros yelling at each other and they don't really know where the conversation is or what it's getting back to, like they might just turn that off. People might not enjoy the fireworks, especially if they didn't see the build up to how we got there. So yeah, it's just something to think about. And my point was just, I genuinely don't know what the right answer is. And I mean that sincerely, because I do think
I don't know that there is a right answer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I think it's dependent on the situation. I think it's specific to the individual and the context, right? And all I was doing was pointing out like this one particular guy's reaction and attitude and everything, right? And that's how I would approach dealing with that guy, because I think like what I'm trying to do is that if you're going to have three types of viewers, hopefully, right? You're going to have like the team Christian, team not Christian, and then I don't know, maybe a neutral team, right? Like some people on the fence. And all I'm trying to do is expose people like him, right? Like maybe that isn't the best way to do it. Maybe that's not the best way to go about it. I could be convinced otherwise.
Sure.
But I find I personally find it effective when I'm neutral on something and I go into a debate. Now, maybe it's not the best way to judge, the merits of the argument. It may be a fallacy I'm committing on my part. But if I go into a debate and I see two debaters, and you got one guy who's laying things down like Tux, and then you got the other guy yelling, "You're ignorant! You're ignorant!" I don't think even if that guy is making a strong argument that I'm just missing, right? I'm thinking, well, you're not representing your side very well, especially if one of your side's arguments is that being a Christian helps make you a better person.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
That you can't have morals and ethics and rationality, and now you're exhibiting all these negative characteristics that I don't associate with the Christ-like model that you've presented. So for a person like me who's like hyper analytical and hypercritical, that's effective to me. So if I see somebody else doing it to that guy and he reacts that way, that's more convincing.
So because you're thinking about what would be effective to you. Go ahead, Lena.
Yeah, that's the only reason I do. I'm projecting what works on me on other people, so I can be convinced otherwise.
Sure.
It just seems effective.
Yeah, and I can see that. I mean, I was just gonna say I think it had already gotten off the rails by that point.
Sure.
Right? Like if
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
shouting, you're ignorant. Like we're already past the point of having a real
Yes.
discussion.
Yeah.
And I think keeping someone like the Mahler, from getting to that point is the effective strategy. Like I don't see anything past that point as being effective. You're saying like maybe someone will see that and be like, oh, like it's really cringe. I'm not gonna. But like honestly, I think people just see that and see both sides as cringe. Like they just see the whole conversation as cringe. It's a bad mark on all parties involved. Right. I don't see what. There's some comment about the chessboard on in chat. I'm just going to talk about chess because it's a great analogy, right?
Sure.
When I come to these discussions, I have a certain opening principle that I'm going to follow, right? And so if my opponent starts throwing out wild blunders, trying to checkmate me in 3 or 4 moves, I'm not going to respond by like reactively, messing up my own position. I'm going to make the proper defenses and keep going with my opening development in the way that I have, planned and laid out, which is to have a productive conversation.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And yeah, I guess too, like, I don't always know where these things are going. 'Cause I think that's definitely like where I was trying to go at first. And I think for a lot of these things, I'm just trying to feel a person out. And I think you're trying to, at least for me, I'm trying to feel out like, can we productively have like another conversation, right? 'Cause you're like, I don't know how productive our first conversation in the middle of the night on midstream or whatever is going to be. But yeah, I totally feel you. Like, I think once it started good, and then once it went off the rails, there was no bringing it back. I also think there's a difference in, I've seen this with Doug, like when he debated. Did you actually see his debate when he debated Trent Horn? I remember that was a big deal. Do you remember at least the debate I'm talking about when he debated Trent Horn on the resurrection or whatever? Anyway.
Who, Matt? Dillahunty?
No, Doug. It was like Doug versus Trent Horn.
I don't think I've seen any is that Pinewood Creek?
Yeah. It was a Pine Creek debate. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen any of his debates.
Oh, yeah. So it was interesting because he doesn't debate a lot. Like me, he was kind of just flying by the seat of his pants, And I remember afterwards he did like a after stream about it, like a couple. I think he did like one right after where people could react to it, and then maybe another one later where he like analyzed it or something. And I remember he took a lot of criticism from people who were like, oh, it would have been more effective if he approached things a lot differently, especially because they were coming at the perspective of like ways he could have been more convincing to Trent Horn, right? And I kind of sort of like you, like respectfully disagreed because I thought what I liked about what he did was it didn't feel like a typical debate strategy. And it felt like he kind of sacrificed from moment one that he wasn't going to get through to Trent Horn. And instead he focused on anybody who may have been watching, who wasn't familiar with him, who like this was his chance to like make his case to Trent's audience, right? And so
I don't think you should ever focus on optics. I think that if you employ the right strategy, it's gonna look good.
Yeah,
right?
no, totally.
Analogy, if you play well, it's gonna be a nice and neat checkmate, as opposed to like some messy, sloppy thing where both sides take losses. That doesn't look as good for anyone involved, and that's gonna make it seem like the other side has more credence than it actually does. Right. So I think it's really important. I think there is a way to go about disagreeing. Like, that's one point that I disagree with No Name about. Like, there is a right and wrong way to go about this. That doesn't mean that there's one way to checkmate your opponent, but like there is a strategy that we should be following here. And like establishing good rapport is definitely like the opening principle to start with.
Yeah. I agree with that, and I think kind of to your point, like there's more than one audience, right? So he's not the only person. Matter of fact, a lot of us say he's not even the most important person, right? Like the most important person is the viewers, and there's a panel of people here, and there's a lot of different perspectives to try to bring in, and you've got perspectives in the chat, right? So there's all of these different things, and so
you probably don't want to get too focused up on, hey, this guy's being kind of a jerk right now. And also, I just think, I think to your point, like, it was more productive to just let them say whatever they're going to say, right? Like, when you get this guy to the point where he's literally yelling over top of everybody, like, I do think there's like this thing that happens and it feels very like a guy, like cis masculine thing where like there's always the dude who's like willing to try to alpha male the whole situation by like, yelling and just being louder and cutting people off or whatever. And then there does kind of need to be like, people feel the need to be like, hey, look, like we can do this shit too. It's not even particularly unique to men in any way. You see all types of, anybody can do this, right? But you see dudes do this a lot. And
I'm a sissy, so I defer to the alpha. But if you're gonna be the alpha, then you gotta back up your arguments and your claims, And if you're gonna be wrong, then you're calling out two different sides of how to fail in this. One side is being uncharitable and pushy and turning the conversation sour. And then the other side is not actually holding them to the things that they say, or not asking the right follow-up questions to push them on certain aspects. And then, like you said, you just kind of walk away without anything invested. No one brought anything to the table.
Yeah, and I personally, I think even, speaking to this thing about, where you, there's this need and this response to, hey, I'm not going to let you push me around, so I'll be that too. I actually am more, just let it go. Because I don't think it proves anything. I don't care. It mostly feels, insecure to me. So I actually, I kind of am, hesitant to get into a pissing contest because it feels inherently insecure. Right, to need to be in a shouting match with somebody. Also, even though my stream is trying to be irreverent, I'm trying to it's mostly I'm a stoner, I'm laid back. I'm not trying to fight with anybody. I'm trying to talk shit and do pro wrestling.
I was about
things.
to say I'm a hippie. That's the big thing.
I like pro wrestling over MMA because the guys are actually working together. You know what I mean? They're gonna go out after this. Everybody's having a good time. But so that's just kind of me as a human being. I'm really not the dude who's I can bench press more than you. I'm just not that guy. I'm cool, great.
Yeah, and you're a naturalist. You know that we're all victims of reality, right? That none of us chose our brains. None of us chose our birth situations or the life experiences that we've had. So I have so much sympathy for everyone in the positions that they're in. Whether you're the Mauler or No Name, whatever, it's
even the guy.
We're all here to learn. We're all here to improve.
What was his name? Jaden.
I honestly, I thought we could have had a great conversation with him if we just let him
say his thing. Yeah.
What do you mean by culture? How is it different from our culture? Can you substantiate under what cultural circumstances would owning people be okay? Right? Go ahead. Let's hear it. Right. But we never got to any of that, and so he just got and he's not going to go back and look at this interaction and say they really challenged me and made me think about the problem in a new light or re-question. No, he's going to be those atheists are no good, degenerates who just can't they don't see it, or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. That's what's so interesting. And honestly, a lot of my despair was feeling, like I said, a lot of these conversations were happening and no one had anything at stake. It's actually kind of encouraging for me to have these conversations with you because it reminds me that people do care and they do want to see these conversations go somewhere. Because I'm sure
I only do this because I want to push socialism and progressive policies, and I see Christianity as a roadblock to that. Also it's inherently fascist and violates human rights, so it has to go. Right. But my program about my entire philosophy is all sort of one big thing. And, you know, that was one of the things that Mueller was getting into, is like talking about which model is superior. And it's like, yeah, that's the sort of stuff we need to talk about. Like, how do we determine which models are better?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
All this jazz that we just never get to.
Yeah, totally. I will say this, you know, it definitely served as a appetizer for me. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know. Oh, I think it's just echo from the stream or something. But I'm definitely interested in continuing the conversations with those people. Yeah. I'm always interested in finding other content creators and other people to talk to and have conversations with. And yeah, Lena, I'm like you. I started doing this because I was literally despairing of like feeling like, I hate to say this, there's like the YouTube machine that needs to be fed, right? And like, you know, we spend a lot of time in these streams and a lot of time in this community. And sometimes it does feel like, oh, you know, we're just going through the motions, if that makes any sense. And that definitely started to frustrate me. And so I started to feel like, well, if I can't change people anyway, like if the atheists are just going to be atheists and the Christians are just going to be Christians, then like, I'm just going to have fun. I just like hang out with my friends and like have fun and like make fun of theists and, you know, do cult of personality stuff. But, you know, hot program and stuff like that reminds me of like, oh, no, you actually do like this other opportunity. Or like when I showed Rob Pennock, like my teaching mentor, this stuff. One, he loved it. He was like falling out of his chair laughing. But he actually told me, he's like, oh, so I know you're like a YouTube counter-apologist and I actually think that type of work's really important. And I'm like, oh, like, you know, I expect all my colleagues to like roll their eyes and like think it's silly, but I forget that like a lot of them are actually like super supportive and they like think it's really important and can make a difference. And so yeah, still trying to find that balance.
That's great. No, I love to hear that.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm having fun, right? Like this stuff is it's super fun. Getting to have the conversations, because like even the crazy stuff, like when Otangelo came through, like that just lit up my whole evolutionary biology world, right? Because I'm like,
is that the guy who's been on the Atheist Experience a lot?
Yeah, the Shroud of Turin guy. But actually, I love Otangelo. He's a really nice guy. He's nice, like you said. Like he's not harming anybody, right? He just believes in some stuff we don't believe, right? And I consider him like Rebecca, like one of our friends, right? Just one of our friends in this community that we all see a lot. But it was so interesting
situation, right? Because like, I mean, as good as these people are, they are supporting an institution and an ideology that is very harmful.
Totally,
and so,
right. And
that's why I'm an anti-theist.
Yeah. And I think we're all on the same page there.
Two aspects separate, right? Like when we're in the church of atheism, let's bash them, let's have our fun, let's let's firebrand as we want. Right, and then when we go on their streams, let's be those scientists who are.
You are making the case of, so when I started doing Late-Night Counter-Apologetics.
Exactly what they tell their
evangelists. But it's true though. Like when I started doing Late-Night Counter-Apologetics, I wanted to do more of like, I'm gonna play preachers and just counter the preacher while he's preaching. Because it reminded me of Doug's old "Why I No Longer Go to Church" sermons like these. Because when you hear them preaching, they're in the congregation, they're amongst themselves. Even when we did like that Cameron Bertuzzi video where he was like talking to he was on his little Christian speaking tour or whatever. Like it's so different than the Cameron Bertuzzi you get when he knows that half the audience is atheist or whatever. Like There's good reason for that, and I do get the vibe that's at least a smart starting principle, right? Is even though it does kind of sound kind of tribal and a little bit manipulative, it is kind of a good, hey, like we're just going over to the other village, let's make nice and let them know we come in peace and like break bread with them. And then we can start ragging on each other, over the game. Like once all that's like, established.
Yeah, the difference is that it's all the same tribe. Like these are our neighbors, they're our family, these are our fellow voters. that are going to determine whether this nation becomes a theocracy in 2024, right? So, like,
well, you can't hate someone more than someone who's just like you.
Yeah. You make that point a lot, No Name, and this, and I was gonna make this other point is sometimes I feel like it's great to have this like time in the huddle where we review the film a little bit and say, hey, we probably could have made this play or that play a little bit different. But sometimes in the moment, it's okay to get caught up in that passion. Like, I remember like when Taylor was on Rebecca's stream, I was not effective because I was genuinely triggered. And I think for a lot of people, you know, is that Jay being his most effective? No. But that's a side that I'm okay with my friends and community seeing that, hey, I really am a real life evolutionary biologist. I give a major fuck. And if I see somebody in public just with the anti-science railing in the name of science, bragging on their scientific expertise, yeah, that shit's gonna piss me off. And
man,
you may not get me at my best, but that's just a real goddamn part of who I am as a human. Like, that's part of my limits, right? I have my limits. I'm not an act. I'm a real person. Some shit really pisses me off. That's one of them. You know, like
you get overwhelmed sometimes, man. Like that's part of it. It is my pushback, and I get sarcastic about the whole dead inside thing. Really, I'm like a.
You're passionate too. You're a firebrand. Yeah,
I'm an exposed nerve, just waiting for something to bang into me sometimes. But the thing I was going to say is about the first time I got really flustered by a flat earther, right? Like, I had not really been exposed to this concept that people in like 2015 thought the earth was flat. Like, that has to be a joke. And the first time I really got put on the spot, you know, well, prove it to me right now. Show me right now that it's a globe. Well, I got really flustered, right? Because, well, there's a million ways to do it, or there's none that you would deem sufficient, right? Like, what you are literally asking for is a God's eye view of the earth that you know is not in any way manipulated. I don't know how I can satisfactorily do that for you. Right. Like, you want me to take you up into outer space and show it to you, but you also have to have some kind of verification that you're not in a simulation. On top of that.
Yeah.
I usually use the ship going over the horizon thing, but then they usually deny refract. Like, I don't know. They have a lot of excuses. And
I 6 years of dealing with these people, and trust me, ships going over the horizon is a non-starter. Like, that's been tabled.
Guys, can we just appreciate the moment here that we're literally talking about flat earthers and ships going over the horizon is a non-starter?
That's what I mean. It's
hilarious.
It's like trying to find common ground. You know, it's like trying to find common ground with a theist, right? Like, you sit down at the table and they go, I believe in a supernatural entity that I call God. And I say, I don't believe in a supernatural entity that you call God. And it's like, well, where do we go from here?
So obviously that's not common ground, right? The common ground would be we're both trying to use science. Like, I don't know, they think that their position is a scientific one.
Yeah.
So let's get into what science is, right?
Yeah,
some do.
How do we evaluate which one's a better scientific model? Right.
But this is also.
And so that's why I always talk about the big four. That's my whole shtick, right? I'm nonstop talking about the
give me
big
the
four.
big four. Give me the big four.
What's the big four?
Practical applicability, right? Like predictive accuracy, explanatory efficiency. That's accuracy and precision. You have, and then flexibility. Which is pretty similar. I mean, you're optimizing the same thing. And then rational coherence and basically internal consistency.
Internal consistency. Yeah.
I think I've recently.
Would the flexibility be? Would flexibility cover things like how many things it applies to? Is that what you mean by that, or?
So optimal flexibility means not too stringent as to like discount new data, but not so flexible to account for all data, right? In a sort of ad hoc way.
Yeah,
right? So
that's what's really great, right? Because then you can talk about how. And see, my thing is, Lena, I think I've recently tuned into some other stream, and you were trying to explain this to somebody. And I found myself just listening, like trying to feel this out, and I actually found it really good. Yeah, and I was it was just one of those examples of like stuff I don't know, like because I didn't know that. You know what I mean? And
dude, you can fill a Library of Congress with this shit. I don't know. What are you talking
that's
about?
What they do, right?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
But but yeah, so I was kind of thinking about this thing about when you have this emotional response, right? So one of the really good examples is Rebecca, right? Like when I first started doing this stuff, like I didn't know Rebecca even really had a channel. She was just like the friendly atheist that would show up on all the atheist channels.
I think she blew up recently, right?
She's been at this for a while. Recently. She's been at this for a while.
She has, but she had
she's
like 50 followers up until about 6 months ago or so. As I recall.
And so when I kind of like found like I literally had this kind of like emotional response to her, like she is our theist. And I remember like leaving a comment to this extent, like, I don't know what that means, but like, she's one of us. Cause I really felt like she was genuinely participating in the community and it was rare and it's what we ask for. And I was doing the whole song and dance, right? And then I found her
Jay,
channel.
that reminds me of rednecks in Alabama who say,
Gonna play some hits.
Oh no, I like that black guy. He's one of the good ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Good night, Satan, to the helper. I appreciate you.
Night, Satan. You've been cracking me up in the comments.
We might have you moderate something soon.
But finish your point. But then what happened?
So what happens is, I found her channel and I started to be like a little bit like, ooh, you're like a little bit like a full blown apologist. Like I was a little bit surprised. Like I was like, because he's always doing like, oh, I'm an evangelist. I'm not really into the apologetics. Yeah. And then I go to her channel and it's like straight apologetics. And I was like, oh, okay, interesting. And then after that, like I started participating in her community and watching her stuff, and she'd say stuff and I'd see stuff that irritated me, but I'd be like, whatever, it's Rebecca, she's still cool, she's really sweet towards me. But then I found her Examining Evolution channel, and that just set me off. Because,
oh yeah, boy, I remember that night.
Because I was like, here's you going full blown, anti-science in the name of science, anti-evolution, right. And
dude, by the way, I think you beat the curve on that Standing for Truth guy, the one that I said I knew from way back from being a young Earth creationist flat earther.
Yeah.
You kind of broke the story on that guy. You scooped it.
Really? Oh,
in my opinion, yeah. Like I've said, Erica Gutsick Gibbon just did a piece about him.
Oh, she's great.
I don't know, maybe
she's great.
Oh yeah, she's great.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah, a day or two ago.
Oh, that's
I don't know
sweet.
if she watches your stuff.
Yeah, I doubt it. But that'd be sweet. I know
she watches. Awesome. Yeah, she is awesome. But I know she watches Rebecca too now from seeing this.
Danny hopped in the stream today, so we're doing big time things.
Moving up.
But so what happened, right, was we eventually scheduled her for Hot Program, and I had just come off the heat of like discovering, examining evolution, right? And I literally checked myself because I remember going to myself when you started Hot Program with MyOneBlack Friend, and you guys talked about having theists on and getting to know them and being really friendly and just having the conversations. You had one person in mind, and it was Rebecca. And you have been trying to, it's like I had been trying to get Rebecca on that show for weeks, right? Well, I literally joked. We kind of messed up the beginning a couple times. The first time I joked, I said the number one reason we're celebrating having Rebecca on is because I can finally focus on booking other people. But literally from the beginning, I'd want to have her on, right? And I was like, Jay, like, you've wanted this to happen for a long time, and like nothing she's done should surprise you. Like, she's a content creator. You've always known she was a young Earth creationist. She's always joked about how if she could accept evolution, she'd be one of the cool kids. So you're just caught up in your feels, responding to apologists gonna apologize, right? And I was able to like just kind of check it, say, okay, we vented on our channel and it's cool. It's Rebecca. She knows she's not gonna like hate me because I talk trash about her on my channel. But I think I like checked that emotion, had a really great interview with her. I think she had a really good time on the program. She sent me a really lovely email afterwards. And to her credit, she like reached out on her own to Taylor, right? And was like, because now she felt like, oh, Jay's a safe interview, right? And got permission for me to reach out and set up something with Taylor. And so even though I had that triggered response to Taylor, like I had that triggered response to Rebecca, right? Even when I talked to my mentors about it, I was like, yeah, these people really triggered me, but like at the same time, it's an unbelievable opportunity to like actually, you know, talk to them and like have these conversations. And so I gotta like find a way to keep my emotions in check and be productive, right? And they're like, yeah, you really do, because it's a really great thing you're doing. So yeah, I gotta do the same thing with Taylor, is the long and short of it, is that it really is productive. It really does make a difference. It really does help open, you know, the doors to further conversations. And yeah, like I'm excited. What'd you say?
Did you have that conversation?
Not yet. I've been dealing with too much technical stuff, and it's one people are going to be really excited about. So I've been wanting to do all this more regular streaming and stuff to get everything worked out, to make sure everything goes smoothly. But yeah, it's something I plan to set up either for like, and then like probably the next week or so. And also I want Rodrigo, somebody who I plan to do streams with, who's another evolutionary biologist in my lab, who's a grad student. I want him to be there too, because she's like a cell biologist, right? And like, I'm not really as much of a microbiologist as Rodrigo is. And so I think it'd be good for me to bring like another actual expert on and have some fun. It'd also be a good way to promote my content with him. So yeah, but I'm looking forward to it. And again, we're going to try to have a productive, friendly, nice conversation, and hopefully it stays on the rails. But yeah, I do think that's the best way to go. And like, if you ever get friendly and comfortable with them and they want to come hang out on Late-Night Counter-Apologetics and get ragged on at some time down the road, then maybe you set that up later. But that's why I tend to lead with, hey, you should come on Hot Program, right? Even with James Apperson, who we'll be interviewing this weekend, my tendency with guests is, hey, you should come on Hot Program, right? Because I know that's where we're doing the friendly, productive, mutual space thing.
So did you have the one with Rebecca then?
Yes, I did. Check it out. We're definitely going to do it again. It was really fun. I can tell you, and I'll tell you some interesting things that happened. So first off, my perspective was, one, to be humble and remember Rebecca coming on to our stuff and having me on her stuff is a really big favor to me, right? She's a much bigger content creator than I am. So it's not like I can pay her or offer her anything, or she's going to get a ton of new views from it or anything, right? She's essentially doing us a favor because she's available, right? And with that in mind, it's like, you know, there were some hiccups and some technical hitches along the way. And she really was like super patient through it. Like, for instance, it was the first time I tried to set an event through Restream, right? And so when you set this event through Restream, it like puts all the notifications on your channels, but it makes those direct links. And when I'm used to streaming through Restream, I just kind of stream through OBS back in the Restream. Like, I just use a different channel. And so there was some mismatching as to where we were. And originally, she wasn't gonna like drop the link to the channel, because she tries to like wait and see how something goes before she promotes something, because she's been kind of probably like sandbagged before, where people are like nice to her and then they bring her on a channel and try to embarrass her or whatever. But you know, kind of as we got close to the thing, she was like, oh, hey, you know, I told her, you know, it would help us or whatever, but I understood if she didn't want to. And she's like, oh, hey, I decided to like share it. And what she did was I had sent her links to the channel and I thought she'd share that, but instead she shared links to the event because that's a more direct way to get there. And then that ended up not being the right link, right? So when we go live, her and my one black friend are looking at the thing. They're like, yo, we're not live. I was like, what are you guys talking about? We're live. Like, we're doing the whole thing, right? But we weren't. And so we had to, like, restart the whole thing, like, to make sure we were live. And the chat was really cool about it. But she was sitting there, like, no worries. It's fine, right? My one black friend is, like, kind of panicking, right? And we're nervous and getting flustered through all this. Rebecca's cool as a cucumber. Like, Jay, it's nothing. It's computers. These things happen. I'll just send a message to my chat and they'll come over to the new one. No worries. Can you just give me the new link and I'll drop it for them? Yeah, great. Thanks, Jay. No problem. Right? Like, cool as shit. Right? And then throughout the broadcast, right, this is our biggest broadcast. We're used to having like 5 or 8 people watching, maybe. Now we've got like 20 to 25 watching. The chat scrolling by super fast. My one black friend can't keep up with it. I'm trying to make sure we're averting disaster. And Rebecca's just sitting there, engaging the whole time, keeping the conversation going, typing messages in the chat with people. She would be like, oh, before we go on, so-and-so asked this question in the chat. I want to address this. Like, she was great, right? Do you see what I'm saying? And she was great to interview. She made my life so much easier. And like, oh, she was unbelievable to work with. Like, and also,
those strategies that we need to adopt. Yeah, we need to follow her example in a lot of these cases.
Yeah, she was really great, and I told people like, yo, she's better at this than I am. She's got more experience, and it showed when it was just her and I really trying to run the show. And then again, she was super cool. She's like, I'd love to have you on my channels, you know, like come hang out. And she's always been super cool. Like I've been on her channels and told people off or whatever, and she'll kick me off, but she'll just keep me backstage and then bring me back on later. Like she's super cool. But yeah, I agree with you. We need to be more like that. And so it was kind of interesting to like, you know, kind of humble myself and then also realize, yeah, she can help you out a lot and she's sweet and she's actually willing to do so. So maybe be extra cool to Rebecca from now on.
Yeah, no, it's really important to identify our allies and to be able to recognize she's already paying a high price in like losing her community. I think she talked about that, right? Like,
wow. Yeah, I don't think about that a lot, but yeah, that's
yeah,
serious.
because her channel got swarmed by a bunch of atheists, and so that changes obviously the dynamics of the comment section, a lot of these things. So like a lot of the people, like I think Peter W. and like Stephanie McGuire or something. Like there's a lot of regulars I see in the chat that I try and be really kind to as well, because like I just want to foster a good community here, and I think that not just in like the viewership that she gets, but also just like theologically, like she's pushing a lot of progressive Christian views that like we kind of need to pick our battles of a sort, and so like we definitely want liberal ish,
all right, so this is
Christians on our side.
This is a conversation I'd love to have with you because I'm a super liberal person, right? Like I'm so liberal, I think I'm conservative, right? I think like free education, free healthcare, so on and so forth, all types of bodily autonomy. That shouldn't make me liberal, right? That should just be like common sense. And now, like, to figure out if I'm liberal or not, there should be like some much more nuanced, harder issues that really serve as a test of how progressive I am. You see what I'm saying? But instead, in America, people are like, you're a goddamn socialist. You know what I mean? And I'm like, maybe I am. Like, you know, like,
yeah, it speaks to the level of science, like illiteracy, and just overall like philosophical and political illiteracy. Like politics has become a big bread and circus in this country, as most things have become. You know, it's just kind of with commercialization comes, like. Even what we become just kind of like viewer, like people to be watched, like personality. You just,
I call it a cult of internet personalities. Literally.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we want to avoid this and really like connect personally and like intimately and as real people, you know?
Yeah, so one thing I actually liked about this community was I did notice that in some weird way, even though they're camps and it can at times be tribalism personified, it is still that place where all the people are there. Like they're like when you tune into like the Pine Creek stream or whatever, or Bread of Life stream, there are Muslims watching and Christians and Jewish people and lots of atheists and agnostics and people who are firmly in both camps and new to both camps. And, you know, those numbers and that pie chart looks a lot different depending on who you're watching. But it is still cool to me that everybody's really there. Like it is some sort of universal church in that sense.
Yeah, and I mean, this makes me think of like why we're kind of doing all this. Like, yeah, we talk about like our goals and like what we want, but like at the end of the day, we're not gonna make all the change. Like, we're not gonna change the U.S. We're not gonna change religion. We're not gonna overturn Christianity.
Right.
We're gonna be our own community, and it's gonna have its own influences on individual lives, and that's gonna matter, right? And so in that, we can push for what we believe in. But like, let's have a big picture perspective and like recognize that we're doing something in large part for ourselves, for this civic community. It's a niche that we enjoy doing, right? And it doesn't really speak to like the larger socialist agenda or like actually pushing for progressive issues in this country. Like you said, like Christianity has nothing to do with like actual.
Right. So here's the thing that's tough for me, right? All right. So we're all on the same page there, right? And so with that in mind, the progressive Christians, like you said, like we should pick and choose our battles because they're our allies, right? They're with us on a lot of the voting things. They see themselves as like, you know, not down with the radical right. And oh wait, let me see if I get Lena back. I think she may have dropped out for something. Because I definitely want to see what she thinks about this. Although y'all know me, I get a. Oh, here she goes. Hey, here you go. All right, yeah. I no worries. I stopped when I saw you drop out. All right, so the progressive Christians, right? They're like our allies. Like they vote with us. They're in opposition to the radical right wingers. They, they're friendly Christians, right? Let's just go with that. But what gets me is this diversity thing, right? When I think about my family, right? When I hear people say things like, don't go against the progressive Christians because they're good, right? Or the liberal Christians, like we wanna make sure we're good with them. I'm like, yeah, we do, but at the same time, I also hear people like, here's my opinion about people. You would not counter-apologize my family members, and that scares me. Right? I need help. I need y'all to give me the strength and the courage to counter-apologize my own family. And I can't, and you wouldn't either. Why? Because they're Democrats, they're super friendly, they're like, they live actual Christian lives. Like they try not to sin, they treat other people amazing, they're not judgy, they don't care if you're like whatever, they don't listen to none of that. Like they're just really good people, they'd welcome you in their home, cook you some bomb-ass food, right? And it's all good. But at the same time, what they believe is not true. And it's the foundation of their reality. I'll give you a perfect, vivid story. This Christmas, I watched my mom. We have our new Christmas tradition, especially because of COVID, right? Which is like we get together and then we like remote in with my grandparents and we watch them open their presents, remotely, and we all celebrate and they watch us open presents and that's the thing we do, right? And this year, my mom got them like a black manger set, right? And it was just so interesting to me because I was sitting there on Christmas morning and like the night before we had
heard her pastor give a whole sermon that was all about it featured like the census, right? The story, you know, it's Christmas, right? So what's pastor going to preach about on Christmas? He's going to do the nativity sermon, right? And so he's going to throw in the census and the whole 9 yards to sell the whole, you know, greatest story ever told that they've got to tell every Christmas. And then the next day we're opening the Black nativity scene because we're Jesus people, but we're Black. So we've got a Black Jesus stuff and all that, right? And so that's my sore spot, right? Is that politically, socially, I want to give the liberal Christians a pass, but I know that the people I identify with the most, a lot of them identify as liberal Christians. And so I feel like if they get a pass, they don't get the counter-apologetics, and then they go on and comfort believe in what they believe because we've decided, it may not be true, but, you know, we've got bigger fish to fry. So, you know, y'all are cool for now. And
yeah, I mean, it's definitely, it makes me, I mean, so I see Christianity and fascism as like, I see Christianity as inherently fascist, right? Yeah. And the problem with fascism isn't the fascist; it's the fascist adjacent. It's the bulk of the population that makes up the support for the institution and the ideology. So, you know, when it comes to liberal Christians, I don't see them as being in opposition to the far right. I see them as the one leading and abating in that process. And so,
like helping normalize the traditions and the ideology, you know, by accepting the core propositions, if nothing else.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, I mean, apologetics is different from discussions about, you know, like religion and policy. Like these are two separate fields, and so we need to be able to separate the counter apologetics that we do, or like the discussions about science or flat earth or whatever, and talking about like religion and the types of people that like create religious thinking and religious problems. Does that make sense?
Yes. And then you think within that there's space for both, because then I can say, hey, I'm really happy you support this and this socially and politically, but I still don't agree with you over here when it comes to
you can have the conversation about, you know, the whatever random Bible specifics, right? And we can end up like not coming to any agreement on that long winding discussion, right, about slavery or whatnot.
Right.
Completely irrelevant to like them being opposed to the far right and what they're doing, you know. So, and there's overlap obviously, because like there's some Christians that are like liberal in some ways, but then they're like really you know, pretty right wing on other points. You know, abortion is one of those issues that kind of like slips through. It's like, yeah, Rebecca, we can call her a more liberal Christian. In a lot of ways she's really not, and abortion's one of them. I mean, that's just, it doesn't get more fascist than that. When it, you know, like that's one of the core principles is controlling you know, healthcare,
reproductive rights. Everything is sex, right? Like that's, if I control this core component of your life, then everything else is minor.
It's part of the hierarchy is the inherent, you know, toxic masculinity and
this is some of the stuff that, all right, so I gotta make a confession. I actually started this channel to make friends, and so this stream has gone hours and hours longer than I expected it to, but I'm realizing I'm totally happy because I'm just getting a chance to talk to you about some of these things. But I literally struggled with some things like, okay, so to be honest with you, I've never been like the blackest of black guys, right? Like growing up, I grew up in like northeastern Pennsylvania, kind of like suburbs, like I said, gated community, Catholic schools. I was like the only black kid in literally all white schools, right? But like my cousins and like my step siblings growing up, like they all lived in like urban New Jersey. So they just made fun of me. Like everybody made fun of me, right? Black people just made fun of me because like you're like up there with those white kids, like you're not one of us, you know? And then the white kids were like, you're like the whitest black kid ever. You're like an Oreo, right? So I was just getting it all over, right? So on both sides, like, you're definitely not black. Like black people are like, nah, you're not one of us. And then and then white people are like, you're also not black. Like definitely, you're not white. Don't get it twisted, but you're also not black. You know, like that. I was like, oh, cool. I guess I'm just Jay then. Cool. I guess I'll just go with that. Right? Because you know, but what's weird now is feeling as an atheist, like, you know, feeling like I now take some stances that feel like radical blackness to a lot of black people I talk to, but they just feel like common sense to me, right? So this is one of those things like where when I'm talking, like even today, like with Jaden, he wanted to ask me, like, he really was bothered by my comment that Christianity is holding us back. Like that bothered him. And I'm glad, as a young black man, I wanted to bother you because I like, to me, like the whole like, oh, we were like Africans and we were like having our African religions, and then the white master came over and enslaved us, and then also like gave us Christianity as part of the deal. And what is so weird to me is like that's super obvious to me now. Black people seem so comfortable just ignoring that. And then I'm like, I don't know how other people feel about this, but the way I was taught, you know, growing up, right, they were always trying to make me black. They was like, hey, Jay, you got to read books about black history and like our ancestors and like all the black civil rights leaders, because or else like you'll just be lost with all the white girls. So you got to, you know what I mean? They were like always making sure I read all that stuff, right? It was always like the overall narrative was like freedom, right? Like you had to pay attention to Malcolm X and who am I thinking of? Like the dude that was on the Supreme Court and Martin Luther King, and like it was always like the journey to freedom, right? And Rosa Parks, like all these people were because they were helping us be free, right? And then you realize this religion makes you want to call somebody Lord. That's not freedom. The desire to have a master is inherently illiberal to me. Like you can't say I want to be free and I want to have a master. I know you can. I know it's possible. I know you can utter the words, and I know you can give me some philosophical whatever hoobaloo and be like, okay, I'm wrong because I don't know the philosophical whatever principle. But on some basic English language level, right? Like to be like, I want to be free means like I want to be in control of my own life. I want to be autonomous. I want to think for myself. I want to choose for myself. I want to decide for myself. And the notion of having a master and a lord who tells me what to do, tells me what to think, who to sleep with, what position, who to hate. I'm like, y'all don't see the problem here? Y'all don't see the...
Yeah, I mean, it sucks because it's effective, right? Like talking about biology, like we're in a way, we're selected for that desire, right? Like that's an effective strategy, is giving your control to another more powerful being that's going to protect you. That plays on some really deep biological instincts.
Yeah,
understanding the value and the improvement that real freedom gives you is like, I mean, that requires a pretty deep understanding, not only of history, but also of science, also of like it needs to have a robust understanding of science in order to like realize what freedom even is. Like every time I talk with these Christians, like that one guy, I mean, just the way that he was talking about atheism, right? And how he was like, you could hear him wanting to say that atheist worlds were like inherently evil, and you can just you talking about like Stalinist, right? Like he just has like the worst sort of like He's been brainwashed into like thinking that that's like socialist, atheism, or it's all the same thing or something, right? And it's not just anti-science, it's anti-history, it's anti-intellectualism. It's like it's a big issue. It's a really big issue, and it plays mostly on fear. Fear mongering is the tactic of the right. Fascism is not an easy beast to solve. It's our human it's almost like inherited sin. It's right, it's the scar of our lowly monkey origins to have to deal with these authoritarian tendencies. And so, it's like it's easy once you get outside of it to like look at Christianity and be like, oh wow, that's obviously fascist, right? Like that's clearly an evil, messed up religion. But when you're inside it, that's all you know. It's just like
it's totally true.
That we find ourselves always popping out of in life. And when you were a kid, all of a sudden you kind of wake up to the larger world, and that happens a few different times in different ways. And
and the crazy part is, I also think this is the hardest thing. Like, I think this is the least flexible part of someone's thinking. At the same time, I made this very transition, and so many of us have, but so I have no idea how to understand who will and who won't, right? Because it seems like on a individual, this conversation to the next conversation, the odds are, you're not getting through to the next theist you talk to, right? But you never know. How do you know? You got to just keep doing it, right? That's kind of the fun to me.
And we improve, right? We learn which ways work better than others. That's what all the science is, right? Like, forget theism versus atheism. Let's just talk like broadly. How do we discern truth? How do we have debates about actual intellectual issues where there's like real disagreement and like the consequences actually matter? Right? Like those conversations we need really strong science on. And when we have a population of non-scientists, of uneducated, or worse, like anti-educated people, brainwashed people, we're never going to get. Well, one, we're never going to get a properly functioning democracy, because that relies on educated citizens. But we're also never going to get any of the socialist things that we want.
It's true. And
in fact, when you're talking about immortality, it was so funny. I was like, if we hadn't had Christianity, maybe we'd be immortal by now.
Oh, wow. That's heavy.
Yeah, because I was going to disagree with you on that. I don't know if you want to like transition.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Were you satisfied on the?
There's so much, but I hope we'll have plenty of conversations, and we'll just come back to things. Go ahead.
I mean, I think we tackle like optics and all that.
Oh yeah, that stuff for sure. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
But like, as far as like death goes, like, I'm agnostic about eternal oblivion, right? Like, if life is finite, does that really make you think like death is gonna be like infinite? Like, come on. Like, I don't know. I see like. I see my childhood as having already like died, right? Like the kid I was is dead. The baby I was is dead. The person I am now is going to die when I become someone new a week from now. Like we're kind of, it's like you never step in the same stream twice. We're always going to be pulled along by the flow of time. Right. So like even if it's an afterlife, it's not going to be you in any. Like it'll be your experience, it'll be your consciousness, but you're not going to be the same person anymore.
But so you're talking about the possibility of our consciousness, extending beyond the time span of our body, our physical expiration.
Well, let's think about what's going to happen, right? So we're going to die, right? We're gonna turn to mush.
Yeah, we're going to get eaten by worms, get back into the soil or whatever.
You're going to basically be gone, but all of the energy and material is still going to be there, right?
Oh, in that sort of sense, but I just don't think that'll be in any meaning. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
So, but the point is the universe is still there, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And I think the eternal oblivion perspective actually is the more like solipsistic perspective, right? That assumes that the world's not going to go on without you. Whereas if you actually think about the world going on without you, like the complex interactions are going to keep, like, it's going to keep going and going and going. And the idea that you, as much of a unique snowflake as you are, is like,
okay.
is never going to ever form again in any like similar enough form to be like basically the same consciousness. That to me seems somewhat implausible, right? Like I don't see why that wouldn't be possible, right?
So you think in some weird way, like the consciousnesses that I would consider like previous people, they're not like in like a, you know, a heaven or hell or something like that, but their consciousness is still in some coherent way, you know, persist.
I think that if humanity goes on after I die, they're gonna keep working on technology, right? I mean, we already see our technology is kind of like increasing dramatically.
Okay,
right?
so this is interesting. So because what I was gonna say is, for me, and I'll let you just bounce off this and keep going. I think of it as that's a possibility. And I think of it as that would be another major transition in evolution or something like that. It would be a historic thing. I think it maybe hasn't happened yet. And for me, I feel like me saying, oh, death is forever and is permanent, I think is saying something that I feel is like the standard biology. What does death mean, right? It just means this organism is dead now, or it's not breathing anymore, or it's not, you know, the brain isn't doing the whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? But I think that doesn't mean that that's all that's possible. And I think it's almost liberating to say, this is what I fear is the reality right now. And man, if science or, you know what I mean? Like, cause then if we really change it, then it's like, oh, nah, dog, I'm signing up for the logging machine or whatever. You know what I mean? And that's going to be like, you know, our next big fucking thing. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, so accepting evolution, you know, commits you to two things. One, it commits you to the idea that it just happens. Right,
Yeah.
that it's kind of just like, like there's not enough room in reality. Like it's gonna pop up in the spaces that it can.
I say something
right?
I think you'll appreciate. I always say, because you know when we say when we try to teach evolution, we shouldn't teach those evolutionary just so stories. So I always say, yeah, we shouldn't teach that evolution happened just so. We should teach that it just so happened to. Like, it's, you know what I mean? It's like you shouldn't say, oh, this you know, this evolved just so that you could, you know, go meet chicks online. Like that's a bad way to view evolution. But it just so happens that, you know, it's weird. It's actually hard for people. Like that was kind of my point of that, is that it's hard to teach people to understand evolution because the sort of totality of it is like right there. And it's kind of it's like a known problem, but I think when people have that criticism, it's actually a reasonable, like they're being reasonable. It's just something we got to kind of correct.
Yeah, and I mean, we can definitely like be overreaching in our attempts to explain certain things,
right?
But like when it comes to like these like broad narratives of like, you know, magic versus an actual explanation. Like I think it's important to understand an actual explanation. And I think we have a really good one. Like I think that, I think the gaps in a model that explains reality emerging out of nothing, is like not, like there's not that many gaps, right? Like we can get from random physical, like, complex interactions, to life, right? So like, or that whole process we don't need, like there's no confusion on. And then the only thing we don't understand is like how, like
where quantum fields come from. And like the whole thing about science is like it's just emergent, right? Like every new complexity is just like an arrangement of things that were already there. Right. And as you scale it back, you get simpler and simpler things. So I mean, it makes sense to me that the entire thing would just kind of like emerge out of necessity in a way. Like we don't understand the exact logic between nothing and then like the first like thing that dictates like some sort of like shape or structure to like properties. But I mean, yeah, obviously we're not going to have that. Like
yeah. Like who cares? Exactly.
Find a little piece that can like grounds the whole thing.
Yes.
But you're never going to be able to ground reality.
This is why I say that to me, a lot of these people are flat earthers. And this is something I wanted to say earlier that when we moved on, I was like, there's one thing I want to say. I keep forgetting what it is. You had mentioned earlier how the perspective is like, not just like it's anti-history, right? And it's anti-this and it's anti all these other things. What's really weird is I'm not that motivated by people who are anti-evolution. It's kind of interesting now. I hate to say this, but a lot of me like doing like more like, oh, I'll talk about evolution or I'll talk about young earth creationism and stuff like this is more like I realized, oh, this is actually like more related to my teaching. And it's like an easy way to like justify this professionally, if that makes any sense. Right. So that was just kind of like thinking with the old noggin long term for my career. Right. But before that, I was like, I don't really care. and mostly because you got to remember, like, evolutionary biologists don't care about creationism, right? They don't sit around and talk about this stuff. So it's not like you get kudos for, like, doing counter-apologetics, right? Like, like they don't care.
Well, and our system isn't designed to, like, give you a robust worldview. It's like these individual topics, and evolution is crammed into the last segment of biology for like 1 year.
Exactly. And to be honest with you, it doesn't help you. Like, I love the fact that this community loves science, and I love that evolution is one of their favorite things because it's one of my favorite things. But you know, my teaching mentor is a fan of saying evolution is as atheistic as plumbing, right? Because, you know, it's just...
Yeah, it literally does not... It's the opposite of design. It shows you how there is no designer, right? But, I mean, so the other principle I was going to mention, right, the one is how...
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you what the other one was.
Without design. And then the other thing it commits you to is the idea that you could be more alive, right? You could be more aware than you are right now. In a number of different aspects,
that
you understand and are aware of, and then a potentially infinite number of ways that you aren't aware of. You know,
I see what you're saying. Yes,
because they have no effect on your survival or your the way in which you came about. Right, like the fact that we see with light is because like light was there when we evolved,
right?
And other factors that might be in the universe, but like don't impact us the way that light does. We're not going to evolve to see them until we have like a better understanding of the totality of our world, and we'll start to see a lot more of the invisible.
Right. It's almost like a spectra, right? Like there's wavelengths we don't see and auditory waves we don't perceive, right? So it's not proposing something immaterial even.
Yeah, I mean it's possible that there's like entire realities of just like crazy illogical chaos with like no sentient beings in it that are just going on, you know, in the background as, you know, white noise for like no one to observe and no one to experience. So like we have to recognize that we're consciousness, and as consciousness, we're only going to care about conscious experience, and that's only going to happen within the confines of like being what
time of being conscious,
being what intelligence is, being what it means to have a mind, to have sensory data. Right?
Yeah.
Like this is why
before we do too much, I want to get this. There's this comment in just because it was kind of a minute ago. But it said I would like to hear your opinion of abiogenesis. So I feel like this ties in. Where are you at with abiogenesis?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're pretty like. I think the science is pretty conclusive on it, right? Like we know exactly. We don't know exactly how, but all the pieces are there.
Sure.
Right. We have all the self-replicating chemicals needed.
Yeah.
And we know that there is selection similar to evolution at the molecular level, right? Like selection this is why I use that chess analogy, because it's so good.
Right.
Like you have higher order laws about how the game is played, right? But these are built up on more fundamental laws that we didn't choose, right? We didn't come up with we came up with the how to play the game of chess and the rules for how the pieces move and stuff. But we didn't come up with the laws for what makes a playable game. Like playability is a value within games that humans did not themselves create.
Let me ask you a brief question. Do you feel like you're a chess apologist? Because they tried to really get me into chess when I was young, and I know some people. I would really like to get into chess. So, are you somebody do you feel like you're good at motivating people to learn about chess?
Well, I can teach you. I mean, like I said, I used to teach the middle schoolers.
Yeah, that's probably what I need. Somebody who can teach a middle schooler. That's probably a good starting place for me. If somebody tries to explain it to me.
It's a hard game, and
it is a hard game.
Get good at it. But no, I think the underlying point is about
it's not constructed. The
rules on interaction. Yeah, rules on interactions within dynamic systems that have no consciousness, and yet they follow a certain pattern. There is a certain way in which they can operate. That's dictated by logic. And out of that logic, you get emergent intelligence.
I say this, you could literally, we don't do it, but you could play chess through conversation, right? It's not literally the pieces or the board, right? We could say, hey, let's agree to these rules, name the pieces this, right? You almost like that scene you see in Queen's Gambit, right? Where she's she can see it, she can visualize it. But if we had the memory capacity to keep track of everything. To be honest with you, I used to use this as a flirting technique with girls, right? Which was we used to play tic-tac-toe on the phone. But the idea was you can't write it down. Right, so it's just a little bit of a challenge. You got to literally remember where the board is, but there's only 9 fucking spaces, right? If I'm talking do that with chess, right? You could. That's what you're saying, though. The rules, the structure, the order, all of that's there, whether we ever discover it or not. And to your point, I say the same thing about evolution. I could say you have evolution on a chalkboard, right?
Yeah, and whether we go on to play those games is going to be determined not on ourselves, but on the evolutionary factors that would of playability, right? We're not going to play a chess game with an infinite board because it's just not fun, right? And the funness of it, it's not really something that we're choosing. It's something inherent in what makes a game function or not. The fact that it's balanced, the fact that it's exciting and whatnot, there's different things that make the game fun.
The fact that it pays to master, it's hard to master but masterable, right? There's a sweet spot in there, right?
Yeah. So I mean, reality has this underlying similar structure to it. Some people call it a fractal. Reality is fractal in nature, which means that it repeats the same pattern at different scales of magnification.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of when we talk about the evolution of chemical systems, right, that get selected for certain self-replicating structures, right? That's the same sort of selection process that's happening in biological evolution. That's the same sort of selective pressure that's happening in societal systems, in economic systems, in more understanding of science and philosophy. Everything about the human project is the universal project. The entire universe is in certain regions, right, where there's available. Then it continues this process of information. It's not. It's hard to put like a singular word to like what this process is, but information is a good way to put it, because there's the input of sense data, there's the computation, and then there's the output, right? That's what the chemicals are doing. That's what the organisms are doing. That's what all of our higher order complex systems will
Yeah, this
do.
is great. Yeah, and this is...
So,
go ahead.
Yeah. So when we think about like an end state for reality, right? And we think about like, okay, what's our what's the continuation of this process going to look like, assuming we don't like get annihilated or whatever, and humanity extends to other planets and attains immortality? Like, you think we're just going to like hang around in like the solar system forever? Like, no, like we're going to expand into virtual reality. That's going to become probably our main way of like interacting.
Right.
We're going to a large extent,
the singularity, the digital singularity.
Yeah, we're going to expand past our physical limitations in a large sense. I think we're going to expand past a lot of different barriers. And I think a lot of hierarchies are just going to naturally be squashed. And it's going to be hard to see what that looks like. But one of the popular words that people ascribe, they call it hyperspace, where you're going to have basically the boundary between self and other is even going to dissolve. That you're not going to be you just in the sense of like your monkey personality, because you'll have such an intuitive understanding of higher order systems of knowledge and like and sensory input.
I'll be like godlike, like I'll be multiplayer myself.
And a lot of like, I mean, I've obviously done a lot of drugs, and so that's where a lot of like the religious like divination experience comes from. It's your ability to imagine where life can go, and like what do we have in the system, and how can we change it to make it into something new or better, more expansive.
I think that's actually a really important part, right? Because that's
like,
go ahead.
It does look immaterial. It does look telepathic. It does look like creative in a sort of I think it and then it like materializes, like, you know, like speak into existence sort of way.
Right.
When it comes to like digital processing and like just like VR. Like a lot of the things that we talk about as being like woo science, that's just going to be like top-notch science, you know, like technology.
Right. Yeah.
Advance is indistinguishable from magic,
because that's what I'm saying that's what our stuff is now. Like, oh yeah, don't worry, there'll be this pill that you can take and it'll get rid of your headache. Oh, matter of fact, better yet, there'll be this pill you can take, it'll have an abortion for you. You know, tell that to people 2,000 years ago, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I'll believe that when I see it.
So I mean, the goal is nirvana, right? The goal is like some sort of perfection. What that looks like is really hard to say.
Right. And you just feel like we can't even really have the conversation because the Christians are like suffocating out the talk with this Jesus starship apocalyptic.
Yeah, they've bought into such a narrow ideology that, well, they don't even engage in the religious experience. Right? Like, you think Christians are really meditating or like taking shrooms? Like, they're not entering into altered states of consciousness in order to like imagine better.
Yeah, because I was literally thinking like I'm in this cultural evolution reading group, right? And a lot of it is sort of trying to tie alternate modes of transmission to like the origins of life. Like, that's like, it's cultural inheritance, but we're really trying to like push it back to like the like involvement in origins of life stuff, right? And it's all really new for me. But the thing I was really moved by, I got on board because I was like, whoa, evolutionary biologists are actually trying to figure out the origins of life. They're not just like sitting around going, that's impossible. You know, they're actually going like, yeah, let's figure this out, right? So you're like, oh yeah, I'll sign up for that because it seems mysterious and like a big question, right?
Well, and the cool thing about like the first life is, we know it's fungal, right? And the thing with fungus is it's literally just a network. And when you think of what a network is, as a connection of nodes, you have different points, and then you have the lines you draw between them. That is synonymous with a brain, right? The nodes are the different sensory inputs, and then the lines you draw are the pre-existing ways in which you compute that information, right? Like most of what your brain does isn't actually like dealing with the sensory data you're getting. It's like reinterpreting the things that your brain's already like processing.
Yeah, it's like relay. It's like relaying an input. It's like the signal's coming from the input and it needs to be relayed somewhere else. And so there's a lot more probably brain matter between the input and the output than there is in the input and output itself, right? Like if it was just hardwired, it wouldn't be much of a brain, right?
Right. And the curious thing about what makes a good web, what makes a good network is the same criteria as what makes good science. It's the big four, right?
Yeah, that is really interesting.
Because when it comes to science, the tighter knit your network is, the more efficient it is, right? That refers to efficiency. It's like how tightly knit your web is, right? How many points you have, how many nodes you have in your web.
It's like resolution, right? Like how much resolution, how many dots per inch do you have, right? Like,
well, that refers to predictive, like explainability. That refers to like predictive power, right? The more information your network is able to accommodate, the stronger the network's going to be. And that's the same thing with mycelium. The stronger the networks are in the mycelium, the better it survives, right? The more nutrients it get, right? So like the same principles that dictate the evolution of mycelium, which is like the first life, are the same principles that dictate what makes good models of reality, right? Which is what the entire process is doing. It's hard to explain like that.
No, it's just really interesting because I'm always stuck in this like lineage-based perspective where I'm always thinking, because it's how we draw our diagrams, like from left to right. You start at a lineage and they all spoon out and you get a tree later. But it needs to be if I arranged it like concentrically or whatever, and had them start from the center and all go out, like this, right? All of a sudden, I'd be thinking network and web-like, right? And it's really weird. It's like, this is a really interesting, because this is literally like really relevant to the research I do. And I think this perspective is really interesting because we literally try to think of it as like evolving these solutions, which are like organisms, which are these things called populations, right? But it's really important to take the whole perspective and start to think about the population not necessarily as competing individuals, but like a network of phenotypes. Like maybe, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of activity, and some of it we're just not even paying attention to because we're too focused on the individual organism, which is a problem because even in something as primitive as what you're talking about, like every phenotype is defined by the network, right? All of its traits, it doesn't have any essentially individual traits because all of its traits matter in the context of its thing, right? Like in other words, if you're just like a relay, like, well, that's really no good, right? But if you're a relay in this like really efficient network where there's like you're used to like transmit signal, well then you're part of something that could be pretty badass, right? And that matters based on like what else is around you.
Yeah, and on every level, we're trying to improve those networks, right? And so if we can see it on the microscopic level and we can see it on the larger level and the next level above that, we can see it on our level, well, then it makes sense that this is something that's happening on the largest scale. Right, that at the end, whatever the end point of our timeline, the networks that's going to win out, the networks that are going to be selected for, are the ones that are going to be as big and as tightly knit and as densely interconnected as possible, because this translates to the best.
So here's a question. Do you think it's possible that it doesn't happen though? Like, can we steer this thing off course and not get there?
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that it will in a number of different aspects, because life is dying all the time. Like, that's the process of evolution, right? And so it has to have that aspect of failure, right? And the entire system can die. But if it does, it's no big skin on our part, because again, we're consciousness. So right? Yeah. It's like it'll just happen somewhere else, and it's inevitable, right? That's how I see it. Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter the time, it doesn't matter the day, it doesn't matter the matter, because where it can happen, it will happen, and where it will happen is where we will be.
All right. So but it might not be us, right? It doesn't have to be our lineage. Like, we might die off, and then it's some other part. It'll be conscious system.
Yeah, but it's not going to be like you anymore. And if it were exactly you, I mean, that would just be like a repeat of the same universe. You know, you wouldn't be able to tell otherwise.
Yeah. That's nah. This is super interesting. I actually like this, and. You know, it's got me thinking a lot differently about some things. One, the whole network aspect, but then also two, other dimensions even. Like, really, I've been kind of limiting myself to thinking that capital C cosmos or capital U universe is still like at the, I don't know, intergalactic scale. So but it might be far beyond that.
Yeah, the reason you see, or we all see in Euclidean geometry, is because that's the space that we evolved in, right? But
totally. That's the VR. Yeah, that's the conditions in our head. Yeah,
exactly. But the cool thing about VR is that you're able to simulate non-Euclidean geometry, and so they already have games out on Steam. I don't know if you've seen these. You're able to like walk around in non-Euclidean geometry.
Oh, really?
It's super trippy. Yeah, you walk straight and you think you're gonna go straight and you don't. You like bend around different ways. And it doesn't go back the same way. Like, yeah, it's and you can organize yourself in those spaces, right? And
you eventually kind of figure out how to
exactly. Yeah, your brain adapts.
That's weird. That's super weird. That's awesome.
Yeah, so we could. Mm-hmm. We can end there. We've talked for. It's 12 o'clock for me. I don't know what time.
All right.
It is
Yeah. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here. Yeah. So I'm gonna eat and go to bed. Yeah. This was super fun. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. And I'll go ahead and close the show.
Thanks for having me on. This is super fun.
Yeah, it's super fun.
I hope you blow up.
Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate that. That's really kind of you.
Let's make this church a strong community of friendship and love and weed. All the good things.
Yeah, we need to. And honestly, I need you guys' help to stay on it, because I think we've got a lot of potential, and I need to make sure that I take enough time to keep things moving forward. Even though streaming is fun, but we've got goals, we got stuff we need to do. So we're having a lot of fun. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Let me do a couple house cleaning things. So, first thing is, since I'm done, I try to actually. My new thing is I try to do a lot of sound checking every day. I go through a full sound check before I go live, but I also try to do a full sound check and get everything together before I go to bed. So I like end the night with testing everything for the next day's stream. So a couple things I want to do is, one, I want to go over here, and since I probably won't start live and restream, I want to take the chat overlay off. I want to turn the chat back on the screen, and then let me make sure that's working. Good, there we go. Let me transition. There, you guys can see we've got the chat back on the screen, and then also let's go ahead and switch devices. I don't need this game capture on. We do want this other laptop screen on. All right, great. Let me switch to that. And then we'll go ahead and switch over to my end scene. Yeah. All right, folks. That was like a crazy stream. This stream kind of, I don't know, in small streamer land blew up because there's a lot of cool people coming through and a lot of viewers, and I appreciate that. I had a ton of fun. Things got wild. Hey, that's part of the growth process. It definitely was fun and interesting. So we'll get better at these things, and hey, we'll try to find the right balance of really good conversations and having fun. I want to thank Lena for coming through. I want to thank Tux, No Name, Jaden, Danny hooked us up. This is what we want people to do, right? Come through, let us know who wants to talk, let us know who's streaming. Let's get live right now and do it in real time. I'm with it, folks. This is the way you grow. You get yourself out there. And even a lot of times I could tell Danny kind of just hung back and he let us put ourselves out there and get an opportunity to put our ideas out there. So I want to thank Danny so much for doing that. I want to thank everybody for coming through, all the chatters. I want to thank the mods, Nano, No Name, Flying Man, Disciple, YouTube Punk, No Name, all you guys. I gotta get Satan's Little Helper on the mod list. Tux. But yeah, I guess I got to make Lena a mod too. Dude, I think Lena be a great mod. But yeah, appreciate you guys so much. I'm not gonna do a full close because you guys have been with me so long. I want to let everybody go do other things. I didn't do the offering song, but if you guys want to donate, there's links in the description. If you watch now, later, or whenever works for you, works for me. This was super fun. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and nothing